Chapter 469. Your Purple Sky sect has guts to actually dare to kill my Heavy Sword sect's future young sect master. How should you be punished? Luo Qiang stood on the huge, blood-eyed eagle's malevolent head and coldly said. He was like a high and mighty king, berating his lackeys who didn't have eyes. That kind of arrogant gaze, that disdainful sneer, that thick, killing intent was almost undisguised. Xiao Songlin and Quang Dong frowned slightly. They had always been in high positions. Who would like to be questioned like this? Xiao Songlin met Luo Qiang's gaze and said in a tone that was neither servile nor overbearing, "We are deeply sorry that young Master Luo died in our Purple Sky sect. But think about it. With the strength of young Master Luo and the people he brought with him, do you think our Purple Sky sect is a match for them?" The reason why Xiao Songlin said this was because the people from the Purple Sky sect had communicated with each other beforehand. It was not a wise move to provoke the other party at the beginning. With just a few people, how could they block the other party's powerful strength? Moreover, that brat Ling Xiao might still be hiding in the courtyard with Yunmingqi. Originally, they wanted to ask Ling Xiao to come out and kill the people from the Chongjin sect, but Ling Xiao said, "The main character is usually the last to appear." The people of the Purple Sky sect were both furious and helpless. They were all cursing inwardly. This kid really can't tell the situation apart. When you show up, I'm afraid that everyone will be dead. Luo Qiang glanced at the people from the Purple Sky sect. The strongest among them were Xiao Songlin and Quang Dong, who were at the middle stage Earth Emperor realm. Moreover, they had been very familiar with the situation of the various sects over the years. It was impossible for the Purple Sky sect to hide any 1,000-year-old old monster. However, Luo Qiang would not look at things from the surface. "No matter what, my Heavy Sword sect died in your Purple Sky sect. You are all responsible. You'd better hand over the murderer. Otherwise, don't blame us for being cruel and merciless," Luo Qiang said faintly. This time, the old ancestor had given a death order. No matter what, they had to bring the murderer's head back. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to go back. They could only obey the old ancestor's orders. Otherwise, with his temper, they wouldn't have a good life. That person said that if we leak out his whereabouts, he will destroy our Purple Sky sect. "We really can't bear this sin," Xiao Songlin said awkwardly. "Are you not afraid of offending our Heavy Sword sect?" Luo Qiang snorted coldly. A tyrannical aura spread out and pressed down on Xiao Songlin and Quang Dong. Xiao Songlin and Quang Dong were forced to retreat more than 10 meters. Their expressions turned ugly in an instant, and traces of blood appeared at the corner of their mouths. This was Luo Qiang giving them a show of strength. He wanted to let the people of Purple Heaven sect know that their Heavy Sword sect was not someone they could afford to offend. "All right, senior brother Xiao, I think we should tell them," Quang Dong said, putting on a show. Xiao Songlin hesitated for a moment, then revealed a mournful expression and said, "All right." Then he said to Luo Qiang, "Since you want to know, I'll tell you, but we can't say that we told you." Luo Qiang disdainfully said, "Cut the crap. As long as you tell us where the murderer is, you will naturally be fine, but our young sect master had an accident here, so you must give our old ancestor an explanation. You must know that our old ancestor dotes on our young sect master the most." Luo Qiang brought up the Heavy Sword sect's old ancestor in order to give the Purple Sky sect a good beating. Otherwise, they would not be able to recognize the Heavy Sword sect's thunderous rage this time. At the same time, he also hoped that Xiao Songlin and the others would tactfully tell them where the real murderer was. "That person is currently in a valley not far away. He seems to be from the southern region's Devil Shadow sect." Xiao Songlin pointed in a direction and said, "Someone from the Devil Shadow sect." Luo Qiang immediately became vigilant. More than 200 years ago, the people of the Devil Shadow sect had invaded the Northwest and were later driven out by the joint efforts of the various sections. The three great 7th-grade sects had the deepest enmity with them, so Luo Qiang was no stranger to the Devil Shadow sect. Among the large sects in the Northwest, the Devil Shadow sect was regarded as an enemy. Now that he heard Xiao Songlin say this, he actually believed what Xiao Songlin had said. Could it be that the Devil Shadow sect is coming out to cause trouble again? Luo Giang thought worriedly. Knowing that the murderer was from the Devil Shadow sect, Luo Giang's arrogance decreased a lot. It could be seen that he was still very afraid of the people from the Devil Shadow sect. A person who could even kill a mid-level 6th-rank spirit beast must at least be a high-level Empyrean. Otherwise, he would also have a spirit beast that was above the 6th rank. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to kill their young sect master. To go or not to go, Luo Giang hesitated. It was not easy for him to obtain his current strength. Within 100 years, he would definitely have the opportunity to comprehend his own Tao and become a true Empyrean. He really did not want to lose his life like this. However, if they did not carry out the mission, when they returned, the old ancestor would vent his anger on them. What should they do? I advise you not to go. That guy is very fierce. He kills without spilling blood, and he even eats human flesh and broken limbs. Guangdong kindly advised from his side. Hearing this, Luo Giang's face turned green. Wasn't this clearly saying that the people of the Heavy Sword sect were afraid? Luo Giang narrowed his eyes and glared at Guangdong. I hope you're not lying to me. Otherwise, I will definitely destroy your Purple Sky sect. Then he waved to the people behind him and said, "Follow me." Seeing the group of people fly toward a valley not far away, the people of the Purple Sky sect all let out a sigh of relief. However, in their hearts, they were also faintly worried. Would the scam work? I hope that child can really make them stay. Xiao Songlin sighed softly. Luo Giang's group arrived at a valley 20 miles away from the Purple Sky sect. It was filled with trees and flowers. He sensed the situation in the valley, and sure enough, he found a very powerful aura. However, he could not grasp the true strength of this aura. He could not help but shiver. There really are people from the Devil Shadow sect here. If what Xiao Songlin said was true, then the person here was definitely a high-level Empyrean. Would the 10 of them be able to deal with him? Luo Giang took a deep breath and made a decision in his heart. If I die, then I die. The people from the Devil Shadow sect still haven't shown themselves. Do you really think we don't dare to kill our way in? Luo Giang shouted at the valley. From the looks of it, he seemed to want to shout loudly to cover up the fear in his heart. His voice echoed endlessly in the valley, but unfortunately, there was no movement in the valley. The calmer the valley was, the more Luo Giang did not dare to act rashly. I will count to 3. If you don't come out, we will flatten this place. Luo Giang shouted again. 1, 2. Just as he was about to count to 3, a scream came from behind him. Luo Giang was shocked. When he turned around, a high-level king stage cultivator fell from the Golden Hawk. One of his companions beside him had sharp eyes and quick hands, and he quickly caught his fallen companion. However, when he stretched out his hand to check, he found that his companion was dead. The man was shocked and cried out to Luo Giang, Elder Yang, he died." No one knew how this person died, and no one sensed any attack energy. He died silently just like that. The people of the Heavy Sword sect became nervous, and their hearts were filled with goosebumps. Another scream sounded out. The high-level king stage cultivator who had run down to catch his companion was the same as the person in his arms. He screamed and died on the spot. The 2 of them fell from the sky at the same time. This time, no one dared to catch the 2 of them, afraid that they would follow in their footsteps. Everyone's expression was extremely ugly. Luo Giang roared, "You sneaky scoundrel, come out." As he roared, he condensed a powerful spirit energy in his hand and fiercely smashed it towards the valley. As long as the powerful energy attack touched the valley, it would probably be razed to the ground. However, just as the energy was about to fall into the valley, a powerful black mist rushed out and dispersed Luo Giang's powerful attack. It really is someone from the Devil Shadow sect. Luo Giang and the others quickly retreated. When they saw the opponent's counterattack, they were immediately sure that it was someone from the Devil Shadow sect. Whether it was in the northwest or the southern region, Only the people from the Devil Shadow sect would cultivate the dark attribute. Therefore, from the move just now, Luo Giang was sure that the people from the Purple Sky sect were not lying. Just as the move ended, another person from the Heavy Sword sect fell from the Golden Feathered Eagle for no reason. 3 people had died in a row, and without any warning, the people from the Heavy Sword sect were panicking. Senior brother, this can't go on like this. A high-level Earth Emperor beside Luo Giang said worriedly. Why don't we go back and ask the old ancestor to come over? Another person suggested from the side. Just as they were speaking, another king rank expert died a violent death. Luo Giang had no choice but to shout, "Everyone retreat." As his voice fell, everyone retreated far away. They didn't even see the shadow of the person, but they had lost 4 high-level king stage cultivators for no reason. This was too terrifying. The people from the Heavy Sword sect felt a chill in their hearts. They all hoped that Luo Giang would immediately order them to retreat. Go back to the sect immediately and ask the old ancestor to come in person. This person is too strange, and we are no match for him, Luo Giang said seriously, and then a giant sword appeared in his hand. This giant sword exuded a powerful attribute brilliance, and, at a glance, it was at least a spirit tool. Senior brother, what are you going to do? If you want to retreat, let's retreat together. The high-level Earth Emperor who spoke just now said, No, I must stay, or the old ancestor will say that we are not doing a good job. You should leave quickly before the other party starts killing, Luo Giang said with a heroic and stirring manner. Senior brother, don't. That person is unfathomable. If you go down, you will only die. If you want to leave, let's go together. I believe the old ancestor will not blame us, the high-level Earth Emperor persuaded. I have made up my mind. There is no need to say more. Luo Giang waved his hand, then held the giant sword and rode the blood-eyed eagle towards the direction of the valley. Senior brother, the Earth Sovereigns of the Chong Sword Sect shouted. Sigh, let's go back and report to the old ancestor, the high-level Earth Emperor said with a sigh. The others did not have Luo Giang's courage, and without hesitation, they rushed back to the sect at full speed to ask for help. Unexpectedly, at this time, a young man appeared not far behind them. He crossed his arms in front of his chest and said disdainfully, Since you have come, then stay. Chapter 470. The one overseeing the valley was naturally not the Devil Shadow sect, but Ling Zhao's servant, Savage Leopard. Although he had the strength of a peak stage Earth Sovereign, he had the combat strength of a half-step honorable. If that was all, he would not be able to intimidate the Heavy Sword sect. The crucial point was that before the Heavy Sword sect's people came, Ling Zhao had given him an elixir, a grade 5 elixir, soul replenishing elixir. This elixir was refined by Ling Zhao in the southern region at the Tai Lu tribe, and it was also the first grade 5 elixir that he had refined. Ling Zhao had always wanted to consume this elixir to strengthen his mental energy, but after considering for a long period of time, he still decided to give it to Savage Leopard. He needed a higher-level servant to keep up appearances, and this made him feel that it would be a very flashy thing. He was not worried that Savage Leopard would betray him, because as his strength and mental energy grew stronger, he was able to sense any emotional fluctuations of the Devil Emperor in his sea of consciousness. As long as he made any strange movements, he would be able to make Savage Leopard lose more than half of his cultivation, and it would also leave behind an irrecoverable soul spirit wound. Moreover, during this period of time, he felt that Savage Leopard seemed to be more and more obedient towards him. He thought that perhaps the tyrannical aura that he displayed should have suppressed this fellow. No matter what, his trust towards Savage Leopard had increased by a lot, and thus, he decided to give this soul-replenishing elixir to Savage Leopard. Savage Leopard was originally a terrifying Devil Emperor, and his strength had already reached the peak of the Mystic Emperor realm. No matter which corner of the continent it was an ambitious and ruthless character that ruled over an area. To him now, he only needed to replenish his soul spirit force and strengthen his original sea of consciousness, and his strength would subsequently recover. Of course, If he wanted to recover to his peak, he would definitely need the other half of the soul spirit force in Ling Xiao's Sea of Consciousness. Other than letting him consume the soul-replenishing elixir, Ling Xiao also gave him a bottle of 10,000-year stone emulsion, which was to allow him to recover to a better state. As expected, after consuming these two items, Savage Leopard had an astonishing transformation. Savage Leopard had been absorbing the remnant souls of the dead to recover his soul spirit. However, these remnant souls were all mixed and incomplete. They all had different attributes, and their strengths and sizes were all different. Basically, he had forcefully mixed them together. Although his soul force had been strengthened, his soul had become extremely messy, and it was difficult for him to display his true strength. Now, the soul-mending pill could strengthen his soul force, and the 10,000-year stone emulsion could cleanse his original impure soul force, making it pure. The Savage Leopard's soul force was cleansed once more, and the 10,000-year stone milk expanded his sea of consciousness and cleansed his meridians. For a former demon emperor like him, there was practically no such thing as holding one's neck at any stage below the emperor rank. After all, he still had his previous comprehension and experience. After consuming these two items, the high-level Earth Sovereign Savage Leopard became a powerful existence at the peak of low-level Heavenly Venerable Realm. Perhaps they were insignificant to him in the past, but to the vast Northwest, they were already one of the few super experts who stood at the top. Therefore, Ling Xiao had the Sex Elders lead the Heavy Sword Sex people to this valley. He didn't let the Savage Leopard or the Blue Flood Dragon kill those people in one go. That was because he wanted to test his mental energy's ability to instantly kill people. At the same time, he wanted to let the Heavy Sword sect enjoy the terrifying feeling of dying silently. Ling Xiao didn't expect these guys from the Heavy Sword sect to be so afraid of death. After killing a few of them, they actually retreated. Only one of them dared to rush into the valley. The others wanted to leave, so Ling Xiao could only show himself. When the people from the Heavy Sword sect saw Ling Xiao, they were all stunned. They thought that the one blocking behind them should be an Empyrean rank powerhouse, or at least a half-step Empyrean. Otherwise, how could he dare to block so many of them? It should be known that each of them was quite powerful, and it was easy for them to destroy 1 or 2 8th or 9th grade sect ranks. However, when they saw that it was actually a mid-level king rank powerhouse blocking their way, they didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Was this guy retarded or an idiot? He actually dared to block them with such strength. He was really courting death. A high-level Earth Emperor from the Heavy Sword sect wanted to run, but he seemed to disdain to make a move. He said to another high-level king rank powerhouse, "Kill this idiot." The high-level king rank powerhouse nodded and revealed a sinister smile. A mere mid-level king rank powerhouse dares to show off in front of us? Go to hell. The high-level king rank powerhouse shouted and unsheathed the giant sword on his back. The high-level king rank powerhouse attacked with all his strength. Since they were running for their lives, they didn't dare to be careless. A dazzling blue light instantly slashed towards Ling Xiao. Swoosh! The blue light passed through Ling Xiao's body and seemed to cut him in half. The high-level king rank powerhouse said disdainfully, "What a waste." At this time, the high-level Earth Emperor behind him cried out in alarm, "Be careful behind you." That high-level king stage expert didn't even have time to react before a cold light streak passed, and his head was separated from his body. Ling Xiao's body wasn't cut off at all. No one knew when he had escaped to the other side, but the high-level king rank powerhouse's head was cut off by the ice and fire sword he controlled. "You're courting death. How dare you kill my disciple?" A mid-level Earth Emperor was furious, and a blue palm shadow blasted towards Ling Xiao. The blue palm shadow was like a huge water curtain that smashed down from the sky. Ling Xiao sneered, and with a finger, the ice and fire sword blasted towards the blue palm shadow. The ice and fire sword was already a high-rank, 7th rank spiritual artifact. It could even block the attack of a heavenly venerable, let alone a mere Earth Emperor rank powerhouse. The ice and fire sword directly cut the huge blue palm in half, and the remaining powerful energy blasted towards the mid-level Earth Emperor. It's a high-ranked spiritual artifact. Quickly kill him and take it. The high-level Earth Emperor shouted with a greedy look. As soon as his words fell, the people of the Heavy Sword sect didn't dare to be careless, and they all used elemental attacks to kill Ling Xiao in one fell swoop. Ling Xiao sneered, and his Adam's apple moved slightly. Suddenly, he looked up to the sky and roared. Roar! The earth-shattering dragon roar shook everything within a radius of hundreds of meters. The people of the Heavy Sword sect were temporarily at a loss because of this unexpected roar. Ling Xiao seized this critical opportunity and kept moving his hands. The ice and fire sword slashed towards them like a meteor. Their heads were chopped off like watermelons. 3 high-level king rank powerhouses and a low-rank Earth Emperor died in the blink of an eye. Damn bastard, I will tear you into pieces. When the high-level Earth Emperor came to his senses, he let out a roar. His momentum instantly locked onto Ling Xiao, and a huge spiritual artifact slashed towards him. The powerful elemental attack seemed to be able to destroy several mountains. Ling Xiao had nowhere to hide. Just as he was about to be obliterated by the powerful sword Qi, another dragon soared to the sky. The blue flood dragon roared nonstop, and the sound waves reverberated endlessly. The people of the Heavy Sword sect were all shaken to the point of vomiting blood. Those 4th-rank golden eagles were shaken to the ground one by one. The high-level Earth Emperor who wanted to kill Ling Xiao just now was the most miserable. He didn't expect that a blue flood dragon would come out of nowhere, and it even had the magical power of Tenbin. He was shaken by the dragon's roar, and he bled 7 times. His head couldn't withstand the torment and exploded into a mist of blood. The rest of the people of the Heavy Sword sect were all scared out of their wits. They didn't dare to hesitate and dragged their heavy bodies to escape in different directions. They hated the fact that they didn't have a few legs, which slowed them down so much. Ling Xiao didn't intend to let any of them go. The blue flood dragon was full of bloodthirst, and it roared again and again, causing the surrounding area to shake violently. The eardrums of the people who were escaping were shattered, and they all slowed down. The dragon's tail swept across, and they were immediately smashed into meat paste. In just a few moves, Ling Xiao killed several small fries, and the blue flood dragon killed several big fries. Only one person from the Heavy Sword sect was still alive. The 6 Emperor-rank powerhouses of the Purple Sky sect, who came to watch the battle, were all dumbfounded. Although they had seen Ling Xiao's terrifying killing methods before, they couldn't help but feel scared when they saw it again. They were all rejoicing. Fortunately, this kid is on our side. If he was an enemy, we would be in trouble. After the battle, Ling Xiao laid on the flood dragon's body, intentionally or unintentionally glancing in the direction where the people of the Purple Sky sect were hiding. He cursed in his heart, "These old bastards, if you want to watch, then watch openly. Why do you have to do this kind of peeping? What a shameful behavior." If the Earth Emperors of the Purple Sky sect heard this, they would immediately beat their chests and wail. To be looked down upon by such a kid, we don't want to live anymore. From the bottom of the valley, waves of powerful energy fluctuations could be heard. The battle between venerables was earth-shattering. The valley was quickly flattened, and 2 figures and a beast rose up. Luo Giang was sure that the person in front of him was a terrifying Empyrean-level expert. If he didn't have the blood-eyed eagle by his side, he would have died. When Luo Giang and the cruel leopard were fighting in the air, Ling Xiao had already finished the battle. He lazily said to the cruel leopard, "You're an Empyrean, but you can't even deal with this pseudo-Empyrean. You've really lost this young master's face. Look at this young master. I've taken care of everything here." When the cruel leopard heard this, his face darkened. When Luo Giang heard someone speak behind him, he retreated in shock and looked towards Ling Xiao. Seeing that Ling Xiao was only at the middle stage, he heaved a sigh of relief. But when he saw the 6-clawed flood dragon, he was so scared that he almost fainted. He tried to sense the aura of his companions, but found that they had all disappeared. Looking at the ground, there was only a pool of blood and broken limbs. "It's you. You killed them." Luo Giang cried out in horror. Damn you, don't make a fuss. Don't you want to find the murderer? I was the one who killed your young sect master. If you want to take revenge, just come at me. Ling Xiao said disdainfully as he hooked his finger at Luo Giang. He proudly shouted in his heart, I have the blue dragon on the left, the golden wolf on the right, and the fire unicorn in the middle. Ling Xiao didn't expect that the famous quote he changed at the last minute would become the representative of his future battle. Luo Giang suppressed his calmness and retreated slightly. After looking at the cruel leopard, he shouted, Our heavy sword sect will remember this enmity. As his voice fell, something appeared in his hand, and he threw it out. Boom! Chapter 471. The Heavenly Thunder Seed was an explosive item refined from a beast core. Its power varied according to the grade of the beast core. It could be said that the higher the grade of the Heavenly Thunder Seed refined from a beast core, the more terrifying the power of the explosion. This kind of Heavenly Thunder Seed could only be refined by a Tier 5 refiner or above. Ordinary refiners did not have this ability. Fortunately, there was such a 5th-grade blacksmith in the Heavy Sword sect. It was not easy to refine a Heavenly Thunder Seed. If one was not careful, it would be easy to make a mistake. Once a mistake was made, the beast core would explode. The Tier 5 refiner of the Heavy Sword sect had only refined a dozen of these Heavenly Thunder Seeds in his life and distributed them to the upper echelons of the family to save their lives. What Luo Giang threw out was a Heavenly Thunder Seed refined from a Tier 5 beast core. When this Heavenly Thunder Seed exploded, it was as terrifying as the self-detonation of a Tier 5 spirit beast. The Heavenly Thunder Seed that Luo Giang threw was aimed at Ling Xiao and the Blue Flood Dragon. Ling Xiao did not know what it was, but relying on the protective divine light of the Blue Flood Dragon, he was not afraid of anything that could hurt him. However, when the power of the Heavenly Thunder Seed exploded, Ling Xiao knew that he was wrong. Even with the protective divine light of the Blue Flood Dragon, he was still shaken to the point of being dizzy, and his entire body was blown far away. Fortunately, the Blue Flood Dragon blocked most of the explosion's power for him. Otherwise, with his cockroach's fate, he would not have died. The Blue Flood Dragon's waist was also blasted into a large piece of flesh, and blood flowed nonstop. It opened its mouth wide and kept roaring. This time, it was really in pain. Not far away, the savage leopard was stunned for a moment before shouting, Young Master! He wanted to fly towards Ling Xiao to check what was going on, but who knew that Ling Xiao had already stabilized his body and cursed, F***CK. Why aren't you getting rid of that bastard? As Ling Xiao cursed, he spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. His clothes were almost torn apart by the explosion. Fortunately, the cloth covering the important parts of his body had not fallen off, which could be considered a blessing in disguise. Cruel Leopard listened to Ling Xiao's instructions and turned to chase after Luo Giang. His strength had already reached the Empyrean realm, so his flying speed was many times faster than before. Unfortunately, that low-tier 6 Blood-Eyed Eagle's speed was much faster than his. Moreover, it had set off early, giving the savage leopard a feeling of being too far away to catch up. Fortunately, the Blue Water Dragon was completely enraged. It burst forth with the terrifying speed of a 6th-tier advanced stage expert, and in just a few swings, it had already closed the distance of 1,000 meters. Luo Giang turned around and saw the ferocious Blue Flood Dragon. He was so scared that he almost fell off the eagle's back. Eagle, hurry up, hurry up, Luo Giang urged as he patted the head of the blood-eyed eagle. The blood-eyed eagle also wanted to be fast, but it only had a pair of wings. Roar! The Blue Jiao Dragon unleashed a terrifying sound wave attack towards Luo Giang and the blood-eyed eagle. The man and the beast were shaken so much that they swayed. The Blue Aquatic Dragon had already caught up to him, and it spat out a powerful water-type attack from its huge mouth. The torrential river water poured down like a magnitude 10 tsunami that could drown and break through all obstacles in the world. One man and one beast were blasted into dregs on the spot by the powerful water light. After the Blue Flood Dragon killed the enemy, It roared a few times and grabbed the beast core of the blood-eyed eagle, as well as Luo Giying's spirit weapon and space ring in its claws before returning. It knew how to catch these things because of Ling Zhao's previous teachings. This kind of good thing couldn't be wasted. Any expert would treasure it, and to Ling Zhao, it was a rare treasure. Now that he had killed so many people from the Heavy Sword sect, it was a great harvest. After Ling Zhao let the savage leopard collect all the space rings, he grabbed them in his hands and said with dissatisfaction, "This young master was almost killed by the explosion, and I only got this much. What a big loss." The previous generation elders of the Purple Sky sect, who were watching from afar, almost fainted on the spot. Which one of them didn't covet the things in Ling Zhao's hands? That was comparable to a small treasure trove, and this guy was actually not satisfied. They all cursed in their hearts. "Pretentious brat, be careful of being struck by lightning." If Ling Zhao heard their curses, he would definitely reply with a proud smile, "I was struck by lightning a long time ago, and I even advanced." Just as Ling Zhao was about to return to the sect, he glanced in one direction and shouted, "Who is it? Come out." After he roared, a blue flame fist smashed out from his hand toward a nearby forest. Just as the blue flame fist was about to reach the forest, an attribute light flashed and dispersed the flames. The savage leopard cursed himself for being careless in his heart and chased after the forest. The hidden person was also amazing. Before the savage leopard could catch up, he turned into a meteor and flew off into the distance. His speed was as fast as lightning, causing the savage leopard to once again feel that it was difficult to catch up. "Xiaolong, chase after him, don't let him escape." Ling Zhao exclaimed towards the blue flood dragon, and also turned into a bolt of blue lightning to chase after it. The savage leopard felt that he had lost face to his grandmother's house twice. He had just recovered some of his strength. He thought that he was invincible in the Northwest, but he was still a figure that others could not shake. Unexpectedly, he had almost let someone kill Ling Zhao in front of him. Now, there was someone lurking nearby that he did not notice, and he could not catch up to that person. On the other hand, Ling Zhao was able to survive like a cockroach after being bombarded by the heavenly lightning seed. He was even able to sense the enemy lurking 1,000 meters away. Now, Ling Zhao was riding a blue flood dragon to chase after him. How could he, an Empyrean-level servant, endure this? However, even if he couldn't catch up, he had to chase after him from behind to prevent any accidents from happening to Ling Zhao. Son of a bitch, what kind of speed is this? F*CK. Ling Zhao rode the blue flood dragon for tens of thousands of miles, but he could only barely keep up. He was unable to close the distance between him and that person. Ling Zhao was worried in his heart. That guy can't be a high-level Empyrean, right? In fact, while Ling Zhao was worried, the person in front was also afraid, and his heart was in his throat. Don't chase anymore. If I keep chasing, I'll run out of spiritual power. The person who was running shouted in his heart. This person was Wind Shadow, who had been sent by the Heavy Sword sect's ancestor to track down the murderer. Wind Shadow was this person's codename. He was a wind attribute half-step Empyrean and a servant of the Heavy Sword sect's ancestor. He had been lurking near the valley for a long time without being discovered. This was because he used to be a shadow assassin who was good at tracking and ambushing. He cultivated a turtle chi cultivation technique that concealed his aura. As long as he hid, even an Empyrean-level expert would find it difficult to find him. When he was at the high-level king level, he had relied on this cultivation technique to successfully assassinate a low-level Earth sovereign. He had not expected that he would be discovered in the end, even though he had been hiding so well. Of course, he had not expected that Ling Zhao's spiritual sea would be so magical. Within a radius of several kilometers, as long as Ling Zhao wanted to sense something, it would be difficult for it to escape his eyes and ears. Fortunately, before Wind Shadow rushed to the Purple Heaven sect, his master had given him a Wind Boot spirit artifact. Otherwise, he would have already died. The Wind Boots were a rare, non-offensive spirit artifact. This kind of spirit artifact was rarely seen in the Northwest or the Southern Territory. Although it did not have any offensive characteristics, it was just like its name, a spirit artifact used to increase one's speed and escape. As long as one wore it, even an ordinary person could increase their speed by 2 or 3 times. Wind Shadow was only a half-step Empyrean, and even if his speed was increased by 2 or 3 times, he would still not be faster than the Blue Flood Dragon. However, he had also taken several speed-enhancing pills, which increased his speed by nearly 5 or 6 times. This allowed him to have the super speed of a high-level Empyrean. This was also the reason why the Savage Leopard was unable to catch up. However, although Wind Shadow's speed was astonishing, the Blue Flood Dragon was also not a vegetarian. It closely chased after him, not letting him escape from its line of sight. Moreover, the Blue Flood Dragon contained much more energy than him. Even if he flew for 10 days and 10 nights, the Blue Flood Dragon would still be fine, but he could not. When he exhausted his spiritual power, it would be the time of his death. Wind Shadow was anxious like ants constantly crawling in his heart, and his face was dripping with cold sweat. The two of them chased and fled for a total of 4 hours. They did not know how far they had flown, but the Savage Leopard behind them had already lost sight of them. The more Ling Xiao chased, the more impatient he became. He wanted to use his spiritual power to attack, but unfortunately, the distance was too far, and he was unable to make an effective attack. He also did not have any other strong long-range attacks. As a result, the chase lasted for a day and a night. Wind Shadow did not know how many pills he had taken along the way to speed up his chi. Unfortunately, he still could not outlast the Blue Flood Dragon with amazing endurance. He had to stop and cry and beg, "Young master, please spare my life." He gasped for breath, sweating nonstop, and his whole person was extremely decadent. He swore in his heart that this was the most embarrassing escape he had ever been in since his debut. Ling Xiao rode on the Blue Flood Dragon and looked down at him. "Why should I spare you? As long as you spare me, I can offer you my life's treasures," Wind Shadow said nervously. Ling Xiao was too lazy to talk nonsense with him, and immediately let the Blue Flood Dragon kill him. Wind Shadow had already exhausted all his spiritual power and was swept by the Blue Flood Dragon's giant tail, dying on the spot. Then, Ling Xiao unceremoniously searched Wind Shadow's body. Ling Xiao saw Wind Shadow's extraordinary pair of wind boots and was very happy in his heart, thinking that this guy might have other rare treasures. So Ling Xiao almost stripped Wind Shadow's clothes to see if there were any special treasures. Unfortunately, apart from this pair of wind boots and space ring, there was nothing else. This greatly disappointed Ling Xiao, and after the poor Wind Shadow died, he still had to be naked in the wilderness. Even if he became a ghost, he would still be a naked ghost. Ling Xiao played with the pair of wind boots in his hand, feeling more and more that they were extraordinary. So he put them on and casually ran for a while, discovering the mystery of the wind boots' speed increase. He murmured, "No wonder this guy could escape so quickly. These wind boots are really good stuff." The Heavy Sword Sect's foundation is really extraordinary. It seems that this young master will have to visit the Heavy Sword Sect sooner. Ever since Luo Meiying was stabbed to death by Luo Baxing, Ling Xiao had decided to wash the Heavy Sword Sect with blood. And before, the people of the Heavy Sword Sect had set their eyes on his most beloved woman, which made him even more enraged and strengthened his decision. Chapter 472. Although Ling Xiao had enough confidence to kill his way to the Heavy Sword Sect now, he had experienced the power of Luo Guiyang's heavenly lightning seed and felt that it was necessary to make a good plan. Otherwise, if he rashly killed his way over and was casually thrown a few of these heavenly lightning seeds, even the Blue Flood Dragon would not be able to withstand it. After rushing back to the Purple Heaven Sect, the elders of the Purple Heaven Sect all ran over to get close to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was also very polite to them. He only hated the few peak lord led by Yun Xiong. When he thought that Yun Mingqi almost married into the Heavy Sword Sect, he couldn't swallow it. He had never been a very tolerant person. After sending away those old guys, Ling Xiao returned to the courtyard. Now Yun Mingqi's courtyard had become his backyard. Ling Xiao wanted Ji Beixin to live with him But Ji Beixin didn't want to disturb Ling Xiao's life. In fact, she didn't want to face Yun Mingqi. On the contrary, Yun Mingqi was more open-minded and accompanied Ling Xiao to see Ji Beixin. After the two women met, although their relationship didn't reach the level of sisters, there wasn't any unhappiness. Ling Xiao decided that once he found a place that belonged to him, he would definitely take all of his women and have a taste of what it felt like. After returning to the courtyard, Ling Xiao didn't let anyone disturb him for the time being. He told Yun Mingqi not to let anyone disturb him for the time being and to meditate for 2 days to think about what to do next. His current dilemma was whether to wash the heavy sword sect with blood or rush to Guzhai City first. Solving the heavy sword sect was imminent, but the priest maiden's time was getting shorter and shorter. In the end, Ling Xiao decided to destroy the heavy sword sect first and then rush to Guzhai City. Otherwise, the heavy sword sect was a thorn in his heart that could stab people at any time. Now that he had a heavenly venerable servant by his side, as well as a rank 6 flood dragon comparable to a peak heavenly venerable, there shouldn't be any problems as long as he was careful. Of course, even though Ling Xiao said that he wanted to wash the heavy sword sect with blood, his target was only the higher-ups of the heavy sword sect. He did not plan to kill all the people in the heavy sword sect. He must have always thought of himself as a very kind person and would never kill too much. He did this because he was not afraid that the Chong sword sect would seek revenge in the future. Once the foundation of the heavy sword sect was shaken, it was unknown how many sects would come to divide the territory of the heavy sword sect. Over the past 2 days, Ling Xiao sorted out all the things in the space ring he had obtained. Looking at the small piles of treasures, Ling Xiao was overjoyed. No wonder so many people were involved in the business of killing and robbing. This was indeed the fastest and most effective way to obtain things. Ling Xiao took out a mysterious art he had obtained from Feng Ying's space ring. It was called Concealment Cultivation Technique. Ling Xiao felt that this mysterious art was quite interesting. Although it was only a green rank mysterious art, it still took him half a day to memorize all of its important points. It did not have any offensive abilities, but after cultivating it, it could conceal one's true aura, making it difficult for others to grasp it. Ling Xiao valued this the most. It would make it convenient for him to pretend to be a pig to eat a tiger, and finally reach a shocking entrance. After cultivating the concealment cultivation technique to the entry level, Ling Xiao did not continue. He wanted to leave it for the heavy sword sect to cultivate to the large success stage. Ling Xiao left the courtyard. Only then did he remember that he had not given the 10,000-year pearl in his space ring to his woman. So, he took out a large pearl and handed it to Yun Mingqi. Yun Mingqi was dazzled when she saw this pearl. Any woman seemed to have a special love for shiny things. Yun Mingqi had the appearance of a fairy descending to the world, and after taking the 10,000-year pearl, her peerlessly beautiful face made Ling Xiao unable to help himself from drooling several mouthfuls of saliva. In the end, he could not help but drag Yun Mingqi into the room and make love with her for a long time. Subsequently, Ling Xiao left a few more pearls for Yun Mingqi to dispose of as she pleased. Anyway, he still had a lot of stock. After leaving the courtyard, Ling Xiao rushed to the wooden flag peak and gave Ji Beixin a pearl and a lot of wind grass. Ji Beixin was of the wind attribute, and her body contained the innate wind evil qi. Absorbing the wind grass was also of great benefit to her spiritual power. In the pavilion, after listening to Ji Beixin play a song, he informed Cruel Leopard to meet up. Just as Ling Xiao and Cruel Leopard were about to leave the Purple Heaven sect and rush to the Heavy Sword sect, the 6 Earth Emperors of the Purple Heaven sect appeared at the same time, followed by Yun Mingqi. Ling Xiao knew at a glance that it was Yun Mingqi who had told these old fellows about this. Ling Xiao stepped forward and greeted them one by one. Xiao Songlin went straight to the point and said, "Shower, are you really going to the Heavy Sword sect?" Ling Xiao spread out his hands and said in a relaxed manner, "I'm just going to play and see if there's any good scenery worth enjoying. It's no big deal." "Ha, that's right. We old fellows also want to go see the scenery with you." I wonder if you welcome us." The previous generation elder of the Scarlet Flame Peak, Guangdong, laughed. The other elders of the previous generation all nodded in agreement. "Shower, we old fellows still have some strength. Let's go with you," Xiao Songlin said. Ling Xiao glared at Yun Mingqi, who was behind the crowd, then smiled and said, "Grandmaster, elders, you all have some strength, but compared to a young man like me, you are still a bit lacking. Moreover, when I admire the scenery, I am not used to having old people by my side, otherwise it would be very awkward. You guys better not go." The 6 Earth Emperors only felt their faces heat up, but they also felt that Ling Xiao's words were not false. They might be able to help a little if they went with him, but it would distract Ling Xiao from taking care of them, which was not good. "Elders, I already said that he doesn't need your help, but you just don't believe me. You can go back. I will accompany him." Yun Mingqi retreated in order to advance. In fact, she only wanted to fight side by side with Ling Xiao. The others didn't matter. Ling Xiao had a look of refusal and said, "You all stay here and wait for my news." Yun Mingqi somewhat unwillingly pouted her sexy lips. Ling Xiao thought for a moment and said, "All right, you can come with me, but you can only watch from the side. Occasionally, I will kill a few small fish for you practice, but if you meet a difficult opponent, don't try to be brave." Only then did Yun Mingqi smile. She had always missed the days when she was protected by Ling Xiao in the desolate mountains, and now it seemed that she had returned to that moment. In the end, the 6 Earth Emperors of the Purple Sky Sect did not put down their old faces and did not go in. They only told Ling Xiao to be careful, and then they dispersed. Just like this, Ling Xiao, Yun Mingqi, and the Savage Leopard set off for the Heavy Sword Sect. When they set off, Ling Xiao was still worried about how to bring Yun Mingqi along. It had to be known that the Blue Flood Dragon had always been unapproachable. But this time, it was beyond Ling Xiao's expectations. After Yun Mingqi and he sat on the dragon's back, the Blue Flood Dragon did not struggle at all and allowed Yun Mingqi to sit down. Ling Xiao thought gloomily, could it be that this guy is a male dragon and has taken a fancy to Mingqi? Fortunately, the Blue Flood Dragon did not sign any contract with Ling Xiao and could not hear his words, otherwise it would have rolled its eyes. The Savage Leopard was still riding the bald Lion Eagle. Although its speed was not as fast as the Blue Flood Dragon, it was still better than not having a flying spirit beast. Ling Xiao told the Savage Leopard to find a spirit beast above the 6th rank as soon as possible, so that it would be convenient to travel and fight in the future. Of course, the Savage Leopard readily agreed, but he knew that it was not easy to find a powerful dark attribute spirit beast. He could not help but think of thousands of years ago, his protective spirit beast, the 7th rank Black Sky Tiger. If it was not to block the enemy for him, the Black Sky Tiger could have run away by itself. In the end, the Black Sky Tiger ended up being skinned and its tendons pulled out. "Black Sky Tiger, just you wait, I will avenge you." The Savage Leopard secretly made up his mind. The journey was not lonely. With the woman he loved by his side, he could meditate and cultivate during the day, and at night he could watch the stars and the moon together and talk about life's ideals. The Savage Leopard was also a tactful master. He only cared about leading the way in front and never looked back for no reason. Ling Xiao secretly praised the Savage Leopard, who was becoming more and more suitable to be his servant. After flying for a few days, Ling Xiao had a small success in the concealing breath cultivation technique, and he could disguise his middle stage king stage aura as a spirit master. No matter which high-level martial artist saw him, they would not regard him as a king stage martial artist. On the 6th day, Ling Xiao let Yun Mingqi ride the Blue Flood Dragon in front to lead the way. He wanted to talk to the Savage Leopard. "Young master, what instructions do you have?" The Savage Leopard did not know why Ling Xiao stopped him, and thought that he had some instructions. "What level of Xian skill are you most proud of?" Ling Xiao suddenly asked. The Savage Leopard was stunned for a moment, then said, "Red Stare Blade Technique, Bloody Battle 8 Forms, and Claw Technique, Tentacle Demonic Vine Technique." These 2 were the battle skills that he had relied on his life to become famous. "Why is it only a Red Stare Technique?" You didn't cultivate a purple stare or brown stare technique? Ling Xiao asked in confusion. The savage leopard smiled bitterly. There are a lot of Xian skills in the central region, but purple stare techniques are almost all the treasures of the major forces. As for brown stare techniques, they are even more mysterious. Once it is spread, it will immediately cause a bloody storm. Back then, I was lucky enough to obtain 1 or 2 purple stare techniques, but unfortunately, they were not of the dark attribute, so naturally I could not cultivate them. So that's how it is. Ling Xiao suddenly understood, and then said, I also have a set of dark stare technique, which is pretty good, and I think it suits your character. I will use my mind to practice it and show you what rank it is. The savage leopard was stunned for a moment, and then nodded. In his heart, he was not very optimistic about Ling Xiao's Xian skill. On the continent, dark attribute Xian skills were extremely rare, and high-level Xian skills were even rarer. Back then, when he reached the peak of the Emperor stage, he had not been able to find a purple rank or above dark attribute Xian skill for 1 or 2,000 years. Therefore, in his opinion, Ling Xiao's dark attribute cultivation technique was at most green rank or blue rank, and it was absolutely impossible for it to reach red rank. However, when he felt the saber move that Ling Xiao had used in his sea of consciousness, he was deeply attracted. In the end, the initial disdain in his eyes turned into fanaticism. Young master, what profound skill is this? The savage leopard asked excitedly. Tell me first, what rank of profound skill is this? Ling Xiao did not answer and asked instead. The savage leopard said without hesitation, it is at least a purple rank or above profound skill, perhaps. It has already reached the brown rank. Chapter 473. Ling Xiao used his mind to demonstrate the 8 forms of the demonic blade to the savage leopard. This was a terrifying blade technique created by the first evil emperor. Ling Xiao had always memorized the chant, but he had never practiced it, until Luo Meiying was killed in the heaven-suppressing sect's secret realm. And under the influence of the savage leopard's demonic sense, he mistakenly entered the demonic path and used the 8 forms of the demonic blade. The first form, rampaging demonic chi. The second form, rampant demonic path. The third form, extreme demonic slaughter. The fourth form, demonic birth. The fifth form, demonic blade emotion severing. The sixth form, demonic treading the 7 stars. The 8th form, demonic dance. The 9th form, blood blade demonic art. This 8 forms of the demonic blade was a blade technique passed down by the first evil emperor to wine god Niefeng. There was no primary or secondary difference between the moves, and each move had its own extraordinary and terrifying power. At that time, for the sake of dealing with Zhu Wuxian, the wind god had taken a risk out of desperation and willingly fallen into depravity, and he'd refined this blade technique to mastery. The might it revealed was capable of shaking the heavens and the earth, and it was a formidable technique that wasn't inferior to the Trinity Convergence technique. The technique that Ling Xiao demonstrated did not display the true power of the 8 forms, but it was evaluated by the savage leopard as being comparable to a purple rank or above profound skill, which showed how terrifying the 8 forms of the demonic blade was. Oh, it's not bad to be able to reach the purple rank. If I could display its true power, I believe that reaching the brown rank won't be a problem. What a pity, Ling Xiao replied indifferently. After saying that, he flew to catch up with the blue dragon in front of him. Only the savage leopard was left with a fanatical expression. The savage leopard saw that Ling Xiao had actually left just like that, and only felt a little dazed. Young master, wait for me. After the savage leopard recovered, he revealed a very rare, flattering smile and chased after him. Ling Xiao returned to the dragon's back, looked back at the savage leopard, and asked, "Is there anything else?" The savage leopard rubbed his hands and said, "That, young master, can you show me that blade technique again?" The savage leopard rubbed his temples and said, "I used a lot of thoughts just now, and my spirit is a little weak. We could talk about this later. Moreover, This kind of low-level technique is not worth replacing and is not suitable for you. Yes, why not? Cruel Leopard hurriedly replied in his heart. But he couldn't bring himself to say so for the time being, so he had to lower his attitude and said, "Then what should I do to make the young master feel better?" Of course, he knew how powerful Ling Xiao's spirit was, and he could only lower his attitude and said, "Young master spirit." As for why Ling Xiao said this, he could roughly guess. Ling Xiao wanted him to show enough sincerity. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so easy to get any benefits from this young master. Well, it's hard to say. Maybe I just need to rest for a while. Maybe I'll be fine even if I rest for a few hundred years. You know, spiritual power isn't easy to recover. Ling Xiao pretended to be confused. Yin Mengqi, who was standing to the side, wanted to laugh. Luckily, she was able to hold it in. The savage leopard was anxious. That was a purple rank and above profound skill, and it was in line with his dark attribute. It was a fatal temptation to him. Savage leopard was anxious. That was a purple rank or above profound skill, and it even conformed to his dark attribute. To him, it was simply a fatal temptation. However, this was his master, his young master. As long as he had the intention to kill, Ling Xiao would be able to sense it. He couldn't do that. He couldn't rob, and he didn't have anything good to exchange with his young master. There was only one way. He couldn't snatch it, and he didn't have anything good to exchange with his young master, so there was only one way. For this super expert who had once reached the peak of the Emperor's stage, the word beg hurt him. In order to save his life, he had lowered himself and begged Ling Xiao. Originally, in order to save his life, he had lowered himself and begged Ling Xiao. Ever since he obtained his body, he had become indifferent. He had almost never begged Ling Xiao for anything. Now, for this dark attribute, super profound skill, he was ready to go all out. He had to make a request to the end. He had to beg for the mystical skill. Only in this way, his battle strength would be greatly improved. In terms of strength, what did that little bit of face count for? Moreover, he had been a servant for so long. What else could he not think of? Therefore, along the way, Cruel Leopard completely changed from a cool man to a smiling servant. From time to time, he would ask, "Young master, are you tired? Do you want to drink some water?" Or perhaps, "Young master, are you feeling better? Do you want me to massage your back?" Or even more exaggerated, "Young master, you are tired of sitting on the dragon's back. Why don't I carry you on my back and fly for a while?" When Ling Xiao heard this, he immediately fell off the dragon's back. The savage leopard really went to catch him and put him on its back. Ling Xiao almost vomited blood. He cursed, "Disgusting man, get lost." Seeing this scene, Yin Mingqi's smile grew even more radiant. She was extremely happy. There was a lot of laughter along the way, and there was no sense of tension. Two groups of people from the Heavy Sword sect were completely annihilated. Luo Wudi, the ancestor of the Heavy Sword sect, was so angry that he flattened a mountain ridge. This was the first time the Heavy Sword sect felt that the ancestor was really angry. Everyone was well-behaved for fear of accidentally provoking bad luck. Although the Heavy Sword sect was a 7th-grade sect, they had lost 2 half-step venerables, 7 Earth sovereigns, and more than 10 king stage cultivators. This had weakened their strength by half. If the Light Star Hall or the Charm sect were to find out, their good days would come to an end. Luo Wudi had wanted to personally go to the Purple Sky sect, but after thinking about it, he felt that it might be a trap. Therefore, he had been hesitating about whether he should personally attack the Purple Sky sect. To be able to kill 2 half-step venerables and 2 6th-grade spirit beasts, there had to be at least a high-level celestial venerables or several low-level celestial venerables. Although he had the strength of a mid-level celestial venerable, he was not sure that he could kill such a powerful enemy. Instead, he was worried that the Heavy Sword sect had offended some terrible enemy and was being targeted by others. For a moment, he could only bleed in his heart and did not dare to act rashly. Just as Luo Wudi was feeling depressed, an unexpected guest came to the Heavy Sword sect's territory. At first, Luo Wudi thought that it was the powerful enemy that was targeting the Heavy Sword sect. Without another word, He brought his spirit beast protector with him to face the battle. Who knew that when the other party displayed his terrifying strength, Luo Wuti would be defeated without a fight? Luo Wuti thought that disaster had come for the heavy sword sect. Unexpectedly, the other party did not kill him, and even spoke a few more words with him. Only then did Luo Wuti realize that this was a misunderstanding. The two of them had become friends after a fight, so Luo Wuti invited the person into the heavy sword sect as a guest. The powerhouse was a woman, an old woman who had lived for more than 1,000 years. Her surname was Yin. Luo Wuti could only respectfully call her big sister Yin in front of her. He did not have any of the dignity of the heavy sword sect's ancestor. This big sister Yin had the terrifying strength of a high-level celestial venerable. She also had a high-level 6th grade spirit beast. How could he, Luo Wuti, not be respectful? Luo Wuti did not know why this supremacy Yin had come to the heavy sword sect. He had never heard of such a terrifying person in the Northwest. Could she be an old ghost that had lived in seclusion for hundreds of years? Thus, after some questioning, he found out that she came from the Central Region and was traveling to recruit disciples. Hearing that she came from the Central Region, the holy land of martial arts, Luo Wuti felt much better. At this time, Luo Wuti asked the heavy sword sect's current sect master to gather more than 1,000 new disciples to the martial arts field. The martial arts field of the heavy sword sect was much more spacious than the martial arts field of the purple sky sect. There was a huge stone sword in the middle of the field. 4 large words were carved in the middle of the stone sword. Heavy sword woofing. These words exuded a murderous intent, and there was even a terrifying sword aura that made people not dare to get too close. These words were carved by the founder of the heavy sword sect with his heavy sword. He had used the heavy sword to make a name for himself. Because of this, the disciples of the heavy sword sect had used the heavy sword to cultivate. This was a rule passed down in the sect. There were more than 1,000 disciples, and all of them were between the ages of 15 to 20. There were both men and women, and all of them were full of vigor. On the high platform, there were more than 10 elders of the heavy sword sect. They stood on 2 sides and did not sit down. There were 2 empty seats in the middle. These 2 seats were not reserved for the sect master. Their sect master was already standing next to an empty seat. Then 2 people walked over from the sky. Everyone in the heavy sword sect immediately bowed to greet them. Who else would have the guts to fly on the main peak of the heavy sword sect other than their sect master? The other old woman was naturally Supremacy Yin from the Central Region. It was just that this woman who was called an old woman did not look as old as her actual age. Logically speaking, an old woman over 1,000 years old should have white hair and a stooped body. However, this old woman looked like she was just over 50 years old. One could still vaguely see the peerless beauty she had when she was in her teens. From this point, it could be seen that Supremacy Yin had put in a lot of effort into maintaining her health. Elder Sister Yin, please take a seat. An old man with a face full of white hair smiled at the woman who had just entered middle age and called her elder sister. If this was an ordinary occasion, they would have laughed their heads off. However, no one dared to make sound here. They all had a flattering smile on their faces, without the slightest hint of disrespect. A woman who could be called elder sister by their sect master, they did not even need to think to know what kind of status she had. How could these insignificant people dare to act rashly? Supremacy Yin did not stand on ceremony. She nodded lightly and sat on an empty seat. Only then did Luo Wuti sit down. Then he said, Elder Sister Yin, these are all the elites of our heavy sword sect. Can you see if there are any suitable seedlings? Venerable Yin glanced at him, and her face was filled with disdain. This senior cultivates the water attribute. Tell the unsuitable child to step down, Senior Yin said indifferently. Luo Wuti nodded lightly and hinted to the sect master of the heavy sword sect. The sect master understood and immediately told the disciples who did not belong to the water attribute to leave. The remaining 70 to 80 disciples with the water attribute eagerly waited for Supremacy Yin to select them. If they were chosen by a supreme expert, their future would be limitless. Unfortunately, not long after, they were all banished to the Cold Palace. This was because Supremacy Yin's requirements for disciples were too high. She would not accept disciples who were not pure water attribute. Chapter 474. Luo Wuti originally wanted to curry favor with this powerful woman, but he didn't expect her to make such a request. He thought to himself, a pure water attribute disciple. Even if I had one here, it wouldn't be your turn to accept him as a disciple. Any pure attribute disciple was a treasure, and even if he had one, he wouldn't give it away. It was a rare physique, and their heavy sword sect didn't have one. The dead Luo Baishan's Tenbin was outstanding, and he had only used spirit herbs to accumulate more than 93% of the purity of the earth attribute. Although it was only 7 points away from that purity, it was still an insurmountable gap. Luo Wuti had all the disciples withdraw. In any case, he had already given his face, and if he could form a relationship with this woman, it would only be good for their heavy sword sect. Big Sisterine, I'm really sorry. Our place is small, and we don't have many good seedlings. If there are pure water attribute disciples in the future, I'll definitely keep them for you. Back in the pavilion, Luo Wuti said apologetically. Venerable Yin waved her hand and said, this kind of thing depends on fate, not to mention that pure attribute seedlings are not easy to find. There are only a few in the central region, and they are all the treasures of the various families, so I can only go to this kind of remote and desolate place to see if I can find 1 or 2 treasures from some sand. It's a pity that I haven't found 1 or 2 good seedlings after traveling for more than 10 years. Luo Wuti thought to himself, even if there were good seedlings, they would have been hidden away. How could it be your turn to accept disciples? However, he only dared to think about it in his heart, and didn't dare to say it out loud. However, he suddenly had an idea and thought of a plan to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. He said faintly, Big Sister Yin, I might know a place where you can find the disciple you're looking for, but I'm not sure. Venerable Yin said disapprovingly, where is it? She thought to herself, if you really can find this disciple, I'm afraid you'll take him away first. How could it be my turn? Do you really think I'm a 3-year-old? There are a total of 36 sects in the Northwest, and the Purple Sky sect is ranked 8th among them. They aren't very strong, but in recent years, a genius girl has appeared among them. She's not even 20 years old, but she's already at the mid-stage king rank. I heard that she even has a water attribute physique. I think that her cultivation speed is so fast because she either had some fortuitous encounter or her physique is especially outstanding. Luo Wuti explained. When Venerable Yin heard this, she said indifferently, it's very common for a 20-year-old to reach the mid-stage king stage in the central region. Luo Wuti smiled bitterly and did not reply. He only cursed in his heart. Then why don't you look for disciples in the central region? Why do you have to come to such a poor place? Do you really have nothing better to do? However, to have such strength in such a small place like the Northwest is indeed rare. Perhaps it's worth taking a look, said Venerable Yin after a moment of thought. Over the years, she had traveled to many places, only wanting to find a pure water attribute disciple, and did not mind going to the Purple Heaven sect to have a look. In any case, everything could only be left to fate and could not be forced. Just as Luo Wuti was trying to persuade Venerable Yin to hurry to the Purple Heaven sect, the person they were looking for had already quietly arrived at Zhong City. Zhong City, a city directly under the Heavy Sword sect. The prosperity here was comparable to that of Nantian City and Divine Dao City. Many towering jade palaces, many spacious official roads, many bustling shops, and many glorious martial artists formed a lively, bustling scene of a city. Ling Xiao, Yin Mingqi, and Cruel Leopard flew at full speed for more than half a month. They passed through the territory of a 9th-rank sect, and, after flying over dozens of cities, they finally arrived at their destination. Although Ling Xiao was in a hurry, since he had arrived in a new place, it would be inexcusable if he did not take a good look around and experience the local customs. Walking on the bustling official road, there were a lot of people coming and going. Profound realm martial artists were practically everywhere, and there were quite a few profound realm and spirit master martial artists as well. Occasionally, one or two king realm martial artists could be seen hurriedly passing by. Ling Xiao could not help but praise Zhong City. It was no wonder it was one of the major cities in the northwest. There was everything here, and as long as you had enough profound crystals, everything could be traded. Ling Xiao looked at the disdainful, cruel leopard and said, "How is this place compared to the cities in the middle region?" Cruel leopard quickly squeezed out a respectful smile and said, "Young master, this kind of city is about the same as the most backward city in the middle region." When Ling Xiao heard this, he almost toppled over, but in his heart, he yearned for that kind of prosperous place. Yun Mingqi also suggested and smiled, "Let's go to the middle region to play in the future. We're not just going to play. I'm going to be the king of a mountain. You're going to be my wife, and we're going to recruit some boys. We're going to live the rest of our lives in luxury," Ling Xiao said half-jokingly. When Yun Mingqi heard Ling Xiao's words, she smiled sweetly and replied, "Okay, I'll be your wife for the rest of my life." Yun Mingqi's beauty, coupled with that smile of hers that could topple cities, caused the people who were staring at her to drool. Their eyes were filled with a strong sense of greed. They glanced at Ling Xiao unkindly and cursed in their hearts. A fresh flower stuck in a big plate of cow dung. If Ling Xiao heard this, he would definitely turn around and teach them a lesson without saying a word. Beautiful women were the source of trouble. This saying was not wrong at all. Especially a woman like Yun Mengqi, who was at the sky immortal level, it was even easier for some people with sperm in their brains to commit crimes. Only the people from the Heavy Sword sect would dare to openly cause trouble in Zhong City. Even if others had the heart to do so, they wouldn't have the guts. "Miss, this young man is too polite. I can tell that you're from another place with one look, right?" A rather good-looking red-haired man waved a white paper fan and had a smile on his face that he thought was the most handsome. He stopped Ling Xiao and the others and asked Yun Mengqi politely. His eyes didn't hide the intense greed in them. This person was called Situ Nan, the son of Zhong City's Lord Situ Pei. He was 22 years old and a middle-stage spirit master. Timbin wasn't bad, but his personality was light and flamboyant. He loved to chase after women. He was only 22 years old, but who knew how many romantic debts he had gotten himself into? If it wasn't for the fact that he had the support of an elder grandfather in the sect and the fact that his father, the lord of the city, was there to clean up his mess, he wouldn't know how many times he would have been killed by others. Beside him were a few spirit master to spirit master level slaves. They all had vulgar smiles on their faces. Yun Mingqi frowned slightly and hugged Ling Xiao even tighter, as if telling Situ Nan that she already had a man. Unfortunately, Situ Nan didn't care about Ling Xiao at all, because in his eyes, Ling Xiao was only a high-stage spirit disciple. He could kill him with one finger. This kind of opponent was of a different level. It was hard for him to be interested. "May I ask for your name, miss?" "I'm Zhong City's young Lord Situ Nan. You can call me Brother Nan. If you want to buy any spirit herbs or medicinal pills, I can help you." Situ Nan had a warm smile on his face. He ignored the look of disgust in Yun Mingqi's eyes. Yun Mingqi really wanted to slap him away, but Ling Xiao was beside her. She believed that he would definitely have a better way to get rid of this fly. Yun Mingqi originally thought that Ling Xiao would immediately flip out. Who knew that Ling Xiao would break free from Yun Mingqi's hand and put on a fawning smile? He walked up to Situ Nan and said, "Brother Nan, right? My name is Ling Xiao." Situ Nan didn't expect that before the beauty moved, the man beside her would tactfully come over to fawn over him. He hesitated for a moment before saying, "Brother, your name is not bad. How should I address this miss?" "Her name is Yun Mingqi. She's my fiancée." Ling Xiao revealed a simple and honest smile. "Yun Mingqi, what a good name. I'm lucky enough to meet you. I wonder if you would do me the honor of coming to the tea house in front of us? We could drink tea while we talk about life." Situ Nan didn't even put Ling Xiao in his eyes. Yun Mingqi turned her face away and didn't reply. Ling Xiao continued to smile and said, Sure. Brother Nan is so hospitable. You're my role model. Mengqi, let's go. Situ Nin didn't care about Yun Mengqi's attitude. Instead, he secretly thought, this kind of girl is more exciting. Situ Nin took the lead and brought his followers to the tea house, not far away. Ling Xiao gave Yun Mengqi a look, and the two held hands as they followed. The savage leopard naturally followed behind. The tea house was bustling with noise and excitement. However, when Situ walked in, many people quieted down. They all repeatedly greeted Situ Nan with a fawning expression. Those who didn't know Situ Nin would think that he was a very respectable person. However, these people all despised this spoiled brat in their hearts. When they saw Yun Mengqi behind Situ Nan, they all wailed in their hearts, AI, another beautiful girl is about to be harmed. Ping, he is really a beast. When they reached the second floor of the tea house, Situ Nan walked to a table with a very good position and said, let's sit here. It's better to chat by the window. One of the followers behind him angrily shouted at the customers who were still sitting at the table. Are you blind? Can't you see that young Master Situ is sitting here? The two guests shuddered and quickly jumped up. They apologized to Situ Nan and hurriedly ran down the stairs. The tea house's waiter quickly came over with a flattering smile and invited them to sit. Then, Situ Nan called the waiter to bring a few jugs of wine and had his followers fill the cups. Ling Xiao pretended to be curious and asked, Brother Nan, aren't we going to drink tea? Why did you order so much wine? Mengqi doesn't know how to drink. When Situ Nan heard this, he laughed. It's even better if she doesn't know how to drink. This is the rule of our city. When we receive guests from afar, we must drink to show our hospitality, Situ Nan said seriously. Ling Xiao revealed a difficult expression and said, how about this? I'll drink on behalf of Mengqi. She really can't drink. After saying this, Ling Xiao didn't pick up a cup, but directly grabbed the jug of wine and drank it all down. Situ Nan's eyes flashed with an undetectable fierceness. Then he laughed and said, good brother. You really have a good tolerance for alcohol. Today, let's drink to our heart's content. Waiter, another 10 jugs of burning blade fire. Chapter 475. Situ Nan wanted to take this chance to get Ling Xiao drunk, so he could take Yun Mengqi away. However, Ling Xiao was like a wine jar. He drank 5 jugs of wine in a row and didn't show any signs of being drunk. One had to know that this was the strongest liquor in the Great Wall, burning blade liquor. Normally, 1 or 2 jugs would make one drunk. Mystic cultivators could drink 3 or 4 jugs in a row. Only spirit masters could barely handle 10 jugs. Now that Ling Xiao was using the hidden breath technique, he could hide his strength to that of a high-level mystic cultivator. With his strength, he could drink 20 or 30 jugs without a problem. That was why Situ Nan couldn't see through it. After Ling Xiao drank the 6th jug, he looked like he didn't have enough. I didn't think the wine in the city would be so good. Brother Nan, why aren't you drinking? Situ Nan's expression was a bit stiff. Of course I'm drinking. Then he raised the cup in front of him and drank it all. Good. Brother Nan is really forthright. Waiter, bring another 20 jugs. I want to drink with Brother Nan. Ling Xiao praised. Then he looked at Situ Nan. Brother Nan, you and I are like old friends. Let's drink until we're drunk. Situ Nan nodded. Not bad. I didn't think Brother Nan could hold his liquor so well. Of course I'll keep you company. Although he said this, he was cursing in his heart. I don't believe I can't take you down today. After the wine arrived, the two drank 5 jugs in a row. Ling Xiao's face was already red, and he stuttered. Come, Brother Nan, let's drink to our heart's content. Yun Mengqi tried to persuade him. Don't drink anymore. You're going to be drunk. Drunk? What's there to be afraid of? I'll be fine after a good night's sleep. How about we go back to the room and roll in the bed with the madam and release this energy? Then, I'll be fine too. Ling Xiao smiled drunkenly. Situ Nan, who was standing to the side, had already drunk 5 jugs of wine. His stomach was burning, but as soon as he heard the conversation between Yun Mengqi and Ling Xiao, he became excited. Looks like this brat is about to reach his limit. Let's put in a bit more effort and knock him down. Then, the ones rolling on the bed will be me and that naughty girl, hee. Situ Nin thought to himself proudly. He then raised his wine pot to Ling Xiao and said, "Come, brother Xiao, let's continue drinking." Situ Nin thought that Ling Xiao had reached his limit, so he drank another 3 pots of wine with him. However, Ling Xiao still hadn't collapsed. He could still drink. However, just like before, he was already half drunk and half sober, as if he could collapse at any time, but also seemed like he could still drink 1 or 2 jugs. This made Situ Nan, who was standing to the side, extremely depressed. His stomach was extremely bloated right now. 2 more pots would be his limit. At that time, he was afraid that before he could get the other party drunk, he would be drunk first. "Nan, brother Nan, why did you stop? Let's continue drinking," Ling Xiao said in a daze. Situ Nin now suspected that Ling Xiao was pretending to be stupid, but looking at Ling Xiao's red face, he felt that it didn't seem like it. However, he didn't dare to continue drinking with Ling Xiao. He waved to the people behind him and said, "You guys come over and drink a few more pots with brother Xiao." Situ Nan's followers immediately came over. They understood Situ Nan's intentions, so they each ordered a pot of wine and wanted to take turns to get Ling Xiao drunk. However, Ling Xiao smiled faintly and waved to Cruel Leopard. "I can't do it anymore. Cruel Leopard, you go up and drink with them. Don't waste brother Nan's good intentions." Situ Nin didn't say anything to stop him. After all, he had a lot of followers and the other party only had 1. He didn't believe that his followers couldn't drink more than 1 person. This time, Situ Nan was even more wrong. As soon as Cruel Leopard came up, he drank pot after pot with his followers. Soon, he drank more than 10 pots by himself, and his expression didn't change at all. On the other hand, his followers all had bitter expressions on their faces. Ling Xiao seemed to be enjoying himself and said, "Brother Nan, your servants can't do it. There are so many of them, but they can't compare to me alone." Situ Nan had always cared about his face. When he heard Ling Xiao's words, he immediately shouted to his followers, "Drink for me. Drink with all your might. If you can't put him down, then you can all die." When the attendants received the order, they shuddered, but they were also full of energy. Each of them took turns to drink with the savage leopard. The tea house waiter broke out in a cold sweat when he saw this. He thought to himself, "This time, the shopkeeper has lost a lot of money. These are all a bunch of freeloading wolves." Cruel Leopard drank 70 pots of wine in a row, but his expression didn't change. From time to time, he would look at Ling Xiao with a look of asking for a reward. On the other hand, 2 or 3 of Situ Nan's followers had already fainted on the ground and vomited wine. There were still 2 or 3 who could barely stand and continue drinking, but their bodies and minds were starting to lose control. Situ Nan's eyes were wide open. He finally realized that he had met a drinking expert. This time, he really lost face. When Cruel Leopard drank the last 2 or 3 of his followers down, Situ Nan was speechless. "Brother Nan, your people really can't do it. How about, let's drink some more?" Ling Xiao said with a sinister smile. Situ Nan looked at Ling Xiao's playful eyes and finally knew that he had been tricked this time. He slammed the table and stood up. He looked coldly at Ling Xiao and said, "We'll drink this wine another day, but, Brother Xiao, you have to let your fiancé warm my bed." "Brother Nan, what are you saying? What does drinking have to do with my fiancé?" Ling Xiao pretended to be stupid. Situ Nanin smiled and said, "Don't play dumb with me. I am a young master of great city. Today, I have taken a fancy to your fiancé and want her to be my maid. What do you think, Brother Xiao?" As he finished speaking, the pressure of a spiritual master pressed down on Ling Xiao. He felt that Ling Xiao was only at the mystic realm. He believed that if he gave him a lesson, he would know what to do. Who knew that his pressure was like soft air and didn't affect Ling Xiao in the slightest. "Brother Nan, are you trying to steal my woman?" Ling Xiao asked in a daze. "Don't make it sound so bad. It's her fortune that I like her. Who in great city doesn't know how powerful I am?" Situ Nan replied. However, he was confused. Could it be that this brat is hiding his strength? Since Brother Nan has spoken, then I have nothing to say. Brothers are like hands and feet. Women are like clothes. If Brother Nan likes her, then take her, Ling Xiao said righteously. Just as the words left his mouth, Yin Mingqi secretly pinched his waist, causing the flesh on his waist to twist into a ball. It was so painful that he wanted to scream out loud. Situ Nan was happy to hear this. He really thought that Ling Xiao knew about the big picture, or that he knew about his reputation as the young master and would obediently hand over the beauty. Miss Mingqi, I'll take you to my family's mansion to play. The scenery there is the best, and the bed is big and comfortable. I'm sure you'll like it. Situ Nan proudly looked at Yun Mingqi and reached out to pull her up. Yun Mingqi was at the king level, but she didn't release her aura. Situ Nan's cultivation was also low, so he naturally couldn't see the depth of her strength. He only thought she was an ordinary woman, which was why he dared to act so boldly. Just as his hand was about to touch her, Yun Mingqi's delicate hand also reached out. But she didn't put her hand on Situ Nan's. Instead, she grabbed his arm and coldly said, "Filthy dog paw." As she cursed, she used a bit of force. Crack! Ah! The ear-piercing sound of bones breaking rang out, followed by a heart-wrenching scream. Situ Nan's arm had been twisted by Yun Mingqi, and he was pushed away, crashing into the chairs and tables. Situ Nan hugged his arm, his face filled with pain. Cold sweat continuously flowed down his forehead. You guys hurry up and get up to face the enemy. Situ Nan yelled at his followers. Unfortunately, his followers were all lying on the ground like drunken pigs, sleeping soundly. They couldn't hear him at all. Ling Xiao laughed as he walked up to Situ Nan and innocently said, "Brother Nan, are you okay? I forgot to tell you, Mengqi is very strong. She didn't hurt you, right?" As Ling Xiao spoke, he forcefully patted Situ Nan's injured arm a few times. Situ Nan let out another shocking scream. "You, get away from me! TSK, TSK, what a useless piece of trash. I gave my woman to you, but you can't even take her away. And you still have a nerve to call yourself the young city, lord of a great city?" Uft. Ling Xiao said with disdain and even spat on Situ Nan's face. He actually dared to touch his woman in front of him. Wasn't that just courting death? Break his third leg and write a few words for him. Hang it in the restaurant as a sign of filial piety. Ling Xiao couldn't be bothered with Situ Nan and said to the savage leopard. Suddenly, Situ Nan gritted his teeth and used his other hand to grab Ling Xiao's neck. It seemed that he still didn't understand that Ling Xiao was pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Before he could grab Ling Xiao lifted his leg and kicked him far away. "You overestimate yourself," Ling Xiao said disdainfully. The savage leopard immediately went over and broke Situ Nan's third leg. His screams almost spread throughout the entire city. Not long after, Situ Nan was naked and hung outside the tea house. There were even a few words written on his body, "Pervert Situ Nan." When Situ Nan was hung out, it immediately attracted the attention of the surrounding people. All of them were pointing and gossiping, and most of them had gloating expressions on their faces. In their hearts, they felt extremely refreshed. Many of them were people from the mayor's mansion. A few Spirit Master level guards came out from the crowd and tried to save Situ Nan. However, before they could even touch anyone, they were shaken to death by a powerful counterforce, vomiting blood. Inside the mayor's mansion, a guard rushed into the house of the city lord in a panic. He continuously cried out, "Not good, Mayor! Not good, Mayor!" Situ Pei was inside the room, having the most intense battle with his third concubine. At the most critical moment, he heard his servant cry out in alarm. His body shivered and his lower body leaked out. The third concubine, who wasn't satisfied, twisted her body and said in a coquettish voice, "I'm going to die. Hurry and get hard for me." The pitiful Situ Pei wailed in his heart. His lower body was already so soft that it couldn't get any softer. He was still able to immediately regain his masculinity. He was already very lucky that he didn't shrink in fear. He angrily jumped off the bed and put on some underwear. Outside the room, he didn't say anything and slapped the guard's head to the ground. Chapter 476. Situ Nan was stripped naked and hung above the tea house. The news was like a plague, quickly spreading to every corner of the city. 2/3 of the people in the city had come to watch, and 1/3 of the people hadn't received the news yet. You pervert Situ to think that you would have such a day. Ha! The heavens really have eyes. He finally met his match. He deserves to die, and the city will have one less disaster. That's right. He has harmed at least 80 women in the past few years. He has angered the heavens and angered the people. Does he really think that he could do whatever he wants just because he is the young master? Shoo! Lower your voices. Many guards are coming over. Who dares to hurt my young master like this? Malu, put him down. An old man rushed over with dozens of people. The old man was actually a high-level king stage cultivator, and there were 3 other king stage cultivators behind him, while the rest were all spirit masters. A low-level king stage cultivator heard the old man's call and nodded. His entire body turned into a fiery shadow as he charged towards Situ Nan. The fiery shadow was about to save Situ Nan, who knew that in the next moment, the fiery shadow would disappear, and Situ Nan would fall from the sky without any warning. The old man furrowed his brows. A mid-level king stage expert behind him shot out and caught the low-level king stage expert. Elder Zhuo, Malu is dead. The middle-level king stage cultivator carried the low-level king stage cultivator back and checked his nostrils, only to find that he was already dead. The old man's expression changed, and he frowned as he shouted, "If you don't want to die, then get out of my way." After he shouted, a powerful aura gathered around him, and waves of spiritual energy gathered around him. The spectators didn't dare to stay, and most of them ran away. Only the rogue cultivators who were at the king stage and above retreated a little further away, still watching the show. A powerful aura formed a strong pressure around them, and a powerful elemental light shot out. If the tea house was touched by it, it would definitely be turned into nothingness. However, everything was beyond his expectations. Just as the attribute light was about a meter away from the tea house, it actually couldn't go any further. The energy seemed to have encountered some invisible chi field. It only shook the tea house a little, but it was actually unable to damage the tea house at all. Everyone was dumbfounded. Now they knew that the person who provoked them in the tea house was definitely a super expert. At the very least, he was an expert at the earthly monarch rank. The old man's face turned the color of a pig's liver, and he no longer dared to act rashly. "Have you informed the city lord?" the old man asked the person beside him. "Yes, they should be here soon," the person beside him replied. Sure enough, at this moment, Situ Pei, draped in a tiger fur coat, walked over on foot. He was somewhat similar to Situ Nan. His aura of a high-level king tier warrior made him look like a tiger. Behind him were a few king stage warriors and a group of spirit master stage warriors. "Greetings, city lord." Everyone in the city lord's mansion bowed and greeted. Situ Pei didn't pay any attention to them and only coldly looked at his son, who was being hung up. His anger soared to the heavens. Who the fuck dares to harm my son? I'll exterminate his entire family. Hurry up and save Nan." Situ Pei roared. The old man from earlier whispered to Situ Pei, "City lord, I think we should invite the old city lord out. There should be an earthly monarch rank expert inside." "What?" Situ Pei's body trembled, and he asked in disbelief, "How could Nanner offend such a person?" There were many experts in the Heavy Sword sect, but they represented the sect and not the city lord's mansion. The strongest person in the city lord's mansion was Situ Pei's father, Situ Shang, who was a low-level earthly monarch. He was the previous generation's old city lord and an inner elder of the sect. This allowed the Situ family to act like a tyrant in Great City, and no one dared to provoke them. "May I know which lord has come to Great City? If my son has offended you in any way, I, Situ Pei, am willing to apologize on his behalf." Situ Pei was also a person who was willing to bow and submit, and he spoke to the tea house in a clear voice. You can apologize on his behalf. Just kowtow a few times in front of everyone and apologize to my fiancé." A disdainful voice came from within the tea house. Why does this voice sound so young? Situ Pei thought to himself in confusion. He had originally thought that it would be someone from the older generation. However, he quickly relaxed. That earthly monarch expert should be that young man's elder. Situ Pei replied with a gloomy expression. "Your request is a bit excessive. I am the grand city, lord of a great city. Aside from elders of my sect, no one else has the qualifications to make me kneel." He paused for a moment before continuing. "If you're tactful, then put my son down so as not to alarm my sect's elders. I'm afraid that at that time, you won't have an easy time either. As the saying goes, it's better to squash enmity than keep it alive. Later, I'll invite you to my city lord mansion to set up a table, and I'll personally toast and apologize. How about it?" Within Great City, there weren't many people who could make Situ Pei lower himself, and he had already lowered himself to a very low position. This could be considered his bottom line. If the other party didn't give him face, then he could only shed all pretense of cordiality. "Are you threatening me?" The voice came out again. "You can think of it that way," Situ Nam replied. "Good, very good. Catch him, and I'll return your son to you," the voice replied. Swish! The sound of wind breaking could be heard as Situ Nam was put down. Situ Pei immediately flew over to catch him. Unfortunately, when he hugged his son, he saw that his son's lower body was covered in blood. How ruthless! After destroying my Situ clan, everyone listened to my orders. Attack the tea house with all your strength. Let them die without a burial. Situ Pei only had this one son, and now that his son's genitals had been crippled, how could he not be angry? All the cultivators of the city lord's mansion received the order, and all of them used their strongest elemental attacks towards the tea house. Rumble. Over 100 spirit masters and nearly 10 king stage cultivators formed a multitude of different colored elemental energies, forming a terrifying attack. With over 100 elemental attacks added together, even an Earth Monarch stage cultivator would have to bear a grudge. The nearby people hid as far away as they could, afraid of being caught in the crossfire. After the smoke dissipated, only a 10-meter wide crater was left in the area around the tea house. The tea house had long since disappeared. If it weren't for the fact that they had controlled the range of their attacks, the destruction would have been even greater. Daring to injure my son, Situ Pei, shouldn't you know what you're doing? Situ Pei looked at the crater and saw that not even the dregs of the people inside had been destroyed. City Lord. A high-stage king-stage cultivator looked in a direction and called out. "What?" "Immediately return to the mansion and treat the young master," Situ Pei replied and turned to leave. They're not dead yet. They're up there." The old man pointed at the sky in shock. Situ Pei was startled and immediately looked up. His expression changed. Ling Xiao, Yin Mengqi, and Savage Leopard were completely fine, and they had disdainful smiles on their faces. "Since you don't know what's good for you, don't blame me." Ling Xiao laughed and then said to Yin Mengqi, "Mengqi, let's go down and warm up. Let's see who has more small fries." "Sure, let me consolidate my strength," Yin Mengqi replied, and a 5th-rank water element sword appeared in her hand. This sword was no longer the original soft-hide sword. Ling Xiao had collected quite a few, and since Yin Mengqi was his woman, he naturally wouldn't mistreat her. Yin Mengqi took the lead and charged towards the people from the city lord's mansion. Ling Xiao wasn't in a rush. He wanted to give Yin Mengqi a bit more battle experience so that she wouldn't be at a disadvantage in the future. What a beautiful woman. No wonder even Nan fell for her. I'll capture her and make her my 4th concubine. She'll also give birth to a son for me. Situ Pei and his son were the same kind of trash. As soon as he saw Yin Mengqi's face, he immediately had other thoughts. He threw his son towards the people beside him, and a fiery spear appeared in his hand. He charged towards Yin Mengqi. "I'll capture you alive and make you my son's wife." Situ Pei roared, the spear in his hand stabbing out countless spear shadows. The flames quickly formed a prairie fire that engulfed Yin Mengqi. Yun Mingqi wasn't afraid, and the sword in her hand released countless splashes of water that extinguished the flames. The two of them began to fight. Several King Stage experts from the City Lord's mansion flew out at the same time, pouncing towards Ling Xiao and the Savage Leopard. You're overestimating yourself. Ling Xiao hadn't even made a move, but the Savage Leopard had. With him at the center, a sea of blood condensed, as if there were countless ghosts and vengeful spirits struggling and crying. Seeing this scene, it was like going to hell, making people feel endless fear. The King Stage experts that fell into the Savage Leopard's small world were surrounded by countless ghosts and vengeful spirits. They were quickly squeezed into a pool of blood and disappeared from the world. When the spirit masters from the City Lord's mansion saw this scene, not a single one of them didn't feel fear. They had seen quite a few vicious people, but this was the first time they had seen such a cruel and disgusting killing god. They could only feel their internal organs churning, and they vomited out everything they had eaten today. Seriously, why are you stealing my small fish? Ling Xiao said, a bit bored. At the same time, it was the first time he had seen the Savage Leopard's small world. This was very similar to his bloodthirsty personality. No wonder he was called the Demon Emperor before. His small world was like purgatory, making people feel extremely horrified. The Savage Leopard revealed a fawning smile and said, "Young master, these small fish don't need to dirty your hands. It's fine as long as I'm here." After he finished speaking, he looked down at the city Lord martial artists below. Those martial artists shivered, and one of them couldn't bear the pressure from the Savage Leopard and shouted, "Hey, he's a demon, run." After shouting, he immediately turned and ran. With someone taking the lead, the others didn't dare to stay, and they all ran away without a trace. On the other side, Situ Pei also felt the powerful pressure released by the Savage Leopard, and was slashed by Yun Mingqi's sword. He screamed and didn't dare to continue fighting, so he turned and ran. "Where do you think you're going?" Yun Mingqi chased after him. Ling Xiao and the Savage Leopard didn't stop her, and they followed from behind. Situ Pei returned to the sky above the City Lord's mansion and hurriedly shouted, "Father, save me." His voice reverberated throughout the City Lord's mansion. Soon after, an old voice rang out, "Who dares to hurt my son?" Chapter 477. Situ Shang was already 250 years old. However, reaching the Earth's sovereign realm at such a young age wasn't considered weak in the northwestern Tenbin region. When he was young, he and his son and grandson were the same kind of people, falling in love with all kinds of women. He only stopped when he was over 100 years old and had Situ Pei with his current wife. Situ Pei also only had Situ Nan when he was 70 or 80 years old. 3 generations of single sons, the age gap was very large. It wasn't easy to have children at such an old age, so Situ Shang doted on both his son and grandson. When he heard his son's cry for help, he immediately rushed out of seclusion. Yun Mingqi knew that the person in front of her was an expert and didn't dare to challenge him. Instead, she retreated to Ling Xiao and Savage Leopard's side. "Pei-er, are you all right?" Situ Shang asked Situ Pei with a frown. His heart ached when he saw his son's blood-stained body. Situ Nan sorrowfully said, "Father, I'm fine. It's just that, Nan, he was killed by them." "What?" Situ Shang roared and then shifted his gaze to Ling Xiao's group. "Damned bastards! How dare they kill off the descendants of my Situ clan? I'll make sure you all die a horrible death. Old man, you're just a low-level Earth sovereign, and yet you dare to be so arrogant. If it wasn't for your grandson flirting with my fiancée, I wouldn't be so ruthless, right?" He asked for it. Ling Xiao stood in front of Yun Mingqi and cursed. At the same time, he sent a transmission to Savage Leopard, telling him not to attack. He had always adhered to the principle of using battle to nurture battle. It wasn't difficult for him to kill Situ Shang, but if he really wanted to fight, he would have to pay a price. He was prepared to fight Situ Shang as a warm-up before he killed his way to the Heavy Sword Gate. "Brat, watch me dismember your corpse." Situ Shang cursed, and a ball of fire instantly shot into the sky. He pointed his finger, and spiritual energy condensed into several flaming spears that shot towards Ling Xiao. "Xiao, watch out!" Yin Mingqi couldn't help but cry out. Although she believed in Ling Xiao's strength, she couldn't help but worry in her heart. This was probably because she loved him too deeply. She was afraid that Ling Xiao would suffer even the slightest bit of pain. "A person of this level isn't worthy of me being careful," Ling Xiao said confidently. His body was gradually covered in a thick layer of golden scales, and two balls of blue flames appeared in his hands. Just as the flaming spear shadow was about to reach him, he raised both of his palms, and countless blue palm shadows greeted it. The fire shadow spear and the blue palm shadow clashed, causing beautiful sparks to bloom in the air. The formation of the fire shadow spear was much denser than the palm shadows. Many of them broke through the palm shadows and stabbed towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's body was pierced by the shadow fire spear. Just as Situ Shang was feeling pleased with himself, he felt a gust of wind at the back of his head. Without a second thought, he turned around and threw a punch at him. Ling Xiao hadn't expected Situ Shang to react so quickly, so he had no choice but to meet his opponent head-on. Bang bang. The two quickly separated. Situ Shang had only taken 2 steps back, but Ling Xiao had been pushed back several meters. The difference in strength between the two was obvious at a glance. However, Situ Shang was inwardly shocked. "You're only a mid-stage king, but you're actually able to take my attack head-on without getting injured?" Ling Xiao's perlicue was a little numb, but his battle intent had grown even stronger. The image of a golden dragon soared into the sky, its roar echoing endlessly. His battle intent surged, and his blood began to boil even faster. His strength was rising steadily. It wasn't an increase in his cultivation, but the powerful energy he was emitting had surpassed the strength of a king, and he was now comparable to a low-stage Earth Emperor. This was the abnormal battle intent brought about by the ancient emperor's divine art, and it was the best state for battle. Ling Xiao cultivated all 5 elements, and his battle prowess was several times stronger than an ordinary mid-stage king. Now that he had the powerful battle intent of the ancient emperor's divine art, he was even more powerful. Situ Shang, who wasn't far away, was astonished. He actually had the urge to bow down and worship Ling Xiao. What kind of technique is this? It can actually produce such a phenomenon. Situ Shang muttered, restraining his impulse. Sensing Ling Xiao's strength, Situ Pei cried out in shock, "Father, hurry! Hurry up and get rid of him." In fact, there was no need for Situ Pei to urge him. A fiery spear had already appeared in Situ Shang's hand, and he stabbed it towards Ling Xiao. This time, Ling Xiao didn't plan to use his weapon to fight Situ Shang head-on. Instead, he used a 5th-grade sword to fight Situ Shang. Ling Xiao only wanted to test if he could suppress a low-stage Earth Emperor with his strength alone. Otherwise, he could have used heavenly fire or mental energy to kill Situ Shang in a miraculous manner. The earth-shattering battle collided in the City Lord's mansion, creating a powerful blaze. Everyone in the City Lord's mansion was scared out of their wits. The more Situ Nen watched, the more shocked he became. The young man in front of him was only in his early 20s, but he was actually able to fight on par with his father. Moreover, he was only at the middle stage of the king's stage. This was simply too inconceivable. Yun Mingqi, who was not far away, cast an infatuated look at Ling Xiao. Back then, the profound realm expert that they could bully at will had already thrown them far behind him. She didn't feel unhappy at all. Instead, she felt proud and happy for him. This was the man she had her eyes on, a super outstanding man. Savage Leopard took the opportunity to respectfully say to Yun Mingqi, "Young mistress, young master is really amazing." When Yun Mingqi heard the words young mistress, her face turned red and she said in a tender voice, "Who's your young mistress?" Seriously. Although she said this, she liked Savage Leopard calling her that in her heart. Although Savage Leopard wasn't a romantic person, he had thousands of years of life experience, so he could naturally tell that Yun Mingqi wasn't speaking the truth. Thus, he changed his tone and said, Yes, yes, Savage Leopard misspoke. He should have called you young mistress. Savage Leopard, the devil emperor who had once dominated an area, was tempted by Ling Xiao's saber technique to the point of throwing caution to the wind. These days, he had been trying to curry favor with Ling Xiao, but Ling Xiao had always ignored him. Thus, he turned to curry favor with Yun Mingqi. After all, Yun Mingqi was his young master's favorite. If he could win Yun Mingqi's favor, maybe his young master would be happy, recover his spirit, and reward him with a move. Not far away, the two had already fought for no less than 500 rounds. The more Ling Xiao fought, the more valiant he became, and the three tyrant styles were being displayed to the fullest by him. Sidu Shang, on the other hand, became more and more shocked. He never thought that a middle-stage king-stage expert could fight with him for so long, and he didn't even seem to feel tired. He was like an invincible war god. I can't go on like this. Sidu Shang knew that if this continued, he would definitely be exhausted to death. He shook off Ling Xiao, and then quickly pulled away from Ling Xiao. The spear in his hand turned into a wheel of wind and fire's spiritual energy continuously surged over. Are you going to fight with your life on the line? Ling Xiao smiled faintly and also began to gather energy. With him as the center, the fire's spiritual energy also surged over like swallows returning to their nest. After a while, two intense seas of fire formed in the air. The people from the city lord's mansion couldn't stand the frighteningly high temperature and began to scatter in all directions. Invincible wheel of fire. Situ Shang was the first to attack, and his spear shot out a huge wheel of fire. The wheel of fire was as tall as a mountain, and its power was definitely frighteningly strong. Ling Xiao also attacked. Limitless Cloud Tyrant. Ling Xiao used all of his spiritual energy and used the ultimate move of the Tyrant style. This move was a combination of the first three moves of the Tyrant style, Sword Mark, Sword Cloud, and Sword Meteor. It combined the essence of the first three moves and evolved into an endless realm outside of the Sword Dao, which was called Limitless. Ling Xiao had once watched Long Tao Jiang in the Dragon Pavilion of the Dragon Sea Pavilion and was fortunate enough to enter the realm of oneness of heaven and man. Now he could use this domineering move with the help of his comprehension at that time. Countless sword energy crisscrossed, like overbearing sword marks, like flowing clouds, or like fast meteors. This move shocked the world and made the gods weep. Even Cruel Leopard, who was not far away, couldn't help but exclaim, "What a powerful sword move." This time, he wasn't being respectful, but truly felt it from the bottom of his heart. The fire sword energy collided with the wheel of fire. Countless red sparks flew in all directions. The houses below were quickly ignited, forming a thick sea of fire. The low-level martial artists who didn't have time to dodge were splashed by the sparks and immediately died. In the end, the fire elemental sword Aura still managed to break the huge wheel of fire. Specks of sharp sword Aura swept towards Sidu Shang. Sidu Shang was shocked and wanted to retreat, but unfortunately, he had consumed too much spiritual energy, and his reaction was too slow. The sword energy came too fast, and, in the end, his body was torn apart. Situ Shang's body was wounded in many places, and blood flowed out wildly. He exhausted the last bit of his spiritual energy to escape the fate of being killed by the sword energy. He fled to his son Situ Pei's side, grabbed his son's hand, and ran. "You want to leave? Don't even think about it." Cruel Leopard instantly locked onto the two of them, making them unable to move. Sidu Shang was shocked, and cold sweat immediately appeared on his face. He exclaimed in a low voice, "What a powerful aura! Could it be a high-level Earth Emperor?" Ling Xiao walked over, and although his face was a bit pale, his surging battle intent hadn't diminished. Situ Shang's expression was unsightly as he said, "Do you really want to kill me? I'm an elder of the Heavy Sword sect. If you kill me, my sect will chase you to the ends of the earth to kill you." "Haha, of course I know you're from the Heavy Sword sect," Ling Xiao said with a smile. "That's good. As long as you let us go, we'll let bygones be bygones." How about it? Xianxia let out a light sigh. He thought that the other party wouldn't dare kill them on account of their sect. Let bygones be bygones. I'm the one who broke your grandson's third leg. Ling Xiao retracted his aura and smiled. Then he can only blame himself for being blind and offending you. His death won't be regretted. For the sake of survival, Xianxia could even disregard his crippled grandson, not to mention that he was already dead. Haha, that seems to make some sense. Ling Xiao laughed, but in his heart he was disgusted by Xianxia's cold and emotionless methods. But I still can't let you go, Ling Xiao said. Why? We don't have any deep enmity. Aren't you afraid that my sect will hunt you down? Xianxia shouted. It seems that you still don't understand the situation. I'm just about to kill my way into your sect. Ling Xiao wiped his sharp eyes. At the same time, two blue flames shot out from his hands towards the father and son duo. They had been locked onto by the aura of Cruel Leopard and had no way of dodging. The result was obvious. Chapter 478. The Heavy Sword School wasn't too far from the great city. The experts of the Heavy Sword School had naturally sensed the fierce battle that had taken place there. The Heavy Sword School's sect master, Luo Chaoquan, and a group of elders had gathered together. Luo Chaoquan was already a low-level Earth Emperor. Among the elders, 2 were low-level Earth Emperors, and 6 were high-level King Realm experts. The current generation of elders was much stronger than the second-generation elders of the 8th grade sects. They were almost as strong as the previous generation elders of the 8th grade sects. There is only one difference between the 7th and 8th grade sects, but the difference in strength was huge. Luo Chaoquan narrowed his eyes and shouted from his seat, "Who is so bold as to cause trouble in the great city?" Both of his sons had died prematurely in the past year, which was a great blow to his spirit. He seemed to have aged a lot in an instant, and his temper had become even more fiery. A low-level Earth Emperor replied, "Such a powerful aura. One should be Junior Situ, and the other is unfamiliar. It should be an outsider. It's hard to determine his strength from the intensity of his aura. He doesn't seem to be an Earth Emperor, but he has the energy of an Earth Emperor. It's a little strange." Another low-level Earth Emperor nodded and replied, "Indeed, but I clearly felt a very strong aura flash by just now. Could it be that someone really wants to bully us? No matter who it is, if they dare to cause trouble in the great city, then they can die," Luo Chaoquan said coldly. Following that, he said, "Second Elder, Fourth Elder, the few of you go and support Fifth Elder. Kill Wu Hao." "Yes, Sect Master." The elders who had been called out responded and flew out of the Heavy Sword School to the great city Lord's Mansion. Not long after the elders of the Heavy Sword School left, Luo Wudi and Venerable Yin arrived in the conference hall. "Greetings, Ancestor, Lady Yin." The remaining people in the hall respectfully greeted the newcomers. Luo Wudi nodded and then asked Luo Chaoquan, "Did you send someone out just now?" "Yes, Ancestor. There should be some people causing trouble in Zhong City. I've sent second brother and fifth brother over. They should be able to resolve it," replied Luo Chaoquan. "Big Sister Yin, it looks like I'll have to wait a day before I can accompany you to the Purple Sky sect. I have to rush over to see if there really are any powerful enemies." Luo Wudi ignored Luo Chaoquan and spoke to Yinzun. "It's fine. Since we have nothing better to do anyway, why don't I go with you to take a look? That person is probably only at a low level, so it won't take long," Venerable Yin replied. Just as the two of them were about to leave, Luo Chao asked in confusion, "Ancestor, the other party's strength is only at the low-level Earth Sovereign Realm. How can they invite the two of you? Aren't you giving them too much face?" Luo Wudi turned around and scolded, "If it was a low-level Earth Sovereign, do you think we would go personally? Brainless guy." With that, he ignored Luo Chaoquan, who had an unnatural expression on his face, and flew towards the city with Reverendine. Luo Chaoquan thought to himself, "Could it be that another celestial venerable has descended? Damn, are there really so many celestial venerables in this world?" After Ling Xiao, Yin Mengqi, and Savage Leopard dealt with Sidu Shang, they were not in a hurry to leave. They had already sensed a strong aura from the Chongjian sect and rushed over. This was exactly what Ling Xiao wanted. He took the opportunity to recover his spiritual energy. Later, he would be able to kill the people from the Chongjian sect in batches, saving him a lot of trouble. Ling Xiao's ancient Emperor Divine technique had not improved, but he had already undergone the baptism of the dragon blood. His divine technique had been restored, and his power had increased by several times. His recovery speed was also much more abnormal than before. Moreover, he had the 30% returning qi. With both of them working together, he could quickly replenish the spiritual energy he had consumed. When the people from the Chongjian sect arrived, Ling Xiao's spiritual energy had recovered to the 10th level. Second senior brother, junior brother Situ's aura has disappeared. One of the low-level Earth sovereigns said to the other when the people from the Chongjian sect arrived above the city lord's mansion. The group of people looked at the flames below the city lord's mansion, and all of their expressions became solemn. The second elder of the Chongjian sect replied, "Put out the fire first, in case it spreads further." As soon as he finished speaking, two water attribute elders behind him condensed water attribute spiritual qi and blasted it towards the burning houses. Second senior brother, they're over there. The elder who had just spoken pointed in a direction. "I know. You guys are bold enough to commit murder and arson without running away. Come, let's go and let them know that this is our heavy sword sect's territory. Only death awaits them if they dare to cause trouble here." The second elder's eyes shone with a ferocious light as he rushed towards Ling Xiao's group. The elder quickly warned, "Second senior brother, don't be careless. The other party was able to kill junior brother Sidu, so their strength must be extraordinary. We should be careful. Don't worry. One is a high-level king, one is a mid-level king, and the other is likely to have fought with junior brother Sidu. Both sides were injured, so it's not worth mentioning," the second elder replied confidently. When the group arrived at the front, Ling Xiao and the other two were already waiting for them. The people from the Chongjian sect looked at the smiling young man and were somewhat astonished. Are they sick? They actually didn't escape? They all thought to themselves. After all, the strength of Ling Xiao's group was far inferior to theirs. But the other party hadn't escaped and was instead laughing. This made them feel very puzzled. "Did you kill my junior brother Situ?" the second elder coldly asked, and the aura of an earthly emperor pressed down on Ling Xiao's group. "Savage Leopard, protect my wife. I'll kill to my heart's content." Ling Xiao smiled excitedly and shouted. Golden light began to flash, and he was like a dragon soaring into the sky. He took the lead and rushed toward the second elder of the heavy sword school. This time, he didn't plan on playing around. He had to kill these people as quickly as possible. That was because the big shots from the Chongjian sect were about to arrive. He had to deal with these small fries first before he could properly deal with the final battle. Overconfident little bastard. The second elder of the Chongjian sect was full of disdain when he saw that Ling Xiao was only a mid-stage king-stage cultivator, and yet he dared to challenge him. Then he circulated his qi and struck out with 50% of his strength. He felt that it was really meaningless to deal with such a small fry. Ling Xiao's eyes were also filled with disdain as he looked at the palm. He made a shocking move. He actually threw away the ice and fire sword in his hand, condensed a golden fist, and punched out. Rumble. Ling Xiao broke the palm shadow with a single punch. The second elder of the Chongjian sect was surprised. You have some ability. Old man, you can't do it." After breaking the palm shadow, Ling Xiao didn't take the opportunity to attack. Instead, he pointed his middle finger at the second elder and spoke with disdain. The second elder was instantly enraged. He had never been provoked like this before. Even an opponent at the same level wouldn't dare to look down on him like this. How could a mere king-stage cultivator be so arrogant? "Little bastard, if you want to die early, I will fulfill your wish." The second elder was furious. He roared and struck out with another palm shadow. This palm shadow was 2 or 3 times more powerful than the previous one, and it pressed down on Ling Xiao like a huge wall. This time, Ling Xiao didn't choose to meet force with force. He decisively fled. "Little bastard, aren't you very powerful? Let's see how you can escape." The second elder sneered and tried to imprison Ling Xiao with the pressure of an earthly sovereign. Ling Xiao wiped away an imperceptible sneer, and his body stopped moving. It seemed that he had really been imprisoned. The huge palm shadow directly collided with him. Seeing that Ling Xiao was about to be killed by the palm, the second elder's face was full of disdain. He didn't know that at this moment, a sword shadow was flying toward him at an extremely fast speed. The sword shadow was like a shooting star, as fast as lightning, and as powerful as thunder. The second elder's attention was completely focused on the front. He wanted to see Ling Xiao being smashed into pieces, and the other two being besieged and killed by his companions. All the opponents were within his field of vision, and he didn't think that someone would sneak up on him. An ordinary sneak attacker could capture the opponent's aura, and thus make the fastest defense. Unfortunately, the sneak attacker wasn't a person, but a sword that had been thrown away. The sword had no aura, only sharp killing intent. When the second elder sensed the warning signs, he didn't hesitate to turn around and strike out with his palm. However, the Ice and Fire Sword was an advanced 7th stage spiritual weapon, which was infinitely close to a sage weapon. The Ice and Fire Sword directly pierced through the second elder's palm, and then through his chest. The second elder stared at the bloodstains on his chest, and murmured, This can't." Before he could finish his words, he fell heavily from the sky. Without his control, the giant palm he had struck out also disappeared. "You really can't do it." Ling Xiao looked at the falling second elder and said disdainfully. Then he turned his gaze to Yunmingqi. He saw that she was fighting with a high-ranked King Stage cultivator, and the two of them were locked in a fierce battle. However, Ling Xiao could see that Yunmingqi was at a disadvantage and could be injured at any time. If it was him, he would have 8 ways to kill that high-ranked King Stage cultivator. "It seems that I have to teach her a good lesson," Ling Xiao murmured. On the other side, Cruel Leopard had taken several elders of the Heavy Sword sect into his small square world and was brutally killing them. At this time, Ling Xiao sensed 2 powerful energies rushing over at full speed and should arrive in 2 or 3 breaths. Cruel Leopard quickly finished dealing with them. "The main character is coming," Ling Xiao shouted, and then he fully activated the wind attribute, arrived next to the person fighting Yunmingqi, and raised his sword. That high-ranked King Stage cultivator was instantly cut in half. Cruel Leopard didn't say anything and killed everyone in the purgatory of the small square world. Only the blood dripped to the ground like rain. "Damn juniors, how dare you kill my Heavy Sword sect's people?" Luo Wudi and Yin Zun finally arrived. Luo Wudi glared at Ling Xiao's group with a face full of anger. He was still a step too late. He didn't think that the other party would kill all the juniors of his sect so quickly. Right now, his heart was bleeding. Their Heavy Sword sect had been established in the Northwest for many years, and their foundation was growing day by day. There was a high chance that they would one day surpass the Charm sect and catch up to the Light Star Hall. However, recently, they had continuously lost experts of their sect, and as an ancestor, he felt extremely sullen. Today, no matter what, he must sacrifice the blood of these 3 people to the souls of their Heavy Sword sect. Chapter 479. Ever since the founding of the Heavy Sword sect, their first-generation Empyrean Patriarch had established their reputation as a major sect in the Northwest. Other than the slight friction with the Light Star Hall and the Charm sect, almost no one dared to provoke their dignity. Those who had offended their Heavy Sword sect had basically all gone to hell. It was also because of the Heavy Sword sect's influence that the people in their sect were all extremely arrogant, despotic, and extremely arrogant. Of the 3 great 7th-rank sects, only their Heavy Sword sect was too arrogant. The number 1 sect, the Light Star Hall, had always been the most mysterious, and the Charm sect had always only recruited female disciples. Now that thousands of years had passed, their heavy sword sect had finally provoked trouble that they shouldn't have. Luo Wudi might not be invincible, but in the northwest, he believed that even the old fogies of the Lightstar Hall and the Charm sect might not be able to defeat him. Therefore, he could be considered one of the top few people in the northwest. In his eyes, Ling Xiao and Yun Mingqi were just ants. Only the savage leopard was worthy of his attention. If it was a young, peak, low-level Empyrean, this was simply unbelievable. Even Venerable Een, who was at the side, found it hard to believe. They were all consoling themselves, thinking maybe this guy took some rare treasure that could rejuvenate his youth, which is why he became like this. There were all sorts of strange things on the continent, and there were still rare treasures that could rejuvenate people. In many of the great powers of the central region, there were some old monsters that were over 1,000 years old, but they had the faces of young people. Most of these people had consumed rare treasures that could rejuvenate one's youth. Therefore, they were also wondering if the savage leopard was this kind of person. However, none of this mattered anymore. Although the savage leopard was a peak, low-level Empyrean, it was not much of a threat in Luo Wudi's eyes. He had just advanced to the middle stage of the Empyrean realm, so he knew that the difference in strength between each stage was an insurmountable chasm. It was simply a fantasy for the other party to want to kill someone of a higher level. Young Master, one of them is a middle-stage Empyrean, and the other is a high-stage Empyrean. The savage leopard used its powerful perception to immediately determine the true level of the two Empyreans in front of it. When Ling Xiao heard this, his body trembled, and his face revealed a serious expression. Before he left, he had already understood the rough division of the sect's resources. An 8th-grade sect must have at least 5 earthly sovereign stage cultivators and 20 monarch stage cultivators. Moreover, the sect must have at least 5,000 members to be considered an 8th-grade sect. As for a 7th-grade sect, it must have at least 1 heavenly venerable stage cultivator, 10 earthly sovereign stage cultivators, 50 monarch stage cultivators, and at least 10,000 members. Ling Xiao had previously killed 2 half-venerable realm experts from the Heavy Sword sect. He felt that the Heavy Sword sect should have at least 2 Empyrean realm experts. However, in his mind, there were only 2 low-level heavenly venerables, or a mid-level heavenly venerate and a low-level heavenly venerate. However, the 2 people in front of him had exceeded his expectations. He had guessed correctly that there were 2 Empyreans. However, of the 2 Empyreans in front of him, one was a mid-level Empyrean and the other was a high-level Empyrean. This was far from what he had expected. Although the savage leopard beside him was an Empyrean, it was already pretty good that it could barely hold back a mid-level Empyrean. As for his blue flood dragon, it was comparable to a high-level Empyrean and could fight against a high-level Empyrean. But in such a situation, what right did he have to kill his way into the Heavy Sword sect? For a moment, Ling Xiao didn't know what to do. Do you want to commit suicide, or do you want me to do it? Luo Wudi clenched his fists. In his eyes, the 3 people in front of him were already dead. Young Master, do you want to do it? That person is just a newly advanced mid-level Empyrean. If I really go all out, I can kill him, but I might have to pay a high price. The savage leopard transmitted to Ling Xiao. I'll use the little dragon to hold off that high-level Empyrean. You and I will work together to kill that mid-level Empyrean. Ling Xiao made his decision. Since the plan couldn't keep up with the changes, he could only adapt. Meng Qi, take care of yourself. Little dragon, come out for me. Ling Xiao reminded Yun Mingqi and immediately summoned the blue flood dragon. You don't know what's good for you, and you still dare to struggle pointlessly? Luo Wudi coldly said. With him at the center, the illusion of a stone mountain appeared. The stone pillars were as sharp as swords, forming a small world. Wait, that's a rank 6 flood dragon. Venerable Een immediately called out when she saw that Luo Wudi was about to attack. Luo Wudi looked at the blue flood dragon, and his pupils shrank. He couldn't believe it. There's actually such a high-level protective spirit beast. No wonder you're so arrogant. First, ask clearly before you act. If you provoke someone you shouldn't provoke, your sect will come to an end, Venerable Een reminded. Reverend Een had come from the Middle Region and had seen many things. Only the younger generation of some large sects and forces could possess such powerful protective spiritual beasts. Moreover, this pair of Golden Boy and Jade Girl even had a Sky Honorable Rank servant by their side. She wondered if the three people in front of her had come from the Middle Region, just like her. After being reminded by Venerable Een, Luo Wudi restrained his anger and asked faintly, "Who exactly are you people? Why did you kill my Heavy Sword Sect's disciples?" In the northwest, only the Radiant Star Hall and the Charm Sect had Empyreans. He knew those two old farts. This young Empyrean in front of him couldn't possibly be them. Thus, he had the same suspicions as Venerable Een. Could it be someone from the Central Region? Ling Xiao smiled arrogantly. He didn't answer and instead asked, "You're that old fart from the Heavy Sword Sect?" The arrow was already knocked on the bowstring, and he had no choice but to release it. "You're courting death." How could Luo Wudi swallow this insult when a junior called him that? He had been famous in the Northwest for hundreds of years. Even the other two old farts wouldn't dare to be so rude to him. Just as Luo Wudi was about to attack, Venerable Een blocked his way. She glanced at Ling Xiao and then at Yun Mingqi. "I'm from the Darkwater Sect." "Where are you from?" Ling Xiao asked curiously. "Darkwater Sect? I've never heard of it." "Grandma, since you're not with him, then move aside. We're just looking for trouble." "Grandma?" Venerable Yin's gaze turned cold when she heard Ling Xiao call her grandma. However, she didn't act out and asked, "You really don't know of the Darkwater Sect's existence?" "Yang Water Sect and Blackwater Sect. I've heard of them, but not the Darkwater Sect." Ling Xiao replied. "Brat, didn't your family tell you that a loose tongue can cause trouble?" Venerable Yin's expression turned cold when she saw how crafty Ling Xiao's words were. "So what? If you want to fight, then let's fight," Ling Xiao lazily said. He patted the blue flood dragon's head and said, "Little dragon, savage leopard, come out." Ling Xiao didn't plan on using tiger skin. Taking advantage of the moment when the other side relaxed, he immediately shouted. The blue flood dragon's roar filled the air as savage leopard approached Luo Wudi with ghostly steps. Venerable Een and Luo Wudi didn't think that this brat in front of them didn't know the immensity of the heavens and earth. They were both famous figures for many years, and their reactions were faster than ordinary people. In an instant, they released their small world. Ling Xiao jumped down from the blue flood dragon and pulled Yun Mingqi far away. He looked like a coward who was pretending to be a hero. It was extremely comical. Yun Mingqi had thought that Ling Xiao would fight like before. She hadn't expected him to run away. She was extremely unhappy. "Xiao, how can we just ignore them and run away?" Yun Mingqi didn't understand. "We're not running away. We're just trying to mislead them," said Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao and Yun Mingqi moved far away before stopping. Not far away in the sky, terrifying sounds of battle could be heard. The powerful shockwaves from the battle seemed to want to shake a part of the world. Everyone in the city was in danger, afraid of being affected by the shockwaves. "All right, Mingqi, take care of yourself. Once we kill those two old fellows, I'll come back to find you," said Ling Xiao. "Xiao, you really want to go back?" asked Yun Mingqi worriedly. Just now, she had almost misunderstood that Ling Xiao was running away. Now that she heard Ling Xiao was going back, she was extremely worried. It had to be known that this was a battle between Empyreans. Even Earth sovereigns didn't dare get close. If they were affected, they would lose their lives. "Of course I'm going back. Your husband is an indomitable and heroic man. If I say I'm going to destroy the Chong Sword School, then I will. No one could stop me," Ling Xiao said arrogantly, and then he flew back to where he came from. Yun Mingqi stared at the figure that was as agile as a leopard, her heart filled with a deep sense of pride. "Xiao, you have to live. Otherwise, I'll definitely go with you," said Yun Mingqi resolutely. Ling Xiao quickly arrived below the battle between the Blue Flood Dragon and Venerable Een. He found that Venerable Een wasn't at a disadvantage against the Blue Flood Dragon. She was at least at the peak of the Exalt realm. He then turned his attention to the battle between Savage Leopard and Luo Wudi. Savage Leopard could actually fight to a draw with Luo Wuti. His Blood Sea Purgatory world gave Luo Wuti goosebumps. If not for the fact that he had just become a mid-level heavenly venerate and his small universe had been strengthened, he would have been swallowed by that terrifying Blood Sea. Originally, Savage Leopard wouldn't have been in too much danger. Even if it couldn't win, it could still escape. But after Luo Wuti summoned his spirit beast, Savage Leopard's situation turned for the worse. Luo Wuti's spirit beast was the same as Luo Baishan's spirit beast that Ling Xiao had killed. It was a yellow dipper lion. But this yellow dipper lion was much fiercer than the previous one, and its physique was much more majestic. Is it a male and a female? Ling Xiao couldn't help but wonder. In fact, Ling Xiao's guess was correct. The previous yellow dipper lion was indeed a male and a female. Both had been subdued by Luo Wuti when he was young. Later, he gave the female yellow dipper lion to his descendant, Luo Batian. Ling Xiao didn't have time to study the gender of the yellow dipper lion. He sat down cross-legged and began to gather the mental force in his sea of consciousness. Chapter 480. Ling Xiao's spiritual sea had already liquefied, and the condensed spiritual force had formed a small pool of milky white liquid, shining brightly, vast, and pure. Usually, when he was free, apart from cultivating, he would spend most of his time practicing the soul-controlling spell and accumulating spiritual liquid. It could be said that he had already mastered the first stage of the soul-controlling spell. The battle of the venerable level did not allow others to easily participate, and Ling Xiao did not have the qualifications to force himself to participate. He was only at the mid-stage king level. Even if his combat strength was comparable to a low-stage Earth Emperor, in front of a heavenly venerable, he was just an ant. Once he was affected by a heavenly venerable's small square world, even the defense of the ancient Emperor Divine technique would not be able to protect his life. In the face of absolute power, all external things were useless. Ling Xiao was not arrogant enough to say that he could fight against a heavenly venerable. Now that the situation was urgent, he had to kill Luo Wuti. Anyone who reached the Earth Emperor level would have their soul power greatly increased, and their soul would develop a certain level of defense. Then when they reached the heavenly venerable level, their soul power would be even more extraordinary. When Ling Xiao had killed the peak Earth Emperor powerhouse in the Purple Sky sect, he had only been able to stun him for a moment by using his spiritual force attack. But to deal with the current mid-level Empyrean, he had to use his full spiritual force. As the spiritual force condensed, Ling Xiao's expression became increasingly pale, and his forehead was covered with layers of sweat. Up in the sky, Savage Leopard had already taken out the blood-devouring demon saber. This saber that he had followed all his life had formed a flesh and blood relationship with him. When he advanced to the heavenly venerable level, the demonic saber had also advanced to become a low-level spiritual weapon. In the sea of blood, he was like a Yama king who controlled life and death, waving the demonic saber and smashing the stone swords that came charging at him. However, he could deal with Luo Wuti's stone sword attack, but he could not withstand the terrifying lion roar of the astral yellow lion, which shook him until blood flowed out of his 7 orifices. "Humph, you dare to offend my heavy sword sect? Today will be the day you die." Luo Wuti snorted proudly, but in his heart, he was glad that Venerable Een was on his side. Otherwise, they would not be able to handle that high-stage, 6th-stage flood dragon. Luo Wuti was full of energy. The stone sword above his small universe kept stabbing out, stirring up the sea of blood on the other side. The astral yellow lion seemed to be cheering for Luo Wuti from the side. Waves of sound waves roared at the Savage Leopard. Savage Leopard's face looked extremely sinister and frightening, but his fighting spirit did not diminish in the slightest. He laughed wildly and said, "With just your little strength, you want to take my life? It's still too early." As his laughter faded away, an ancient lamp was shot out by him. The ancient lamp exuded a strange light. At the same time, It was accompanied by waves of corrosive wind, causing people to feel fear. Following that, formless, resentful spirits emerged from the ancient lamp. The resentful spirits let out a series of whistling sounds as they bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they pounced towards Luo Wuti. What the hell is this? Luo Wuti asked in surprise. When the formless, resentful spirits pounced over, Luo Wuti sensed danger. He did not dare to be careless and quickly covered himself with his attribute light. At the same time, he relied on his senses to continuously kill the countless resentful spirits. Without Luo Wuti's attack, the savage leopard could finally heave a sigh of relief. He consumed a few medicinal pills and raised the blood-devouring demon saber as he charged towards the astral yellow lion. The astral yellow lion was a peak mid-tier 6th-rank spirit beast. Not only did it know how to use sound waves to attack, it also knew how to use earth elemental attacks. Furthermore, its strong body could be used as a weapon to attack, and its power was comparable to that of an ordinary spirit weapon. When it saw the savage leopard charging over, its huge body went up to meet it. Its speed was also astonishing. The savage leopard took light steps around the astral yellow lion, and its blade landed on the astral yellow lion's body. The astral yellow lion's powerful divine light withstood the saber attack. It did not suffer much damage, but instead, it aroused its ferocious nature. With a leap, its front claws pounced towards the savage leopard. The savage leopard's reaction was also extremely fast, and it narrowly avoided the attack. One man and one beast fought fiercely. Luo Wuti was tired of dealing with those formless, resentful spirits, and could not spare any attention to kill the savage leopard. On the other side, the blue flood dragon was also trying to injure Supremacy Een, but the other party seemed to have some amazing means. Every time, she could use the spirit weapon in her hand to avert danger. Even so, the blue flood dragon's Tenbin divine ability made her somewhat unable to withstand it. However, Supremacy Een had not used all her trump cards yet. A martial artist of her level would definitely have a protective spirit beast. Once she summoned her protective spirit beast, the blue flood dragon would not be so relaxed. Below them, Ling Xiao finally condensed the most concentrated and powerful spiritual power he had ever had. The spiritual power slowly emerged from his sea of consciousness. At this moment, Luo Wuti threw out a profound level weapon, knocking the ancient lamp away. The ancient lamp lost control, and no more resentful spirits flew out. Luo Wuti just happened to destroy the remaining resentful spirits one by one. Ling Xiao seized the last opportunity, and he shouted, "Limitless Cloud Tyrant, go for me!" The spiritual power condensed into the fourth move of the Tyrant style, Limitless Cloud Tyrant, and blasted towards Luo Wuti. The attack was formless and shadowless, making it hard for people to see or sense it clearly. Luo Wuti had just heaved a sigh of relief when he heard Ling Xiao scream below. He looked down, and his eyes were filled with strong disdain. "Little bastard, later on, I'll make you live a life worse than..." Before he could finish his words, he felt a round of violent explosions in his sea of consciousness. Luo Wuti's whole body trembled, and his expression instantly became extremely pale. However, he was still considered good. He quickly calmed his mind, and his soul immediately entered a comprehensive state of defense. Even so, Ling Xiao's all-out attack with his spiritual power made him cry out miserably in pain. "Savage leopard, quick, get rid of that old fellow first." Ling Xiao gritted his teeth and roared. Then his whole body fell to the side as if he had lost his strength, and his eyes were still fixed on the sky. Once Luo Wuti came back to his senses, it would be difficult to kill him. Perhaps it was because of their fear of death. Savage Leopard received Ling Xiao's instructions, and without even thinking, he got rid of the astral yellow lion at the fastest speed. The blood-devouring demon saber in his hand instantly flew out from his hand. Luo Wuti gritted his teeth and withstood the fierce attack. His soul was seriously injured, and when he saw the blood-devouring demon saber flying in front of him, he was also very good. He was actually able to grit his teeth and dodge it, but his waist was cut and blood flowed out wildly. It's over. I can't even kill him like this. Ling Xiao lay on the ground, his face pale to the extreme. Seeing that Luo Wudi had actually avoided the attack of Savage Leopard, his heart fell to the bottom. Once Luo Wudi regained his breath, they would be doomed. It seems that I can only think of a way to retreat, Ling Xiao thought bitterly in his heart. However, just at this moment, there was a turn of events. The blood-devouring demon saber that was thrown by Savage Leopard actually made a turn, and once again stabbed towards Luo Wudi. Luo Wudi did not expect that the saber could actually return to attack, and he only realized it when it pierced through his back. Even so, Luo Wudi was still not dead. He covered the bloody hole, quickly took out a few medicinal pills, and swallowed them. He dragged his injured body and wanted to escape. But the blood-devouring demon saber seemed to have a mind of its own, and once again slashed towards him. Luo Wudi's sea of consciousness was seriously injured, and he also received a blow through his chest. He no longer had the ability to dodge, and even after being slashed by the blood-devouring demon saber for a long time, he finally became a lamp with only oil left. It's actually a human weapon. Luo Wudi looked at the bloody saber unwillingly and murmured. Before he finished speaking, his whole body was divided into several pieces and fell to the ground. When Savage Leopard was drawing the blood-devouring demon saber, he was also hit in the back by the astral yellow lion, and his body was injured. Fortunately, Luo Wudi was dead, and the astral yellow lion could not live anymore, because he had signed a master-servant contract with it. If the master died, the spirit beast would also die. Looking at the dead man and beast, Ling Xiao finally heaved a sigh of relief. He hurriedly took out the 5th-tier, mid-tier spirit nourishing grass that he had obtained from the Dawn Clan's auction at the Southern Sky Gate and consumed it. He immediately adjusted the spirit controlling art and focused on recovering his mental strength. Supremacy Een, who was still fighting with the blue water dragon, was shocked when she realized that Luo Wudi had actually been killed. While she was distracted, she was swept by the tail of the blue water dragon ruthlessly, and her whole body was sent flying far away. Savage Leopard took the opportunity to consume a healing medicinal pill, put away the blood-devouring demon saber, and chased after Supremacy Een. He was confident that with the cooperation of the blue water dragon, he could kill Supremacy Een. Unfortunately, when he chased after Supremacy Een, the blue water dragon actually stopped moving. It turned into a smaller version and flew to Ling Xiao's side, protecting him. Savage Leopard hurriedly stopped his body. Although Supremacy Een was injured, Savage Leopard's injuries weren't light either. For the time being, he didn't have the ability to fight her alone. Supremacy Een steadied herself and consumed a few medicinal pills. She inwardly praised. As expected of a high-grade spirit beast, it almost took my old life. After she finished speaking, she actually didn't pay any more attention to Ling Xiao and the others, and quickly flew in a certain direction. Savage Leopard thought that Supremacy Een wanted to escape, but he didn't have the strength to stop her, so he could only retreat to Ling Xiao's side. At this time, a delicate voice cried out, "Ah, Xiao, save me!" Ling Xiao was in the middle of absorbing the spirit grass when he heard Yun Mingqi's cry. His mind became unsteady, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. "Xiao! Xiaolong, Savage Leopard, quickly go save Mingqi!" Ling Xiao hurriedly cried out. The blue water dragon once again grew larger, and it flew in Yun Mingqi's direction. Savage Leopard naturally didn't want to fall behind, and he also rushed over. Ling Xiao took out 2 medicinal pills and swallowed them, barely managing to fly up. In his heart, he anxiously prayed, "Mengqi, don't let anything happen to you." Yun Mingqi was the woman he loved the most in his heart, and there was no other woman who could replace her position. If something happened to her, he would definitely go crazy. Don't act rashly. If you take even half a step closer, I'll kill her first. Supremacy Een coldly threatened Yun Mingqi. Savage Leopard and the blue water dragon didn't dare to launch any attacks. Ling Xiao rushed over from behind and shouted, "Quickly let go of her. I can let you leave." Chapter 481. Venerable Yin laughed when she heard Ling Xiao's words. "What a joke. If I want to leave, none of you can stop me. Then what do you want in exchange for letting her go?" Ling Xiao asked, clenching his fists. Venerable Yin glanced at Ling Xiao and said, "Don't worry, I won't hurt her. As long as she agrees to one thing, I'll immediately let her go." "Speak. As long as you don't hurt her, we'll agree to anything," Ling Xiao hurriedly replied. "All right. As long as she accepts me as her master, I naturally won't make things difficult for her. I'll even do my best to nurture her." Venerable Yin smiled. Ling Xiao was at a loss for words. He didn't know how to respond. He never would have thought that she would make such a request. "Feng Shui Gate? Why does it sound so familiar?" Savage Leopard muttered in his heart. Yun Mingqi recovered and asked, "Why do you want to accept me as your disciple?" An Empyrean was a peak existence in the Northwest. If such a super expert wanted to accept a disciple, the line of people would probably stretch from the Northwest all the way to the Southern region. She really couldn't understand why this Empyrean, who had just fought to the death with them, would want to accept her as a disciple. Was there some sort of conspiracy? The reason is simple. Your Tenbin is quite good. You're very suitable to be my disciple, Venerable Yin replied. "Senior, since you want to accept her as a disciple, you should first let her go. If you keep holding her like this, you won't be able to see your sincerity," Ling Xiao said, forcing himself to calm down. Although he couldn't see through this old woman's thoughts, since she had made such a request, things would definitely take a turn for the better. At the same time, he calmed himself down and continued to absorb the spirit-nourishing grass's essence. He also transmitted a message to Savage Leopard to prepare to save her. "Let her go. It's very simple." Venerable Yin revealed a calm smile and released Yun Mingqi. Yun Mingqi immediately flew towards Ling Xiao and threw herself into Ling Xiao's embrace. Savage Leopard wanted to take this opportunity to attack Venerable Yin, but Ling Xiao waved his hand to stop him. "Senior, aren't you afraid that we'll go back on our words?" Ling Xiao asked with narrowed eyes. Since I dare to let her go, there's naturally nothing to be afraid of. I'll definitely take her as my disciple." Supremacy Yin laughed heartily. Then, a huge figure appeared beside her, accompanied by a strange cry. When the beast shadow appeared, the blue flood dragon didn't listen to Ling Xiao's instructions. It let out a roar and charged towards the beast shadow. The beast also let out a roar and charged towards the blue flood dragon. The two beasts seemed to be natural enemies as they fought fiercely. Ling Xiao, Yin Mingqi, and Cruel Leopard quickly retreated to avoid being affected. Only then did they clearly see what Reverend Yin's protective spiritual beast looked like. It was a high-level 6th rank blue crown rock. From head to tail, it was 7 or 8 meters long. Its brilliant blue feathers were extremely noble and dazzling. Its body emitted a brilliant blue light. Its sharp beak and powerful claws made it look extremely ferocious. Dragons and rocks were natural enemies. The blue flood dragon was a branch of the dragons, while the blue crown rock was a branch of the sky rock. Both spiritual beasts had the blood of the divine race flowing through their veins. Therefore, the blue flood dragon and the blue crown rock were also destined to be natural enemies. The two beasts fought fiercely. Beast blood splattered everywhere as both sides suffered losses. "What do you think? Even if I let her go, you still won't be able to escape from my palms. As long as she's willing to take me as her master, she'll be my disciple. I naturally won't make things difficult for you. Of course, if you want to destroy a mere 7th rank sect, I can still lend you a hand," Venerable Yin said confidently. Ling Xiao and the other two had complicated expressions on their faces. Ling Xiao turned to Yin Mingqi and said, "Mingqi, I think it's better for you to decide. This senior's strength is astonishing, so it wouldn't be a loss for her to be your master." "That's right. I have a great reputation even in the middle region. My Guishui Gate is even a 5th grade sect. It is your honor to have me as your master. Venerable Yin revealed a prideful expression as she spoke. Fifth rank sect. Ling Xiao and Yun Mingqi both trembled. In the northwest and southern region, the highest ranked sects were only 7th ranked sections. However, this person in front of them came from a 5th ranked sect. One could imagine how strong they were. No wonder they were so strong and had such a high-level protective spiritual beast. Savage Leopard, who was standing to the side, felt disdain in his heart. It's just a 5th ranked sect. What's there to be proud of? The Devil Sect I founded was a 4th ranked sect. Do I have to follow you to the central region to take you as my master? Yimingqi asked. To tell the truth, she was a little tempted. With such a strong teacher, her future achievements would definitely be even higher. She definitely wouldn't stop at the Earth Emperor realm. Of course, I've left the sect for dozens of years. It's time for me to go back. After you take me as your master, you'll be a disciple of my Blackwater sect. Of course, you'll follow me back to the sect for the entrance ceremony, Venerable Yin replied. Yun Mingqi glanced at Ling Xiao and said to Venerable Yin, Senior, don't be angry that I don't have that fortune. I don't want to leave my husband. Venerable Yin was taken aback for a moment before saying, You better think this through. If you don't agree, don't blame me for being ruthless. Senior, are you trying to force me to take you as my disciple? Ling Xiao raised an eyebrow as he looked at the blue flood dragon from time to time. You can think of it that way. I've traveled for so many years in order to find a disciple I like. Now that I've taken a liking to someone, I naturally won't give up. Little girl, you better think this through. With your Tianbin, I can definitely help you reach the Earth Emperor realm within 3 years, and the Sky Sovereign realm within 50 years, Venerable Yin threatened. Even if I die, I don't want to leave my husband. Yin Mingqi moved closer to Ling Xiao and held his hand. Ling Xiao could feel Yun Mingqi's love for him and felt exceptionally moved. Mingqi, I think you should agree to this, senior, Ling Xiao said after a moment's hesitation. Right now, the situation was better than the person. Furthermore, the other party's conditions weren't bad. If Yun Mingqi could go to a better place to cultivate, then Ling Xiao would naturally be happy for her. In the future, he would also have to travel to the central region, and it wouldn't be hard to find her then. Little brat, you're quite tactful. If you're also interested, then I can accept you as a disciple on behalf of my other senior apprentice brother. The two of you can come to my Darkwater sect and be together. Venerable Yin smiled. Xiao, how can you agree to her request? Don't you want to be with me? Yun Mingqi didn't understand. Of course not. Ling Xiao nodded. Then he looked at her affectionately and said, In fact, I've long since planned to travel to the central region. I was planning on destroying the Heavy Sword sect, and then going back to accompany Yun for the rest of her life. After that, I'll go back to my hometown. Since this senior wants to accept you as a disciple, you should wait for her. Take this opportunity to understand the situation in the central region. In the future, I'll definitely come find you. At that time, we won't be separated. But how long will it be before we meet again? Yin Mingqi asked reluctantly. It won't be too long. If it's fast, it'll be 3 years. If it's late, it'll be 5 years. We have to look at the long term. Right now, our strength is still weak. Once we have the strength to control our own destiny, no one will be able to control us, said Ling Xiao. How could he be reluctant to part with Yin Mingqi? However, the path of cultivation was long and lonely. A few years was nothing compared to it. In the future, he would be going to the central region. Since Yin Mingqi had someone to take her away, it suited him even more. In the future, once Yin Mingqi had a better understanding of the central region, it would be much more convenient for him to do things there. A short separation in exchange for a longer time together. Ling Xiao felt that it was worth it. Yun Mingqi stared at Ling Xiao and hesitated for a moment before replying, I promise you, but you have to find me as soon as possible. Otherwise, I'll definitely come back to find you. Even if I have to search to the ends of the earth, I'll definitely find you. Ling Xiao scratched Yun Mingqi's nose and said, Don't worry, I'll definitely do what I promised you. When the time comes, no one will be able to stop us. Yin Mingqi nodded heavily. All right, you can go back and tell my father about this. I know you don't like him, but he's still also your father-in-law. Haha, of course. Ling Xiao laughed heartily. He then turned to Venerable Yin and said, Senior, I'll leave Mingqi in your care. I hope you won't harm your disciple, and take good care of her. If I go to the Dragon Water sect in the future and find that Mengqi isn't doing well, I'll definitely seek justice for her. Of course, she's my only disciple, so naturally I won't mistreat her. Venerable Yin promised. Ling Xiao nodded and then shouted at the blue flood dragon, Little dragon, come back. Venerable Yin also opened her mouth. Rock, come back. The blue flood dragon and blue-crowned rock let out a few unwilling roars before retreating. The two beasts' bodies were covered in blood, and a lot of their flesh had fallen off. It was obvious how fierce the battle had been. But seeing that the blue-crowned rock's feathers were almost all gone, Ling Xiao knew that the blue flood dragon was a level stronger than the blue-crowned rock. All right, Mengqi, go pay your respects to your master. Ling Xiao patted the back of Yin Mingqi's hand. Yin Mingqi nodded and tightly hugged Ling Xiao's waist. She kissed Ling Xiao before reluctantly walking to Venerable Yin's side and bowing. Disciple Yin Mingqi greets Master. Ha! Good. Master's surname is Yin and given name is he. From now on, you'll be my only disciple. When we return to the sect, I'll give you a proper name. Venerable Yin was extremely pleased with herself. But within her smile, no one noticed a strange glint flashing past her eyes. Master, we still need to go destroy the heavy sword sect. Can you help us? Yin Mingqi took the opportunity to ask. No problem. A mere 7th grade sect dares to offend my disciple? Master will help you vent your anger. Venerable Yin didn't hesitate to agree. There's no need to trouble Senior, right? Ling Xiao asked from the side. But Venerable Yin didn't pay any attention to him. Instead, she pulled Yin Mingqi's hand and flew towards the heavy sword sect. Ling Xiao muttered, It's not bad to have free labor. Actually, Ling Xiao didn't want to refuse Venerable Yin's help. Right now, his mental energy was exhausted, and he didn't want to fight anymore. If someone helped him destroy the heavy sword sect, why wouldn't he? Chapter 482. Luo Chaoquan and a group of elders flew up into the sky and looked in the direction of the city. Their expressions were unusually solemn. They could feel the collision of the powerful energy. That destructive attack must have destroyed many parts of the city. Don't worry, Sectmaster. If Ancestor and Venerable Yin join hands, no one in the Northwest can match them. An elder from the previous generation of the Heavy Sword sect said faintly. That's true, but the opponent seems to be very strong. Otherwise, why hasn't Ancestor returned? Luo Chaoquan replied. The elder from the previous generation didn't reply. He knew that Luo Chaoquan was speaking the truth. If the opponent was just an ordinary person, then with Ancestor's strength, it would be a piece of cake. However, Ancestor had been there for so long and still hadn't been able to deal with the opponent. It was obvious that the opponent was at least at the same level as Ancestor. When the energy fluctuations in the city stopped, the expressions of the people from the Heavy Sword sect became more and more unsightly. They suddenly realized that they had lost the aura of their Ancestor. They felt as if an invisible hand was quietly strangling their throats, making it hard for them to breathe. Luo Wudi had always been their spiritual support, and he was also the reason they were able to maintain their reputation as a 7th grade sect. If something happened to him, their good days would come to an end. Sectmaster, should we go and take a look? The elder who spoke just now said. Luo Chaoquan hesitated for a moment and said, Forget it, if even Ancestor can't deal with the opponent, then there's no point in going. For a moment, all the elders of the Heavy Sword sect had ugly expressions on their faces. They felt as if the sky above their sect was gradually being shrouded by a dark cloud. They all landed on the main peak, and no one dared to leave alone. They were all waiting for their Ancestor to return. After a while, Luo Chaoquan felt that something was wrong. Where's the 9th elder? Luo Chaoquan asked in a deep voice. Sectmaster, I'm here. A high-level king stepped out and replied, "Pass down the order. Tell all the disciples to leave the sect as soon as possible," Luo Chaoquan said in a hoarse voice. "Sect master, you can't." All the elders cried out in alarm. "Sai ancestor, he's gone." Luo Chaoquan waved his hand and said with a dispirited look. He didn't want to face this fact, but he was still very familiar with the old ancestor's aura. Just now, he had already sensed the old ancestor's aura converging and descending, and in the end, it was directly severed. He had been sensing and searching, but apart from a few unfamiliar auras, he couldn't sense his ancestor's aura. Based on this situation, one could imagine how terrifying the opponent's strength was. If they didn't disperse the disciples now, it would be the end of the heavy sword sect when they arrived. "Sect master, we will live and die with the sect," shouted one of the elders. Following that, everyone else said in unison, "We will live and die with the sect." Elders, don't let your emotions affect your decisions. As the sect master, I'm ordering you to take all the disciples away. Luo Chaochuan's expression turned cold. "Sect master." All the elders knelt down and called out in unison. At this moment, two figures flew over from afar. Venerable Lean. Luo Chaoquan cried out in surprise when he saw who it was. This Venerable Een had gone with their old ancestor. If she could return, there might be a chance of survival. The elders of the Chong Sword Sect looked at Supremacy Een. They were all waiting to see if Supremacy Een had brought their old ancestor back with her. Well, almost everyone is here. Een glanced at the dozens of elders of the Heavy Sword Sect, whose cultivation ranged from the king rank to the Earth Emperor rank, and said lightly, "Venerable Een, where's my old ancestor?" Luo Chaoquan didn't understand what she meant, but he didn't care about what she said. He just wanted to know about his old ancestor. "You'll be able to see him soon," Venerable Een said faintly. Luo Chaoquan and the other elders revealed looks of joy. They all thought that Luo Wudi wasn't dead, and their worried hearts relaxed. Who knew that Een he would laugh coldly and say to Yun Mingqi, "Disciple, watch carefully. I'll help you vent your anger." After saying that, Een body blossomed with a vast ocean of water. This ocean of water was actually gray in color, and it emitted waves of cold chi that made people feel uncomfortable. The elders of the Heavy Sword Sect didn't expect Een to suddenly make a move. Without any preparation, they were submerged by the gray ocean. "Oh no, everyone run!" A high-level Earth sovereign reacted the fastest. He cried out in alarm and hurriedly used his strongest attack to attack Een. Unfortunately, in the small world where Een was about to complete, his attack didn't have any effect. All the elders of the Heavy Sword Sect panicked, and each of them used their strongest attacks. Unfortunately, the difference in strength was too great, and it was useless. The gray ocean turned into sharp blades under Een control, and they flew towards the elders of the Heavy Sword Sect. In an instant, 3 king rank elders were sliced apart at the waist. "Bastard, you must be the one who killed my ancestor. I'll kill you." Luo Chaoquan roared in anger, and a huge sword appeared in his hand. He slashed out more than 100 times, and each sword emitted a terrifying earth attribute attack that scattered the ocean of water. A pointless struggle. Een coldly snorted. She raised her hand, and a wave of water surged toward Luo Chaoquan. "Sect master, you guys leave quickly. I'll fight them to the death." A high-level Earth sovereign roared and instantly pushed Luo Chaoquan away, blocking the incoming tide. At the same time, he actually detonated his own Dantian. Rumble. The self-detonation of a high-level Earth Emperor produced a shocking explosion. Een's small square world was shaken, and the tide instantly dispersed. The elders of the Heavy Sword Sect broke free and fled in different directions. Elder G. Luo Chaoquan roared. He was extremely angry now. He didn't understand why Reverend Een, who was on good terms with their ancestor, would come back to kill them. Could it be that she was in cahoots with the other group of people, and They were plotting to take over the territory of the Heavy Sword sect. None of this was important now. The most important thing was whether they could escape or not. And he also didn't expect that someone would choose to self-detonate so desperately. She looked at the fleeing elders of the Heavy Sword sect and felt extremely angry. She had just accepted a disciple, and she didn't want to lose face in front of him. "Do you think you can escape?" He sneered, and her figure flashed quickly. For a moment, it was as if dozens of lotuses had appeared, and they attacked from dozens of directions. A series of terrifying elemental attacks blasted in all directions. In an instant, many elders of the Heavy Sword sect were smashed into meat paste. "I'll kill you." A mid-level Earth Emperor rushed towards he as fast as he could. He wanted to use the power of self-detonation to create an opportunity for his companions to escape. "Do you think you're qualified?" He said indifferently, and with a wave of her hand, she slapped him to death. He didn't even have the chance to get close to he before he died. Luo Chaoquan ran at full speed, and when he heard the screams behind him, his heart was bleeding. The thousands of years of foundation of the Heavy Sword sect was destroyed in a day. He didn't understand when they provoked such a strong enemy. He didn't even have a clue, and the Heavy Sword sect was destroyed just like that. His heart was filled with hatred. Actually, Luo Chaoquan didn't know that all of this was caused by his two sons. Before Luo Chaoquan could escape to a safe range, two young men blocked in front of him. "Get lost!" Luo Chaoquan didn't want to waste even a minute. He roared, and his spirit tool slashed out a huge sword chi, trying to kill the two in one move. "Ants dare to be presumptuous in front of my young master." Cruel Leopard snorted coldly, and the blood-devouring devil saber in his hand simply slashed over. Luo Chaochuan's sword chi was dispersed by the saber light, and the saber light slashed towards him at an unparalleled speed. Luo Chaoquan was shocked. He didn't expect that the young man he randomly bumped into would be so powerful. He wanted to dodge, but he found that his body couldn't move. He saw a boundless sea of blood, and a bloody hand grabbed him, and that saber light slashed down from above. "No!" Luo Chaoquan roared in fear. "Pooh!" He was cut in half by Cruel Leopard's saber, and a bloody mist filled the sky. "Let's go." Ling Xiao indifferently glanced at him, and took the lead to rush towards the Heavy Sword sect. Cruel Leopard nodded, and put away Luo Chaochuan's spirit tool and spatial ring, leaving it for his young master to pick up. He knew that his young master liked to pick up these ready-made things the most. When Ling Xiao and Cruel Leopard arrived at the Heavy Sword sect, he had already used her terrifying strength to almost sweep the Heavy Sword sect clean. Bodies died one after another, and pools of fresh, dazzling blood stains were everywhere. "Master, forget it. Let the others go." Yun Mingqi couldn't bear to persuade her. Almost all of the Heavy Sword sect's king level and above martial artists had been killed by He, but she still wanted to kill everyone below the king level. Yun Mingqi couldn't bear to watch. That was the lives of nearly 10,000 people. He withdrew her hand and coldly said, "If you don't remove the roots, the grass will grow again when the spring wind blows." Although Yun Mengqi agreed with He's words, she couldn't be so bloodthirsty and cruel. He looked at Yun Mengqi, who had an unnatural expression, and softened her tone. "Forget it. I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing for you to be kind. You can't be like this in the Central Territory, or else you'll be the one to suffer." "Yes, master, disciple understands," Yun Mingqi replied. He looked at Ling Xiao. "Brat, I'll leave this place to you. I'm going to take Mengqi back to the Central Territory." Ling Xiao nodded. "Many thanks for Senior's help." He then looked at Yun Mengqi tenderly. "Mengqi, take care. Remember to wait for me." Yun Mengqi's beautiful eyes became misty, and she faintly replied, "Xiao, take care. Remember to come find me." The two simply said their goodbyes, and Yun Mingqi finally left with he towards the Central Territory. Ling Xiao was extremely reluctant, and he looked at Yun Mingqi's disappearing figure and muttered, "Mengqi, the next time we meet, I definitely won't let you leave me even half a step." Chapter 483. The Heavy Sword sect had been plundered, and all of the higher-ups had been killed. This news instantly spread from the great city, causing a huge uproar in the northwest. Not many people knew why the Heavy Sword sect had been destroyed. However, some people said that it was because the Heavy Sword sect had offended the young master and young lady of a great clan in the central region, which brought about the destruction of the sect. Some said that it was because the Heavy Sword sect had obtained some kind of strange treasure, which was why the experts had come to plunder it. Some said that the Light Star Hall and the Charm sect had joined hands to destroy the Heavy Sword sect, which was close to their position. All kinds of rumors were spread in an orderly manner. However, only the first rumor was 70% reliable, because there were people who had personally witnessed the shocking battle. After this news spread, elders from various sects came to investigate and confirm this matter. However, their ultimate goal was to find out whether the Heavy Sword sect really existed in name or not. As for the culprit, it was not someone they wanted to provoke. Since the culprit was able to destroy the Heavy Sword sect, one could imagine how powerful he was. After investigation, all of the higher-ups of the Heavy Sword sect had indeed died, leaving only a few attendants and disciples. However, not many people dared to stay in the sect, afraid that the culprit would return and kill them. Even if the culprit let them go, they knew that other forces would definitely not let go of the chance to beat them when they were down. Their Heavy Sword sect was still destined to disappear in the long river of history. At the top of the Light Star Hall, a white-haired old man holding a scepter listened to the hall master's narration, and his eyes flashed with a frightening divine light. He was silent for a while before saying in a hoarse voice, "The Heavy Sword sect has been arrogant enough these past few years, and finally provoked someone they shouldn't have. Do they really think that in the Northwest, only a few old farts like us can threaten them? They don't know how many experts there are on the continent, and there are even more hidden old monsters." He paused for a moment before saying, "Pass down the order, have people pay close attention to the Devil Shadow sect's movements, and restrict everyone in and out of the hall from causing trouble. If a disciple disobeys, kill them." The hall master of the Light Star Hall bowed slightly and said, "Yes, old hall master." Then he asked, "Should we take over their territory?" The white-haired old man waved his hand and said, "It's useless to take it, so it's better not to. Let the neighboring sects fight for it." "Yes, old hall master." The Light Star Hall master respectfully withdrew from the hall. After the hall master of the Light Star Hall left, the old man sighed and said, "The three-legged formation has been broken. I wonder which clan will be able to replace it within 100 years. In the Charm sect's Peach Blossom Valley, the gorge here was filled with peach blossom trees, and the trees bore numerous delicate and alluring little pink flowers, causing them to look extremely beautiful and dazzling. From time to time, there would be beautiful figures shuttling back and forth between the peach blossom trees. From time to time, there would be tender laughter. In front of a bamboo house in the middle of the Peach Blossom Valley, there was a trickling stream, spiritual birds were chirping, and the fragrance of flowers was fragrant. In front of the bamboo house, a woman who looked to be in her 50s was sitting on a bamboo chair. Behind her were two stunning beauties who were gently massaging her shoulders. She looked relaxed and content. If Ling Xiao was here, he would immediately recognize one of the beauties who was massaging the woman's shoulders. It was his sect's Scarlet Flame, Pixu Yanlai. The other woman was not a stranger to Ling Xiao either. It was Wu Mainyang, whom he had met in the heaven-suppressing sect. "Master, did we serve you well?" Wu Mainyang asked in a voice that was like an oriole's. The woman's eyes were still closed, and she only softly replied, "Not bad." Wu Mainyang revealed a joyful expression. She then looked at Yu Yin and said, "Then, Master, we would like to take Junior's sister back to her family and tell the elders that she has joined our charm sect. Is that okay?" The woman seemed to not hear Wu Mainyang's words and continued to rest with her eyes closed. After a while, the woman finally said, "Don't think that I don't know what you're thinking. You just want to find out if the man who attacked the Heavy Sword sect is Xiao Yan's man. Do you think he has the ability to leave the secret realm? Even if he does he have the ability to destroy the Heavy Sword sect?" "Xiao Yan," Since you've become my disciple and the heavy sword sect has been destroyed, you can stay here and cultivate. I will send someone to notify your family." Wu Meinyang looked at Yu Lian with a guilty expression. Yu Lian's beautiful eyes revealed a bit of sadness. She then said to the woman, "Master, this disciple will definitely focus on cultivating." That's right. You and Meinyang are both naturally charming, and in the future, your achievements will be much greater than masters. In the end, men are just passers-by in your lives. Don't get caught up in it. It will only be a fatal poison to you, understand? Disciple understands. The two women replied in unison. When the Purple Sky sect received news of the Heavy Sword sect's destruction, all of the higher-ups were overjoyed. At the same time, they had a deeper understanding of how terrifying Ling Xiao was. They were now even more afraid of Ling Xiao. In the main hall of the Purple Sky sect, Sect Master Yun Xiong and the elders were all present. Yun Xiong asked Mu Huai, "Senior brother Mu, I wonder if Elder Ling has returned?" Ever since Mu Huai had almost left the sect, Yun Xiong had always called Mu Huai senior brother. It could be seen that he didn't dare to put on airs. Now that Ling Xiao was so powerful, he would naturally try his best to please Mu Huai. As long as Mu Huai was still loyal, Ling Xiao would not leave the sect. As long as Ling Xiao continued to stay here, it was equivalent to the Purple Sky sect having a stabilizing force. Within 100 years, they might even be able to advance towards the level of a 7th grade sect. Mu Huai shook his head and said he should have returned a long time ago, but he didn't return to the sect. He only asked an attendant in the city to bring back a message. "What message?" Yun Xiong asked. "He asked me to tell you, Sect Master, that child, Meng Qi, has been accepted as a disciple by a celestial sovereign who claims to be from the Blackwater sect of the Central Region. She has already left for the Central Region and won't be back for a while," Mu Huai replied. "What Meng? Meng Qi went to the Central Region?" Yun Xiong said, in surprise. The other elders who were seated also revealed shocked expressions. The Central Region was the holy land of martial arts that all martial artists yearned for. It was a vast place with abundant resources. There were as many sects and clans as a dense forest, and there were as many experts as there were hairs on an ox. Rare treasures could be found everywhere. It was difficult to not work hard to cultivate in a place with so many talented people and abundant resources. However, it was also an exceptionally cruel place of slaughter. Any martial artist could kill without reason. Without the backing of a sect or clan, without powerful strength to rely on, one could be killed at any time in that place. This was also the reason why many experts in the northwest and southern regions did not dare to casually step into the Central Region. "That's right. That's what he sent back?" Mu Huai nodded and replied. A complicated expression appeared on Yun Xiong's face as he murmured, "I hope she can succeed in her studies in the future and bring our Purple Sky sect into a 7th-ranked sect." After a pause, he asked again, "Then why hasn't Elder Ling returned?" "Xiao, he might have returned to Meteorite City to visit his family. He said he would return to the sect," Mu Huai replied. "That's true. He has been away from home for so many years, so it's time for him to go back and visit," Yun Xiong replied. After hearing the latter half of Mu Huai's words, he felt a lot more at ease. He then said, "When Elder Ling returns, Senior Brother Mu, tell him that we're going to hold a ceremony for him to be promoted to Sect Protector Elder." The Sect Guardian Elder ceremony? The elders present all revealed a look of shock. Su Jianan was the first to stand up and say, "Sect Master, this doesn't seem appropriate." Yun Xiong looked at him and asked, "What's inappropriate about it?" Su Jianan glanced at Mu Huai and said, "Although Elder Ling's talent is astonishing and he's also a high-ranked alchemist, he's still only at the mid-level king rank. In the past, the Sect Protector Elders had to at least be at the Earth Sovereign rank. Just based on this alone, he's not suitable. Moreover, he's still young and impatient, so it's really difficult for him to take on such a great responsibility. Please reconsider, Sect Master." "Senior Brother Su, you are wrong. Although Elderling is only at the mid-rank king stage, his spirit beast is a high-rank 6th stage flood dragon, which is comparable to a celestial master. As long as Elderling becomes the sect protector elder, then his spirit beast will be the sect protector spirit beast of our sect. This is really beneficial to the stable development and strengthening of our sect. Although he is a bit young now, with senior brother Moose supervising him from the side, I think there will be no problems. When Haiyan stood up and said, "Junior sister one is right. I have no objections to Elderling becoming the sect protector elder." Scarlet Flame Peaks, Zhao Mingyuan agreed. Black Rock Peaks Gu Sure also said, "I think it is feasible. Elderling has done great service in protecting the sect, and now he has destroyed the Heavy Sword sect. His strength is many times stronger than us old fellows. I will be the first to accept him as the sect protector elder." Subsequently, some of the elders who were sitting down also spoke out in agreement. Su Jianan was so angry that his face turned green. He really didn't think that he would be immediately executed for standing up for Elder Ling Ling Zhao's prestige in the Purple Sky sect was already unshakable. All right, since everyone thinks it is feasible, then it is decided. Moreover, this decision was made by the previous generation's sect protector elder, Elder Kuang. "I think there should be no more objections in the sect," Yun Xiong said as he pressed his hands together. With such a powerful sect protector elder, he, as the sect master, also felt very uncomfortable. But when he thought that Elder Ling was his future son-in-law, he felt much better. Elder Kuang proposed it. All the elders instantly felt relieved. Su Jianan originally still had a bit of anger, but now he could only swallow it into his stomach. The previous generation's sect protector elder had personally proposed it, so what qualifications did he have to say no? Mu Huai felt extremely comfortable in his heart. With such an outstanding disciple, as the master, what else could he not be satisfied with? Fortunately, I invited the master to snatch away the disciple. Otherwise, I would only be regretting it now. Mu Huai glanced at Nangong Changle, who had a complicated expression on his face, and thought proudly in his heart. Back then, Ling Xiao was unwilling to join his Wood Flag Peak and chose Medicine Peak. At that time, Mu Huai was as anxious as an ant. In the end, he had no choice but to invite his master, Xiao Songlin, and forcefully snatched half of Ling Xiao. Later on, Ling Xiao completely belonged to their Wood Flag Peak. Chapter 484. Following the destruction of the Heavy Sword sect, it caused quite a bit of turmoil in the Northwest. Many sects were worried that some unknown force was invading the Northwest. Every sect strengthened their defenses and let their disciples restrain themselves from causing trouble. And the person who caused all of this was leisurely sitting on a gold and white striped wolf king. He had just left the Purple Sky sect. When the martial artists on the official road saw the majestic wolf king, they were so scared that they hid far away. When those people saw the wolf king run far away, someone was very unhappy and raised his middle finger and cursed in a low voice. "You think you're amazing just because you have a big wolf. My dog is smaller than your wolf, but it can still run around with me." When that person finished speaking, he found that he was shrouded by a black shadow. How can there be a dense black fog on a sunny day? That person murmured and then looked up. This time he was dumbfounded. He saw a man riding on a ferocious bald lion eagle staring at him coldly. The bald lion eagle screeched incessantly, its claws seemingly about to claw at his head. "This, Lord, do you need something?" That person was so scared that he asked while trembling. Before the young man on the vulture eagle could speak, a faint voice came from not far away. "Forget it. Don't kill people so easily. You have to learn from this young master and be kind to others." The vulture eagle person respectfully replied, "Yes, young master." Then, he no longer paid attention to that person and commanded the vulture eagle to chase. That person saw that the other party had left. Plop, his whole body immediately went limp and yellow, and white things came out of his pants. In his heart, he cried and cursed. "So what if you have a vulture eagle? I was so scared that I peed. How can I live?" The person who just rode the wolf was the cause of the destruction of the heavy sword sect, Ling Xiao. The person riding the vulture eagle was naturally the savage leopard. If other people heard this leader of the heavy sword sect say those words just now, even if they were beaten to death, they wouldn't believe that this guy was a compassionate and good person. Ling Xiao was lying on the back of the wolf with a piece of hay in his mouth. He looked very relaxed. Now, he looked like a mystic knight realm martial artist, and the aura of a monarch realm martial artist had been more or less restrained. As long as he could reach the stage where he could completely conceal his aura, then he would have successfully refined the concealing breath technique. This cultivation technique is really not bad. Although it doesn't have any offensive effect, it is very good for concealing one's whereabouts. Of course, if my mental strength wasn't strong enough, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to find that fellow. I really picked up a treasure, Ling Xiao thought proudly. When he was on his way to the Heavy Sword Clan, he started to cultivate the concealing breath technique. After destroying the Heavy Sword Clan and taking all of their resources, he immediately left the Heavy Sword Clan. On his way back, he focused on cultivating again. He was not far from mastering the concealing breath technique. Ling Xiao really didn't expect that there would be such a dramatic turn of events when he was supposed to personally destroy the Chong Sword sect. There was actually someone who killed all the higher-ups of the Chong Sword sect on his behalf, which saved him a lot of effort. Ever since Luo Meiying had been stabbed to death by Luo Baxing, Ling Xiao had decided to destroy the Heavy Sword sect one day. If he succeeded, then he would have finally fulfilled one of his wishes. If he had the opportunity to bring Luo Meiying back to life in the future, then that would be even more perfect. But Yin Mingqi had already left for the central region. He couldn't help but feel a bit reluctant to part with her. I hope that old woman can take good care of Mingqi. Otherwise, I'll kill you no matter what rank your sect is, muttered Ling Xiao. Now that the matter with the Heavy Sword sect was over, Ling Xiao had to rush back to Chuji City to refine the vitality-prolonging pill for the priestess. He would accompany her for the rest of her days before rushing back to Meteor City. He didn't use the blue flood dragon because it had just fought with the blue-crowned rock and had yet to recover its energy. Ling Xiao didn't want it to be too tired, so he had the Golden Wolf King run a bit. The Golden Wolf King's bloodline had been purified by Ling Xiao, and it had become a rank 5 spirit beast. Its running speed was also extremely fast. On this day, Ling Xiao and the Savage Leopard passed by Burning City. This sect that was closest to the Purple Sky sect was also the Lao clan's territory. Ling Xiao couldn't help but think of how he had fled from here in a sorry state. He felt that everything in life was truly unpredictable. A year ago, he had only been a spirit master, but now he was a king. He even had a rank 6 spirit beast that could protect him. He could even kill a rank 7 sect. In Ling Xiao's eyes, the Lao clan was just an ordinary clan. They couldn't pose any threat to him. This young master has a compassionate heart, so I'll let you off today. I hope you'll be more tactful in the future. Don't think that just because you have a bit of strength, you can act like a tyrant. Ling Xiao muttered to himself. He put away the Golden Wolf King and flew over Burning Ground City, a powerful aura spreading out. In the back mountain of the Lao clan, where the Lao clan's ancestor was cultivating in seclusion, a figure flew out and shouted, "Where did this friend come from? Since you're passing by my burning city, why don't you come down and have a seat?" The person who flew out was naturally the Lao clan's ancestor, Lao Yueran. Ling Xiao just looked indifferently at Lao Yueran, who had chased out and didn't have any intention of responding. Savage Leopard, who was behind him, shouted at Lao Yueran, "Go back." A powerful pressure was unleashed. Puff! Lao Yueran only felt a sweetness in his chest. His entire body seemed to have been struck by lightning, and his body was smashed down uncontrollably. This is the power of a high-level Earth Emperor. Lao Yueran looked at the two people who had already flown far away in shock. He didn't expect the other party to be so strong. Otherwise, he would have obediently stayed in the back mountain and not come out. He muttered dispiritedly, "It seems that I've been a frog in a well all these years." Guzhai City, in the flower garden behind the priest hall. There were all kinds of strange flowers and plants everywhere. There were spirit grasses that could increase one's power, and there were also spirit flowers that contained incomparable poison. A beautiful woman dressed in strange clothes, with shiny silver bells hanging around her body, and all kinds of gorgeous ornaments made her look so graceful and luxurious. This woman had just turned 20 years old, and her facial features were exquisite as if they were carved. She had big eyes, long eyelashes, a pretty nose, and sexy lips, all of which displayed the youth and beauty of the rising sun. Her skin wasn't white, but it was delicate and full of healthy luster. Her gorgeous clothes couldn't hide her impressive figure. In the arms of this woman was a baby in swaddling clothes. She looked at the baby with a happy smile and murmured, "Tian'er, do you miss your father? Do you know that your eyebrows are the same as your father's, thick and thick, making you look very handsome and masculine? Also, your nose is also as big and straight as your father's. When you grow up, you will definitely be more handsome than your father." The baby in the woman's arms was indeed beautiful. He had completely inherited the most outstanding and perfect side of his parents. In the future, he would definitely grow up to be a handsome man. As he listened to his mother's words, his bright eyes widened and his mouth kept calling out, "Yeah." The woman used her finger to lightly tap the baby's mouth and said, "Little glutton, you're hungry again, right? Mother will feed you now." After saying that, the woman carried the baby to the side of the stone bench and sat down. Then she pulled open the lapel of her clothes, revealing the white and round saintess peak inside. The bright red flowers were dripping with delicious nectar. After the baby held the beautiful flower in his mouth, he finally stopped his greedy little mouth. He sucked it with great satisfaction, and his other little claw was mischievously moving around his mother's saintess peak. The woman said with a face full of anger, "You little mischievous brat, you only know how to occupy the right place now. When you grow up, you won't be like this. Otherwise, you'll be like your father, playing around outside and not knowing how to go home." At this point, the woman looked up at the sky, her beautiful eyes revealing a hint of sadness. The woman fed the baby, and the baby stopped crying. He happily closed his eyes and fell asleep. At this time, an old man holding a scepter walked in from outside the courtyard. "Grandpa, you're here." The woman carried the baby and greeted him. The old man said with slight dissatisfaction, "Didn't I tell you to let the maids take care of you and your son? Why did you chase them all out?" "Grandpa, I can take care of Tian'er by myself. I can't be at ease with them taking care of me," the woman replied. "Child, why are you so stubborn? Your body is still very weak right now, and Tian'er is so young. It won't do without someone to take care of him. Listen to Grandpa, and let the two maids stay behind to take care of you and your mother. If you don't feel at ease, you can take care of Tian'er," the old man said with concern. His old eyes looked at the baby in the woman's arms, revealing a very doting expression. "Then we'll do as Grandpa says," the woman replied. She then said to the sleeping baby, "Tian'er, look at how much Grandpa loves you. When you grow up, remember to be filial to Grandpa. Don't let Grandpa worry about you, okay?" The old man was very happy. "Carry Tian'er into the house. He's still young and can't stand the cold outside." "Grandpa, how can there be a cold on such a sunny day? Let him come out to get some fresh air. He'll be healthier," the woman replied. "Then let him grow up a bit before bringing him out." "Children's bodies are very weak," the old man stubbornly said. The woman could only listen to the old man and carry the baby into the house. She placed him on the bed and let him sleep. Afterward, the woman helped the old man out of the hall. "Grandpa, if I'm not here in the future, you must take good care of Tian'er. Also, tell him that his father is an amazing person." The woman immediately became solemn and knelt in front of the old man. The old man revealed a displeased expression and forcibly lifted her up. His eyes were filled with sadness as he said, Tian'er is my great-grandson. If I don't take care of him, who should I take care of? It's just that it's fine even if I don't mention his father. More than half of the 2 years have passed, and he still hasn't returned. I think If I had known earlier, I would have killed him. No, Grandpa. He must still be searching for the Heaven Gu divine art. He said that he would definitely return within 2 years. I believe him, but I'm afraid I won't be able to wait for that day, the woman said very firmly. You child, what's so good about him that he's worthy of you being so infatuated with him? The old man sighed and then said, I hope Xianxia is right. As soon as the old man finished speaking, his eyelids twitched heavily. His old eyes burst out with light as he shouted, What a powerful aura! Who dares to invade my Guji city? Chapter 485. The old man's speed was very fast, like a bolt of lightning in the silent night. At the same time, several dozen figures also flew up at the same time in Guji City. In an instant, several dozen figures surrounded the newcomer. All of their auras sealed off this part of the world, making it difficult for even a fly to fly in. The old man appeared in front of the newcomer and shouted coldly, Who dares to trespass into my Guji City? Guji City was located at the border between Purple Sky Sect and Moon-worshipping Sect. It was an independent city, not a subsidiary city of any sect. They had also reached an agreement with the two sects that no one was allowed to disturb them. Otherwise, even the two sects would have to bear the consequences. Grandpa, it's me, Ling Xiao exclaimed to the old man. The old man froze for a moment, then opened his half-squinted eyes and said with a slightly sluggish expression, It's you, brat. You've returned. Ling Xiao smiled foolishly, then cupped his hands towards the dozens of people around him. These people had all seen Ling Xiao, although they hadn't seen each other for more than a year. How could their son-in-law not remember his appearance? Greetings, son-in-law. The people bowed slightly to Ling Xiao and greeted him in unison. Son-in-law. When the woman in the hall heard this voice, she felt as if she had been struck by lightning. Her body trembled, and her beautiful eyes flickered with joy. She rushed out of the room at the fastest speed in her life and flew towards the sky. When she saw the newcomer's face, the handsome face that constantly lingered in her mind overlapped with his. He seemed to have become more stable and handsome. That smile still made her feel warm and at ease. Ling Xiao looked at the priestess and put on what he thought was the most handsome smile he could muster. He said foolishly, Yinner, I'm back. As soon as he finished speaking, a faint fragrance assailed his nostrils. A delicate body burrowed into his embrace, making him feel so warm, comfortable, and happy. He felt like a man who had left for many years and had returned to the side of his wife who had helped him in difficult times. When he looked back, she was still deeply in love with him. When he thought of how lonely she would be when she was alone in the empty room, he felt that he owed her a lot. He hugged the woman in his arms tightly, and his eyes became moist. If it wasn't for his amazing endurance, his tears would have flowed out. The Grand Priest looked at the pair of people embracing each other with satisfaction. He nodded his head lightly and waved to the dozens of people around him. Then he took the lead and flew down. When he left, he still very vaguely glanced at the savage leopard not far from Ling Xiao. The savage leopard seemed to have been sizing him up, and its eyes were filled with a few traces of complicated emotions. The savage leopard looked away and descended with the others. Only a pair of wall people were left leaning against each other in the air. They did not say anything, as if there were thousands of things to say without words. They could both feel each other's sincere love and longing. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment. This moment had already become an eternity. The man breathed in the enchanting fragrance of the woman's body to his heart's content, and the woman desperately breathed in the man's unique masculine scent. After a long time, it seemed like only a second, but it also seemed like several epochs had passed. Yuner, Ling Xiao tightly hugged the beautiful woman in his arms and softly called out to her. Laugh, I'm here. The beautiful woman softly replied. Yuner, laugh, I'm here. Yuner, laugh, I'm here. I just want to call out. Yes, I know. Laugh. Yuner, I'm here. Laugh. Yuner, I'm here. Laugh. Yuner, I'm here. I just want to call out. Yes, I know. At this moment, the sound of a baby crying came from the house below, cutting through the silence of the sky. Ling Xiao's heart skipped a beat. This sound seemed to give him a feeling he had never felt before. It was an unusually intimate feeling, a kind of emotion that made him feel incomparably comfortable and excited. Ling Xiao didn't know why he had this kind of feeling, so he immediately lightly pushed the priestess away and lightly asked, "Where did this little brat's voice come from? It's really disappointing. Let's go down first." Unexpectedly, the priestess lightly patted Ling Xiao's chest. Her face flushed red as she said, "He's our child." "What child?" Ling Xiao replied disapprovingly. Then he seemed to understand. His tiger-like eyes revealed an excited expression as he suddenly hugged the priestess's shoulders and said, "Yuner, you, what did you say? Say it again." The priestess met Ling Xiao's gaze with a happy smile and said, "He's our son. His name is Feng Lingtian. He's our son. His name is Feng Lingtian. He's our son. His name is Feng Lingtian." Ling Xiao murmured. An unconcealable excitement and happiness appeared on his handsome face. Then, Ling Xiao looked up to the sky and roared, "My son's name is Feng Lingtian. Ha, I'm a father. I'm a father." Looking at the excited Ling Xiao, the priestess's heart was filled with even more satisfaction and happiness. Her beautiful eyes couldn't help but become misty. She was afraid that Ling Xiao didn't like children, but now she knew that she was worried too much. Ling Xiao restrained his emotions, grabbed the priestess's hand, and instantly descended to the courtyard. Then, he plunged into the house. Ling Xiao walked with heavy steps towards the baby who was still crying. Ling Xiao went to the bed and picked him up. His tiger-like eyes were filled with strange emotions. The little guy really looks as beautiful as his mother, and he also has the aura of a tyrant. In the future, he will definitely not be inferior to me. Ling Xiao looked at his son and said rather arrogantly. The baby looked at Ling Xiao with wide eyes and stopped crying. It seemed that he also felt his father's flattery and actually opened his mouth to laugh. "TSK, TSK. Even this smile is so similar to me. Don't steal my limelight in the future, or else I'll beat your butt," Ling Xiao said with a doting look. The priestess went over to take the baby and glared at Ling Xiao. "If you dare to hit him, I won't let you off." Ling Xiao could only raise his hands in surrender and said, "Yes, madam's orders. Husband dares not to disobey." He muttered in his heart, "This kid has already stolen his mother's love for me. How can I live in the future?" The family of three in the house, from time to time, laughter could be heard. It seemed so unusually warm and happy. Not far away, the high priest stroked his white beard and looked at the courtyard, murmuring, "As long as you're happy, as long as you're happy." On the first day that Ling Xiao came back, he stayed in the house to play with the priestess and his son. On this day, the priestess's smile was almost the sum of her smile for a year. She looked at her husband and son and felt very satisfied and happy. She really hoped that she could live a simple life like this. She liked this kind of feeling. Suddenly, she remembered that she only had a few months to live, and a wave of sadness hit her heart. However, seeing how happy Ling Xiao was playing with his son, she suppressed her sadness and laughed. "It's enough to live like this every day for half a year. I should be satisfied." The priestess thought in her heart, accepting her fate, until his son fell asleep. Ling Xiao hugged the priestess and said with guilt, "Yinner, I'm sorry." The priestess knew what Ling Xiao was talking about. She had already prepared for the worst, so she didn't have any emotional fluctuations. She just buried her head in Ling Xiao's chest and said lightly, "Grandpa has been looking for me for many years, but he couldn't find me. If you want to find me, it's like looking for a needle in a haystack. I never thought that you would find me, but I don't blame you. I just want you to accompany me and my son more. Okay?" Ling Xiao took a light breath and said, "I will always be with you and your son. Tomorrow, I will refine the vitality prolonging pill for you. You will definitely be able to wait until your son calls you mother." He felt very guilty in his heart. He couldn't even protect the mother of his child. As a man, it was really F*** King Sullen. He was a dignified fifth-grade alchemist, but he could only extend her life by a year. Just thinking about it made him angry. You don't need to blame yourself. This is all my life. You have done enough for me. I am already very satisfied to hear my son call me mother. The priestess replied with a faint smile. Ling Xiao hugged the priestess tightly. He really didn't know what to say. Suddenly, the priestess raised her head. Her delicate face was pressed against Ling Xiao's thick lips. Ling Xiao felt those warm and moist lips and immediately responded eagerly. The two tongues battled with each other. Fragrant liquids were constantly exchanged. The two gradually became hurried. The man carried the woman to the next room and casually laid down a soundproof restriction. The two rolled onto the big bed together. The man constantly groped the woman's delicate skin. He constantly kneaded and pinched the bulging soft flesh. His mouth vigorously sucked the saliva that made him unable to sleep. The woman constantly tore off the man's clothes. Her snake-like body constantly rubbed against the man's chest. It was as if she wanted to merge her body with the man. She felt the man's rough movements. Her body felt as if it had been electrocuted. The numb feeling made her unable to help but softly moan. That sleep-talking sound was almost like an aphrodisiac. The man couldn't help but explode. The woman had also reached the critical point of promiscuity. The clothes of the two of them turned into pieces at the same time, fluttering in the room. The two of them had skin to skin. One of them had muscles that were as strong as iron and a golden ratio body that looked so majestic and perfect. The other had delicate and soft skin, perfect, exquisite curves, proud virgin peak, and a devil-like figure. All of them displayed the most primitive temptation. Following that, the urgent sound became more and more urgent, and the soft moan also became louder. The man actually went into battle with a golden spear. The spear hit the mysterious dragon's cave. A scream opened the prelude to the battle. This battle was earth-shattering. It was as if they didn't know the time of day and night. The two of them could only enjoy it and do their best to squeeze out more. It wasn't until a baby's dissatisfied voice broke through the soundproof restriction that they reluctantly ended the battle that they weren't satisfied with. The man put on his clothes and said fiercely, "This brat dares to ruin my good fortune. He's really looking for a beating." The woman glared at the man and said, "You dare? I won't allow you to go to bed again." The man's face instantly fell. He quickly put on a fawning smile and said, "Just kidding, just kidding." Chapter 486. After the priestess fed the child, she handed him over to a maid and said to Ling Xiao, "Xiao, we should go visit Grandpa." Ling Xiao nodded. "Yes, it's time for me to visit his hometown. Although I didn't find the Heaven Goo Divine Art, I did bring back some good stuff for the family. Consider it my first gift to the family as the son-in-law." Ling Xiao married the priestess, so the Gu clan was naturally considered half his family. "What gift?" the priestess asked curiously. You'll know soon enough." Ling Xiao smiled mysteriously. Then he took out a 10,000-year-old pearl and handed it to the priestess. This is a 10,000-year-old pearl. It can make you even more beautiful, and it can also keep your youthful appearance forever. Quickly take it." Ling Xiao had seen the effects of this 10,000-year-old pearl many times. Every woman who ate it would experience an amazing change, and their temperament would be improved. If other women knew that he had such a treasure, they would probably try to snatch it from him. The priestess put away the pearl and smiled. "Let's go see Grandpa first." If it was any other woman who could obtain such a treasure, she would definitely be ecstatic and immediately eat it. However, the priestess didn't have long to live, so she didn't care about eternal youth. Ling Xiao knew what the priestess was thinking, and he only felt a pain in his heart. He didn't say anything and followed her to the priestess hall. The bed was as big as a house, and on it was a spirit fruit juice. The gauze was so attractive. This large moving bed was the same one where Ling Xiao and the priestess had gotten married. Ling Xiao recalled everything that happened that day, and it still felt like a dream. "What are you thinking about?" The priestess asked when she saw Ling Xiao staring blankly at the soft bed. I'm thinking about how that embroidered ball fell into my hands. Ling Xiao smiled. That's the will of the heavens, the priestess replied in a daze. I don't think it's fate. You're so beautiful. It's probably because I burned incense and prayed to Buddha in my past life. In this life, God gave you to me, Ling Xiao said gently. The female priest, had never left Guzhai City and had never come into contact with other men. Now that Ling Xiao said this, she felt sweet in her heart, and her face was flushed. Let's go. Otherwise, Grandpa will have to wait for a long time. The priestess pulled Ling Xiao's hand and sat down on the soft couch. Just as the two of them sat on the soft couch, 8 people jumped out from several different corners. Ling Xiao could immediately sense the fluctuations of their auras. They were 8 king rank experts. As Ling Xiao's strength increased, his perception ability naturally increased greatly as well. Now that he had returned to Guzhai City, he found that Guzhai City's strength was different from what he saw when he first arrived. At that time, his vision was not wide enough, and he always felt that there were only a dozen or so kings here, and the only Earth sovereign was the High Priestess. But now he didn't think so. Previously, when he flew back, he was surrounded by dozens of people. He clearly sensed that he couldn't see through the strength of many of them. It could be seen that they were at least Earth sovereign, and the High Priestess' strength was more like a deep pool. He couldn't see clearly or grasp her strength. He guessed that the High Priestess' strength might be a celestial venerable superpower house. Otherwise, how could the other sects allow them to establish their own city and survive here? The 8 king rank experts lifted the soft couch and flew into the air. Ling Xiao and the female priest sat on the soft couch like a celestial couple, looking so noble and refined. Soon, the two of them arrived at the High Priestess Hall. The two of them found the High Priestess. They had just arrived at the door when they heard the High Priestess' voice. Come in. The two of them walked in and bowed to the High Priestess at the same time. Grandpa. The High Priestess nodded lightly, her old eyes shining brightly as she examined Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao only felt that he had been exposed in front of the High Priestess without any secrets, and he felt a little scared. You're not bad. You still remember to come back, the High Priestess said. Ling Xiao didn't feel the slightest bit happy about the High Priestess' praise. Instead, he revealed a look of guilt. Grandpa, shower is useless. I couldn't find the heaven goo divine art. The High Priestess' old eyes dimmed. She glanced at the female priest and sighed. Sigh, is it really the will of the heavens that cannot be defied? Grandpa, don't be sad. He's now a 5th rank alchemist. He can help me refine the vitality prolonging pill and increase my lifespan by a year, the female priest consoled. Oh, it seems that you've really put in a lot of effort to reach the 5th rank. The High Priestess looked at Ling Xiao with admiration. For Yin-er, this is nothing, Ling Xiao replied without the slightest bit of pride. He then said, Grandpa, there's one thing I don't understand. What do you not understand? The High Priestess asked. Have you really returned to the ancestral land before? Ling Xiao stared at the High Priestess and asked. The High Priestess' eyelids twitched. Of course I have. Ling Xiao's face revealed a hint of anger. The High Priestess ignored him and continued. But I didn't dare to go in. There are many resentful spirits inside, and many of them are high-level ones. Once I get entangled, it won't be easy for me to escape. Moreover, I can sense that there are even more powerful resentful spirits inside. Ling Xiao's anger turned into anger. He said in a low voice, Since you know that there are so many resentful spirits inside, why did you still send me to my death? The High Priestess had once said that the heaven goo divine art might be in their ancestral land, Goo City. He also said that he had gone back, but couldn't find it. So he asked Ling Xiao to go back again to see if he could find it. However, after arriving in the southern region, Ling Xiao found out that Goo City had become a forbidden area. No matter how many people went in, they couldn't leave. It was simply a dead city. Even so, for the sake of the priestess, he still entered Goo City to search for the heaven goo divine art. He just didn't understand. Since the high priest already knew that it was a forbidden area for humans and that he would die once he entered, why did he still let him enter Goo City? Could it be that the high priest didn't like him, the prince consort, so he wanted him to enter Goo City and be devoured by those resentful spirits? If he didn't get to the bottom of this matter today, he would feel very uncomfortable. Seeing that Ling Xiao was already on the verge of anger, the priestess immediately held his hand and said softly, "Xiao, don't talk to grandfather like that. Yin'er, it's fine. He's right. Back then, grandfather wanted him to die. If he really is your destined one, then he will definitely be able to come out of Goo City. If not, then when he dies, you will quickly accompany him. None of you will be lonely on the road to the Yellow Springs, right? Besides, I don't know if you will go to the southern region for Yin'er. If you don't go, then you can escape this calamity. It can be said that you have a tough life," the high priest said lightly. Hearing the high priest's words, not only Ling Xiao, but even the priestess was stunned. They really didn't expect the high priest to have such thoughts. The priestess had a heaven goo body. Once she reached the age of 20 and didn't cultivate the heaven goo divine art, she would turn into a vicious goo king and harm the world. Therefore, she had to end her life at the age of 20. As the prince consort, Ling Xiao had the obligation to help the priestess find the heaven goo divine art. However, the heaven goo divine art had already disappeared for 10,000 years. Finding it was simply a fantasy. From the very beginning, the high priest didn't think that Ling Xiao would be able to find the heaven goo divine art. Therefore, he wanted Ling Xiao to return to Goo City so that he would die first. Then, when the priestess's life ended, they would be able to accompany each other in the Yellow Springs. If Ling Xiao didn't go to the southern region, then it could be considered that he had promised the priestess to let Ling Xiao go. This was the funeral arrangement that the high priest had thought of for his granddaughter. It could be said that he had put in a lot of effort. He only thought that his granddaughter wouldn't be lonely when she reached the Yellow Springs, and he also felt a little better. Hearing the high priest's words, Ling Xiao was speechless. The priestess was a little dissatisfied and said, "Grandpa, how can you smile at him like that? He's my husband. Even if I die, I don't want to see Tian without a father." The high priest glanced at his granddaughter with a guilty expression and then asked Ling Xiao, "You didn't enter Goo City for Yin-er. Even if it's a dragon's pool or a tiger's den, I will barge into it. Otherwise, how would I know that there are vengeful spirits everywhere?" Ling Xiao replied lightly, "Oh, then it's already amazing that you were able to escape. At least I don't have to feel guilty towards Yin'er," the high priest replied. Ling Xiao really couldn't get angry at this old man at all. He did all this for his granddaughter. From his point of view, it was understandable, but his methods were a little paranoid. "I arrived at Goo City, but I couldn't find the Heaven Goo Divine technique, but I found it," Ling Xiao said, and a small cauldron appeared. This small cauldron emitted a mysterious aura, and people could tell at a glance that it was not an ordinary item. You actually found the Heaven Goo Divine Cauldron." The high priest grabbed the small cauldron and shouted excitedly. However, before he could grab it, a small golden shadow jumped out of the small cauldron. The small golden shadow instantly swelled up, and its head burst through the house. Rays of golden light flickered, and its aura forced the three of them to fly out of the house at the same time. "It's actually the gold silkworm Goo King, great! The high priest cried out in surprise. Then, he let out a strange cry like a goo worm, as if he was making contact with the gold silkworm Goo. Unfortunately, the gold silkworm Goo only looked at him with contempt, and then let out a strange cry. Then, something strange happened. In Guzhai City, densely packed goo worms emerged from every corner, making Ling Xiao's scalp tingle. Inside Guzhai City, everyone was shocked by this phenomenon. The experts around the high priest hall rushed over. "Lord Priest, what happened?" one of the golden-robed old men asked. Don't be nervous. Look at what that is." The high priest pointed at the gold silkworm Goo happily. Those people looked at the golden silkworm Goo that was shining with golden light, following which everyone revealed an astonished expression. Then, everyone's expression became fanatical, and they worshipped the gold silkworm Gu, even muttering some words that Ling Xiao couldn't understand. After a while, the high priest hall was surrounded by Gu clansmen, and they worshipped the gold silkworm Gu one after another. The scene was very spectacular. Chapter 487. The Gu people had always raised, controlled, and sacrificed Gu. They treated Gu like gods, and Gu could be said to be the most important part of their lives. No matter what high-grade Gu it was, they would treat it like family. And the higher the grade of the Gu, the more popular it would be, and the higher its status would be. A Gu king like the golden silkworm Gu was in existence like the holy king of the Gu race. They would naturally worship it crazily. The Gu people knelt down, and the Gu approached the golden silkworm Gu one after another. Then they all stopped and lowered their proud heads, as if they were worshiping their king. Let's go down. It's disrespectful to fly above the king of venomous worms, the high priest said to Ling Xiao and the priestess before he descended first. Ling Xiao had already seen the power of the golden silkworm beast, so he didn't dare to think too highly of himself. He followed the priestess and descended. The high priest arrived beside a very large and old Gu worm. This Gu worm was much bigger than the surrounding Gu worms. The sinister bone spikes on its body were terrifying and powerful. It was the closest to the golden silkworm Gu. It was as if before the golden silkworm Gu appeared, it was the king here. However, in front of the golden silkworm Gu, it could only bow its head. "Old friend, what does the Gu king want to do?" the high priest asked as he touched the old Gu worm. The old Gu worm replied in a low voice, "I don't know what it wants either. Maybe it just arrived at Jai City and sensed our presence. So, it summoned us to listen to its orders. Then think of a way to persuade the Gu king to stay. This will be its home in the future, and we are all its people. Let it protect us from being bullied by outsiders," the high priest said. Then he crossed his arms in front of his chest and kept making strange sounds towards the golden silkworm Gu. The old Gu worm also kept shaking its antennae and making strange sounds unique to Gu worms. The golden silkworm Gu only coldly swept its gaze over the surrounding Gu people and Gu worms, but it didn't respond. The high priest was puzzled. Does the Gu king not like to stay here? In desperation, the high priest took out the heaven Gu divine cauldron, hoping to keep the golden silkworm Gu inside and raise it. Unexpectedly, the golden silkworm Gu only looked at the heaven Gu divine cauldron and continued to ignore it. The two golden antennae on its head kept shaking, as if it was sensing something. The high priest frowned, and with a wave of his hand, a large number of poisonous creatures flew out of his space ring. "For the Gu king to enjoy," the high priest said sincerely. The golden silkworm Gu didn't stand on ceremony. It opened its bloody mouth and sucked all the poisonous insects and snakes into its mouth and swallowed them. When the high priest saw that the golden silkworm ate the poison he offered, he was immediately overjoyed and continued to make strange noises at the golden silkworm Gu. At the same time, the Gu worms around the golden silkworm Gu all let out strange cries, as if they were begging the golden silkworm Gu to stay. The strange sound shook the heavens, causing people's hair to stand on end. Ling Xiao, who was at the side, finally had his horizons broadened. He sighed in his heart. "This golden silkworm Gu is really good. If I let it be my son's protective spirit beast, it wouldn't be a disgrace to his status." The reason why Ling Xiao thought this was because his son had long been designated as the successor of the Gu clan by the high priest. Otherwise, the child wouldn't have followed his mother's surname. Ling Xiao had no say in this matter. When the priestess had asked for a new life before she died, it was to give the high priest a spiritual sustenance. It could also be considered a bit of filial piety as a granddaughter to the old man. No matter what his son's surname was, Ling Xiao was still his biological son. He was his first son in both of his lives, so of course he liked him very much. After a while, the motionless gold silkworm Gu looked towards a direction. In that direction, a golden light bloomed in the sky. The light was extremely sacred and gorgeous, and a baby's cry cut through the sky. The golden light transformed into a huge goo worm in midair. This goo worm was actually exactly the same as the golden silkworm goo, and it looked especially majestic. The people of the Goo clan all looked towards the golden light, and everyone's eyes became astonished and fanatical again. The phenomenon of the Goo King. The high priest and the group of higher-ups of the Goo clan couldn't help but exclaim when they saw the golden light. The heavens really bless our clan. The heavens really bless our clan. The high priest bowed towards the golden light in surprise. All the people of the Goo clan also shouted in unison, "The heavens bless our clan." Their expressions also became more and more sincere. The baby's cry was like a demonic sound, and it actually became louder and louder. The baby was quite a distance away, but everyone could hear it clearly. The golden silkworm, Goo, seemed to have heard something summoning it. After a long cry, it flew towards the golden shadow. "Ha, Grandpa, that's Tian." The priestess looked at the place where the golden light was shining, and she covered her mouth and exclaimed, "Oh no, that big guy won't eat my son, right?" Ling Xiao was shocked, and then he flew towards the direction of the courtyard. Who knew that the high priest would be one step ahead and block in front of Ling Xiao? "Grandpa, what are you doing? Hurry up and stop the golden silkworm Goo King." Ling Xiao didn't understand why the high priest was blocking him, and it really made him anxious. He shouted at the high priest without thinking, "Don't worry, Tian has shown the phenomenon now, and he is born to be the future king of our Goo clan. The golden silkworm Goo won't hurt him, and he might even recognize the golden silkworm Goo as its master." The high priest explained with a look of joy. He is still a child, and he doesn't know anything. How can the golden silkworm Goo recognize him as its master? Ling Xiao asked anxiously. Don't worry." The priestess persuaded him, and then asked the high priest, "Grandpa, does he have the body of the golden silkworm?" The high priest stroked his beard and smiled. "That's right. According to the phenomenon, he has the body of the golden silkworm. In the future, our Goo clan can return to its heyday." "What is the body of the golden silkworm?" Ling Xiao was a little confused. "I'll explain this to you later. Let's go take a look first, but we must not disturb the golden silkworm Goo." The high priest changed the topic. Then he carefully flew over first, and Ling Xiao, the priestess, and the higher-ups of the Goo clan followed, and the Goo worms all chased after him. Only the members of the Goo clan were left in the same place, worshipping the courtyard. The huge body of the golden silkworm Goo instantly shrank by dozens of times, and it instantly entered the house. When it entered, the baby's crying stopped. Not long after, the shadow of the golden silkworm above the house began to gradually shrink. After the shadow finished shrinking, the baby's laughter came from the house. The laughter was very elegant and childish. It was a clear and melodious laughter. It was a very happy laughter. Was this the laughter of a 3-month-old baby? It was really unbelievable. Ling Xiao could no longer care so much, and he rushed into the house. The high priest and the priestess followed him in. When they entered the house, they were dumbfounded. The baby sleeping on the bed used his pink little hands to hug the shrunken golden silkworm Goo and laughed. The golden silkworm Goo stuck out its tongue and kept licking the baby's face, looking very happy. Good. As expected of my great-grandson, the body of the golden silkworm. Only such a physique can make the golden silkworm Goo so close. The high priest laughed heartily. The priestess on the side looked happy, while Ling Xiao looked confused. Then, the golden silkworm Goo shrank again, opened its mouth, and bit the baby's finger. "You dare to bite my son, you're courting death." Ling Xiao raised his eyebrows and wanted to slap the golden silkworm Goo. The high priest stopped him again, saying, "Stop! The golden silkworm Goo has recognized its master, and it will serve Tian as its master in the future." "Yes, Xiao, Tian will be protected by the golden silkworm Goo King in the future, and no one can hurt him," the priestess explained. Ling Xiao froze for a moment, then said, "That works too." Sure enough, after the golden silkworm Goo broke the baby's finger, The baby didn't cry out in pain. Instead, his lively eyes seemed to flash with anticipation. The golden silkworm Gu only sucked a bit of blood essence and didn't continue. Then, it crawled towards the baby's mouth and directly entered it. Ling Xiao felt nauseous and numb. He thought worriedly, that guy won't go into my son's stomach and devour his organs, right? On the other hand, the high priest and priestess were not anxious at all. Instead, they were overjoyed. After the golden silkworm Gu entered the baby's stomach, the baby fell asleep. His face still had a peaceful expression, and a faint halo of light constantly emitted a swan and eye aura around him. He looked as magical as a golden child descending into the world. All right, let's go out. The golden silkworm Gu won't hurt Tian'er, the high priest said as he looked at the baby with satisfaction and led the two out. Lord Priest. The higher-ups of the Gu clan who were waiting outside called out in unison. Their expressions were filled with anticipation. The high priest smiled and said, "The golden silkworm Gu has already recognized its master. Its master is my great-grandson, Feng Lingtian. From now on, he will be the king of the Gu clan." Greetings, Clan King. Greetings, Clan King. The higher-ups of the Gu clan all bowed towards the direction of the house. Then, the citizens of the Gu sacrifice city all shouted in unison, "Immo Jian Clan King! Immo Jian Clan King!" All of them revealed expressions of joy, fanaticism, and sincerity, as if they had seen a god, causing them to worship and revere him blindly. The high priest let them be and brought Ling Xiao and the priestess to a room at the side talk. "Xiao, you've done a great job this time," the high priest said with satisfaction as he looked at Ling Xiao. To be honest, he didn't have a good impression of Ling Xiao at first. It was a blessing for this kid to be able to become the son-in-law of the Gu clan, but he was still not satisfied. He dared to use the pill to kill the love Gu in his body and get rid of the love Gu's control. He did not obediently become the son-in-law of the Gu clan. If not for his granddaughter begging for mercy on behalf of Ling Xiao, he would have killed Ling Xiao with one palm. The Gu clan did not need such an unrestrained son-in-law. Now, although Ling Xiao did not find the Heaven Gu Divine Art, he found the Heaven Gu Divine Cauldron and brought back the Golden Silkworm Gu. He even allowed his great-grandson to marry the Golden Silkworm Gu and become the first king of the Gu clan in tens of thousands of years. It was truly worthy of celebration. Of course, the high priest was no longer dissatisfied with Ling Xiao. He was more satisfied from the bottom of his heart. He thought to himself, "It seems that Xianxia was right. This kid is really the lucky star of our clan." Chapter 488. Since ancient times, the Gu clan had sacrificed themselves to Gu and raised them. After generations of reproduction, their clansmen already had the bloodline of Gu worms flowing in their bodies. This bloodline was called the Gu bloodline. Therefore, from the moment their descendants were born, they had an intimate aura with Gu worms and the ability to communicate with them. At the same time, their bloodline also produced all kinds of rare physiques because of this mutation. These physiques were closely related to Gu worms. Among them, the rarest was the Heaven Gu body. This kind of physique was usually the body that died young, because people with the Heaven Gu body often turned into the king of fierce Gu worms when they reached a certain age, because the concentration of the Gu worm bloodline was too high. This kind of fierce Gu worm king only had bloodthirsty thoughts. Even the Gu worms of the same clan would become its food. Therefore, this kind of fierce Gu worm must not be allowed to appear in the world. Once it appeared, even a heavenly venerable expert would not be able to suppress it. When it became strong, even an emperor could only flee when they saw it. People with the Heaven Gu body had an innate advantage, and that was that their cultivation speed was much faster than ordinary people. Whether in an environment with abundant spirit chi or not, their strength would increase as they grew older. Unfortunately, this kind of physique only had a lifespan of 20 years. It was truly a pity. Later, the ancestors of the Gu clan finally created a divine technique that could restrain the evolution of the bloodline. At the same time, they could increase their strength like before and achieve supreme power. Therefore, The Heaven Gu body was ranked first among all the Gu bodies. In addition to the Heaven Gu body, there was the Gold Gu body, the Wood Gu body, the Water Gu body, the Fire Gu body, the Earth Gu body, the Dark Gu body, the Light Gu body, the Thunder Gu body, and the Wind Gu body. These 9 physiques were similar to the 9 pure attributes of ordinary martial artists. Among the Gu clan, the Gold Gu body was the strongest of these 9 physiques. People with this kind of physique were born to be emperors, and the bloodline of this kind of physique was the most noble. Like the Gold Silkworm Gu, they could command tens of thousands of Gu worms. If the person with the Gold Gu body was the emperor, then the other physiques were the princes. They could never surpass the emperor. Now Ling Zhao's son, Feng Ling Tian, had the Gold Gu body. This kid was destined to become the new king of the Gu clan in the future, leading the Gu clan to glory. After the high priest's explanation, Ling Xiao finally understood that his son's physique was indeed extraordinary. He thought to himself proudly, as expected of this young master's son, if his physique was too weak, then it would be a waste of my excellent genes. In fact, the requirements for a physique like the ability to regenerate were very harsh. However, the purity of Ling Zhao's metal attribute was already very high, more than 90%, infinitely close to a pure metal attribute physique. The priestess also had a Heaven Gu body, with a high concentration of Gu blood flowing in her body. It was not surprising that the combination of the two could produce a metal Gu body. Shower, you've done a great service this time. Tell me, what reward do you want? I'll do my best to satisfy you, said the high priest with a smile. Ling Xiao chuckled. He held the priestess' hand and said seriously, I don't want any rewards. I just want to quietly accompany Yin'er in her last days. The priestess held Ling Zhao's hand tightly, feeling unusually satisfied. She was now much calmer in the face of death. She had a husband and a child in her life, and being able to live with them for more than a year was already a great luxury for her. Good. It's rare that you still think about Yin'er. She didn't plead on your behalf in vain, said the high priest happily. He then said, since you don't have any requests, remember to tell me in the future. If I can help you, I won't even frown. Thank you, Grandpa, replied Ling Xiao. Then I'll go back first. From now on, I'll arrange for more people to protect Tian'er. When he's a little older, I'll personally teach him and make him the king of our Gu race, said the high priest as he stood up. The two knew that the old man doted on his great-grandson, so they naturally didn't say anything more. However, just as the high priest was about to leave, Ling Xiao suddenly remembered that there was one more thing he hadn't said, so he stopped the high priest and said, Grandpa, I still have something to tell you. The high priest stopped in his tracks, and the priestess also looked at Ling Xiao curiously. Ling Xiao said, I'm currently having people rebuild Gu City. What, you've had people rebuild Gu City? Asked the high priest in shock. Ling Xiao nodded and said with certainty, That's right, the resentful spirits there have been dispersed, and I've had people rebuild it. I think Grandpa and the clansmen must want to go back, so I made the decision on my own. I hope Grandpa won't blame me. No, how could I blame you? You've done very well. We've been moving for nearly 10,000 years, and our clansmen have always wanted to go back. It's just that there are too many resentful spirits there, and even with the power of the entire clan, we can't disperse them, so we haven't moved back to our ancestral land. Now that you've done it, Grandpa, I really don't know how to thank you. The high priest said with tears streaming down his face. The more he spoke, the more excited he became, and he even wanted to kneel to Ling Xiao. Grandpa, you can't do that. Ling Xiao and the priestess cried out at the same time. Ling Xiao even held the high priest up, not letting him kneel, and said, Grandpa, aren't you making things difficult for me by doing this? Don't tell me you still haven't acknowledged me as your grandson-in-law? That's right, Grandpa. Xiao Xiao is also one of our clansmen, and he's also doing things for his clansmen. Aren't you shortening his life by doing this? Said the priestess. All right, Xiao heir. You're the lucky star of our Gu clan. Yin, I didn't marry the wrong man. The high priest wiped away his tears. Ever since the Gu clan had almost been wiped out 10,000 years ago, everyone in the clan wanted to return to their ancestral land, rebuild their homeland, and restore their clan's prestige. Unfortunately, that place was filled with resentful spirits, and it had become a forbidden area for humans. Even if it was their ancestral land, they couldn't return. Now that he heard Ling Xiao say that he had begun to rebuild Gu City, the high priest was naturally happy from the bottom of his heart. He thought to himself, "This kid really gives me too many surprises. Right? Tell me, how did you disperse those resentful spirits? And how did you obtain the Heaven Gu Divine Cauldron?" The high priest suddenly remembered that he hadn't asked Ling Xiao about his journey to Gu City. He really wanted to know how this grandson-in-law of his had done something that he couldn't. Moreover, he had taken in such a terrifyingly strong follower, and in a little over a year, he had jumped from a middle-stage spirit master to the peak of the middle-stage king level. This speed was just too monstrous. Thus, Ling Xiao gave a simple summary of what had happened in Gu City. Although Ling Xiao had said it in a relaxed manner, the high priest and the priestess could imagine that it wasn't so simple. There were definitely dangers that they couldn't imagine. That was a dangerous place where even an Empyrean had died. Under those circumstances, how could Ling Xiao be relaxed? You're saying that this Heaven Gu Divine Cauldron was given to you by an ancestor who has lived for 10,000 years. The high priest asked in astonishment. That's right. That golden silkworm Gu King was raised by her. If I hadn't taken out the clan token you gave me, I'm afraid I would have been killed by her. Ling Xiao still had some lingering fear as he replied. Sigh, I'm really ashamed to face my ancestors. To think that my Gu clan used to be so mighty, but now we're reduced to living in a remote corner. The high priest had a guilty expression as he sighed. Grandpa, this isn't your fault. Now that Tian has the golden Gu body, he can definitely restore the prestige of our Gu clan in the future. The priestess comforted him. That's right. Grandpa, you don't have to blame yourself. Next, you should think about how to discuss with your clansmen whether or not you want to move the clan back. This is the most important thing, Ling Xiao said. You're right. We've been here for nearly 10,000 years. If we want to leave, we won't be able to leave in a short period of time. We have to plan and make arrangements, the high priest said. Then he said, I'll go back and discuss with the others. You two should have a good reunion after being separated for so many days. After saying this, the high priest left. The priestess looked at Ling Xiao's handsome face and said sincerely, Xiao, thank you. Ling Xiao pulled the priestess into his arms and said, Fool, why are you thanking me? I'm your man, and it's only right for me to do anything for you. The priestess replied softly and buried her head in Ling Xiao's chest. She felt an unprecedented happiness and satisfaction. Ling Xiao lowered his head to look at his beautiful wife and couldn't help but kiss her on the lips. The priestess responded passionately. The two of them kept groping, and their breathing gradually quickened. After a while, they rolled on the soft couch. Naturally, the two of them had sex. Following that, Fengling Tian was confirmed to have the golden Gu body and was recognized by the golden silkworm Gu King as its master. He was announced as the new king of the Gu clan. The high priest and the other higher-ups arranged for many of the clan's experts to guard the dean's surroundings. It was impossible for anyone to sneak into the courtyard, unless they had reached the celestial venerable level or above. In the courtyard, there were originally only 2 maids, but now there were 20 maids. They took turns to listen to orders day and night, and they definitely couldn't let anything happen to little Ling Tian. Ling Xiao and the priestess had protested against this arrangement, but they were directly rejected by the high priest. In the end, the old man was still worried, so he moved out of the priest hall and lived in the courtyard, personally guarding little Ling Tian. Ling Xiao and the priestess were completely speechless. As the days passed, Ling Xiao had already refined the vitality-prolonging pill for the priestess. The vitality-prolonging pill could increase anyone's lifespan by 100 years, but it could only increase the priestess's lifespan by 1 year. However, this year's time allowed the priestess's life to be more meaningful, more fulfilling, and more perfect. Ling Xiao planned to not go anywhere for more than a year. He only wanted to focus on his duties as a husband and accompany his wife and son in peace, so that his wife could happily spend the last few days of her life. More than a year's time was neither long nor short. During this time, the high priest had been spreading the news of the clan's relocation. After he told the clan about the reconstruction of the ancestral land, all the clan members agreed to return to the ancestral land. There were traces of their ancestors, their past glory, and the journey they were proud of. Only by returning to the ancestral land would they feel a sense of belonging, and only then would they live happier and more fulfilling lives than they did now. Chapter 489. Wei Dyer. 4 years had passed, and she was about to become a mature woman in her 30s. Her strength had also improved greatly. She was still as flirtatious as ever. That bright red satin dress vividly displayed her fiery and sexy figure. Although her enchanting face was not the kind that could cause the downfall of a country, it was definitely the type of beauty that all men dreamed of in bed. However, this originally cheerful and passionate woman now had a melancholy that couldn't be relieved. Lone Eagle's single eye had become sharper. He was no longer a low-level soul master. After 4 years of hard training in the forest, the wild killing intent on his body was even denser. His strength had already advanced to the peak of middle-level soul master. Cold Snake was now a middle-level soul master like Lone Eagle. The previous leader of Cold Snake mercenary group, Tinbin, wasn't inferior to Lone Eagle. Li Kuanghu was also a low-level soul master when he left the Purple Sky sect. Now, he was a high-level soul master. He should have been an inner disciple of the Purple Sky sect. If he hadn't been framed by the Lao family, his achievements wouldn't have been any worse than any direct disciple of the Purple Sky sect. Luckily, he recognized Ling Xiao, which gave him a chance to start over. He especially cherished this opportunity. His training was also several times more diligent than others. The 8 followers of Ling Xiao were all low-level soul masters now. All of them were full of energy and were full of fighting spirit. The reason why they could improve so quickly was related to the resources that Ling Xiao asked Li Kuanghu to bring back. In the past, such a force in Meteor City was comparable to a mid-sized family. Ordinary people definitely wouldn't dare to provoke them. However, in front of them, there was an arrogant young man with oily hair and powdered face. This person was 27 years old, but he was already a low-level soul master. In a backward city like Meteor City, he was definitely a genius. However, before this, he was only at the Mystic Knight level. The reason why he could improve so quickly was because his uncle, who was at the king level, brought back a 3rd-grade pill like the spirit-breaking pill, which helped him break through to the Soul Master level. Needless to say, this person was the youngest son of the Liu family master, Liu Do. He was also the male lead of the marriage between the Liu family and the Luo family. In his arms was his fiancée, Luo Qingxuang. Luo Qingxuang still couldn't hide her beautiful face. The childish elegance from 4 years ago had disappeared and was replaced by an elegant and dignified temperament. However, at this moment, there was a faint sense of melancholy on her delicate and pretty face, as if she was rejecting her fiancé, who was hugging her. "What are you doing here? This place doesn't welcome you." As the mistress of this place, Meng Xiyun shouted at the two of them. If it weren't for the fact that there were a few powerful people behind them, she would have ordered them to be thrown out. Needless to say, she hated the man just by looking at him. He actually dared to come to her house and plot against her. As for the woman, she had always treated her as her own daughter. She had even tacitly acknowledged her as her daughter-in-law. Unfortunately, in the face of power, she actually chose to compromise. Even if this wasn't her intention, it was unforgivable in Meng Xiyun's eyes. Now, this woman actually accompanied her man here to flaunt their prowess. In fact, it made her even more disgusted. "You're not a bad woman, but unfortunately, you're a bit old. I'm not interested in old women." Ludo looked at Meng Xiyun and said with disdain, "How dare you be so rude to the madam?" Solitary Eagle was Ling Xiao's first servant, and his loyalty to Ling Xiao was 100%. Hearing the other disrespect Meng Xiyun as soon as he opened his mouth, he couldn't bear it. Duing was about to charge out when Meng Xiyun shouted, "Du-ing, don't be impulsive. What are you doing here? I already said that you're not welcome here. If you don't leave, then don't blame the Ling family for being impolite," said Meng Xiyun coldly. "Haha, the Ling family is nothing. In 3 days, the Ling family will be removed from Meteorite City. Do you really not know, or are you pretending?" Lu Do laughed. Meng Xiyun's group naturally knew about the current situation of the family. Now that it was mentioned in front of them, everyone's expressions turned ugly. "To be honest, I wouldn't have come even if you invited me in a few days. As the future head of the Lu family, I'm telling you that I've taken a fancy to the two of you. As long as you two follow me, you'll be the madams of the Lu family. You'll be a class above everyone else in Meteorite City, and no one will dare to disrespect you. I'll also pamper you like how I pamper Sister Xuan." Lu Do's gaze landed on by Yushi and Wei Dyer. His gaze was filled with a strong desire to possess them. To be honest, he had already seen these two beautiful women. For years ago, during the clan's tournament, their Lu family had participated. Although Lu Do didn't participate, he had followed the rest of the family to cheer for his brother. At that time, he saw a young master of the Ling family surrounded by several beautiful women. One was the daughter of the Luo family. One was a beautiful snake from the second mercenary group, and the last one wasn't famous, but it couldn't hide her lovely appearance. The 3 women had their own beauty, and they were all women that any man would want to have. In Meteorite City, any man would burn incense and pray to the Buddha if he could have even one of these women. However, the young master of the Ling family was able to enjoy the blessings of having 3 women by his side at the same time. At that time, Lu Do fantasized in his heart that if the Lu family could be as famous as the Ling family, he would definitely snatch these 3 women to be his wives. He didn't expect that his impulsive dream would finally come true today. The return of his granduncle allowed his family to rise, and he felt that he was getting closer and closer to his dream. Thus, he tried his best to please his great-uncle. Finally, the heavens did not disappoint those who tried. He was rewarded by his great-uncle with a spirit-breaking pill and increased his strength. Not only that, he even surpassed his 2 elder brothers and had the possibility of becoming the future head of the Lu family. From then on, he was riding on the crest of success. Therefore, when the Lu family took action against the Luo family, Lu Do stood up and spoke up. He asked his father for a marriage alliance with the Luo family because he fancied the daughter of the Luo family, Luo Qingxuan. As for the daughter of the Luo family, the head of the Lu family was naturally quite satisfied. Therefore, he didn't kill the Luo family and left them a third of the property, but the condition was to marry Luo Qingxuan to Lu Do. Whether the Luo family was willing or not, Luo Qingxuan and the others were determined to have her, or else the Luo family would be removed from Meteorite City. Therefore, Luo Qingxuan became Lu Do's fiancée. Whether Luo Qingxuan was willing or not, this matter was already known to the entire city. Now, Lu Do didn't care whether Luo Qingxuan was willing or not. He was prepared to snatch the other 2 women of his dreams. Wei Dyer stared at Lu Do with her almond-shaped eyes and scolded him disdainfully. "You think a 3-legged toad like you can touch us? Dream on. Beautiful snake is indeed spicy. I love to see you angry. I've been yearning for you since a long time ago. Thinking about your beautiful snake-like body, I can't sleep at night because of the heat. However, from tonight onwards, you can go and warm my bed, or else there will be no place for you in Meteorite City," Lu Do said as he stared at Wei Dyer's full and impressive breasts. "Bastard, watch me cripple you." As the brother, Longxi couldn't tolerate his sister being humiliated by others. Longxi carried a strong, fiery aura, and his long sword stabbed towards Lu Do's face, wanting to kill him in one move. However, before his sword could reach Lu Do, someone blocked in front of him, deflecting his long sword and quickly counterattacking. Lung Shi, be careful. Li Kuanghu, who was the strongest among them, noticed the strength of his opponent and warned him. He rushed into the battle and threw a punch towards that person. Don't be anxious. Your opponent is me. Another person jumped out from behind Lu Do and faced Li Kuanghu. Lung Shi lost his support, and his abdomen was stabbed by his opponent, seriously injuring him. Brother, I'll kill you, Wei Dyer shouted and attacked the person who stabbed her brother. Sister, I'll help you. Bai Yushi was no longer the timid and shy little girl from before. A blue long sword appeared in her hand, and she stabbed towards that person with Wei Dyer. The two women were both middle-stage spirit masters. The power of one fire and one water combined attack wasn't ordinary. Lung Shi covered his wound and retreated. Doing quickly fed him a pill, then turned to Meng Shiyun and said, Madam, go back and hide first. We'll take care of these people. No need, they came prepared today, so it's the same wherever we hide. Meng Shiyun shook her head and refused. Ludo only brought 8 people with him, but 4 of them were high-level spirit masters, and the other 4 weren't weak either. Unless the Ling family's previous elder Ling Chun or the previous patriarch Ling Tsong came, no one could stop Lu Do and the others. On Meng Shiyun's side, only Li Kuanghu was a new high spirit master, and the others were slightly weaker, so they couldn't force Lu Do's group to leave. Luo Qingxuang said to Lu Do, tell them to stop. Lu Do looked at Luo Qingxuang and hugged her even tighter. What? Are you feeling sorry? Don't worry, I'll let you 3 sisters reunite soon. At that time, I hope the 3 of you can happily serve me, understand? Aren't you afraid that he'll come back from the Purple Sky sect one day? Luo Qingxuang was slightly angry. Him? You mean that laughing overlord? Ha, so what if he comes back? Can he take on the 3 king steps of my Lu clan? Don't be delusional. Remember to be a good wife in the future. Only then will I let the Luo clan live a better life. Otherwise, you should know the consequences. Lu Do's hand slid onto Luo Qingxuang's butt and fiercely pinched it. Luo Qingxuang was ashamed, but there was nothing she could do. She regretted not giving her body to him, and now she gave it to this bastard that she didn't like. However, she didn't have a choice. If she didn't compromise, her clan would be gone. For her family, why couldn't she be sacrificed? At the same time, she hated the man who had left for a few years and never returned. She really wanted to ask him why he was so heartless to leave them here and never come back. Didn't he know that they were always thinking about him? Maybe he already had another woman outside? Luo Qingxuang chose Lu Do, mostly for the sake of her clan, but also because she didn't want to wait endlessly. A woman's youth couldn't be wasted, and she was afraid that he wouldn't come back even when she was old. So, she finally gave up on her original promise. Chapter 490. The fuse for the battle in the Ling family's courtyard had already been lit. As Ling Zhao's most loyal servant, Lone Eagle also started to shout to his 8 followers, 8 generals, listen up, protect the 2 young madams and madam. Yes, the 8 followers of Ling Zhao replied in unison. 8 low-rank spirit masters working together had the strength of 2 middle-rank spirit masters. Solitary Eagle possessed a few strands of Yin Wind fiendish energy. He was completely capable of fighting a high-level spirit master. For a moment, the sounds of battle rang out in the Ling family's courtyard. Although Lu Do's side had fewer people, they were stronger. Lu Do hugged Luo Qingxuang and calmly watched the show. However, his gaze was on Bai Yushi and Wei Dai. Madam Ling, think about it carefully. If you agree to come with me, my Lu family will let your Ling family off. Otherwise, in 3 days, all of you will die. Lu Do looked at Meng Shiyun and threatened her. Dream on. Even if my Ling family is completely destroyed, I won't let your Lu family get what they want. Meng Shiyun replied indignantly. Fine. I want to see how far you can go today. Lu Do agreed and didn't say anything else. In the courtyard, Li Kuanghu was fighting with his opponent. He was only a newly advanced high-rank spirit master. He felt that if he was given some time to consolidate, he would definitely be able to get rid of his opponent. His mad tiger fists were like a tiger king descending the mountain as he punched towards his opponent. His opponent's spear was well prepared, making it hard for both sides to be injured. On the other side, the high-ranked spirit master that Bai Yushi and Wei Dyer were attacking together wasn't having an advantage. They were still being suppressed by the opponent. If it wasn't for the fact that the opponent didn't want their lives, they would have died already. The only one who had the advantage was Lone Eagle. He was indeed a middle-ranked spirit master, but they didn't know that Lone Eagle cultivated two elements at the same time. His strength was much higher than others of the same rank. One of the middle-ranked spirit masters from the Liu family was unexpectedly killed by Lone Eagle. "Quickly kill that Lone Eye!" Lu Do roared angrily. A high-ranked spirit master from the Liu family had no choice but to give up on the idea of killing the 8 generals. He faced Lone Eagle and wanted to cut him down. The 8 generals faced the rest of the spirit masters from the Liu family. The battle was extremely intense. The 8 generals weren't strong, but they had gone through the forest training and fought with all their might. If they were slashed by the opponent, they would return with a slash. The Liu family spirit masters were frightened by the 8's killing intent. At this moment, both sides were in a stalemate. Family: Ludo Yun, Lu, Uncle, Lu, and Ling King, Lu Eagle, Lu, and Spirit Dongu, and Lucama, and Ling. Lu Spirit, Lu. A few sounds of wind breaking could be heard from afar. Ling, comma, ling, Ling, Ling came to comma, Ling came. Lu, with Ling Zhan's help, Ludo ordered his men to stop, and so did the Ling. Ling Zhan glared at Ludo and shouted, "Who are you? How dare you come my Ling family and cause trouble? If you don't give me an explanation today, don't even think of leaving." "Ha, just you?" Ludo calmly said to Ling Zhan, his eyes full of disdain. "Brother Zhan, he's from the Liu. He's interested in Yushi and Dai so he brought people to rob them," Meng Xiyun said. "You got guts. Do you really think this is your Liu? Today I'll cripple you first." Ling Zhan was furious and immediately stabbed at Ludo. Ling was a high-ranked spirit master, and like Ling Xiao, he also cultivated the origin returning qi. His strength was definitely strong within the same realm. He could see that Ludo only had 4 high-ranked spirit masters by his side, and he also had helpers on his side. Killing this brat shouldn't be a difficult matter. In any case, the Liu and Ling families were destined to fight, so he didn't have any misgivings about killing. However, Ludo actually revealed a strange smile when facing Ling Zhan's spear. Something's wrong. Ling Zhan wasn't stupid. Since the opponent was so calm, he definitely had something up his sleeves. Just as he was about to retreat, a powerful pressure came at him. Puffed. Ling Zhan's body flew back, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. An old man silently appeared behind Ludo. He didn't even make a move. He just glared at Ling Zhan, and Ling Zhan was sent flying. Needless to say, this old man was a low-rank king that came with Liu Quanxiang. Who would have thought that the Liu family would send out a king to protect a junior? Could it be that Ludo was already the future head of the Liu family? "Brother Zhan!" Meng Xiyun shouted and ran over to catch Ling Zhan. The two stumbled and fell together. "Godfather! Godmother!" Bai Yushi ran over to check. The others also gathered around Ling Zhan and his wife to protect them. Li Su took out a fire element profound artifact and shouted, "Junior from the Liu family, even the head of your family has to respectfully call me Grandmaster Li. I advise you to quickly leave." This must be the famous 3rd rank blacksmith Grandmaster Li. "My father has ordered that if Grandmaster Li is willing to leave the Ling family and come to my Liu family, we will definitely make you an elder. Your treatment will be twice as good as the Ling families. Why don't you consider it?" Ludo wasn't a brainless person and actually tried to persuade Li Kong. Your Liu family is acting rashly. Aren't you afraid of suffering the consequences of your actions in the future?" Li Su coldly snorted. "Grandmaster Li, you should understand the principle of the victor being king. The Ling family has been the #1 family for so long. It's time for them to give up their position. Our Lu family isn't unreasonable. As long as the Ling family is willing to listen, we naturally won't make things difficult for them. Ludo smiled faintly. It's not up to a junior like you to interfere in this matter. We will naturally argue with your elders. You can leave. Li Su said, I'm not here to cause trouble today. Those 2 women are mine. I'll kill anyone who tries to stop me. Ludo stared at Bai Yushi and Wei Dyer. The faces of the Ling family changed. If it was a moment ago, they definitely wouldn't be afraid of the other side. But now that the other side had a real king-level expert, they were no longer able to fight against them. Once the king-level expert attacked, all of them would only be dead. At this time, many people from the Ling family arrived. Even the previous generation Elder Ling Chun and the previous generation Patriarch Ling Song had come. 2 half-step king-level experts were enough to dominate Meteorite City a few years ago, but now they were facing the danger of being exterminated. It's really lively, Ludo murmured. In fact, he had brought a king-level expert this time to see whether the old man from the Ling family had returned or not. He also wanted to see whether the kid who joined the Purple Sky sect had brought reinforcements. If they were all here, perhaps the Lu family would have to reconsider the plan of devouring the Ling family. If they were not here, then in 3 days, the Ling family's name would be erased. Ludo, I beg you let them go. Luo Qingxuang let go of her reservations and whispered to Ludo. Hee, do you think that's possible? If you say any more nonsense, I'll make you my maid. Ludo laughed sinisterly. Ling Tsong frowned and raised his spear. Get out of here, otherwise don't blame us for being impolite. The spear in his hand was the Ling family's profound weapon. Now that he was half-step king level, for the sake of the Ling family's reputation, he would fight to the death even if he was a king-level expert. Ling Chun naturally stood up with Ling Tsong. Since the Grand Elder was not here, Ling Chun was the Ling family's anchor. Unfortunately, this ocean-stabilizing godly pillar was still too weak. You've got guts. Today, I'll teach you a lesson. Otherwise, you won't know the difference between a half-step king-level expert and a real king-level expert. The king-level elder stood up and said. Ling Tsong and Ling Chun did not waste any words and attacked from the left and right. 2 balls of golden spear shadows rushed towards the king-level expert. Half-step king-level expert is still half-step king-level expert. Even if it's a combined attack, it won't be much of a threat. The king-level elder snorted in disdain. His aura rose, and he reached out with his claws. 2 claws formed from spiritual energy blasted the golden spear shadows that filled the sky and scattered them. At the same time, the king-level figure flashed and appeared in front of Ling Tsong. He grabbed Ling Tsong's chest and threw him away. Ling Chun stabbed towards the king-level's waist from behind. Unfortunately, King Jie leapt into the air and heavily kicked Ling Chun in the chest. Ling Tsong and Ling Chun were injured in the blink of an eye. The expressions of the Ling family members became ugly. However, Ling Tsong and Ling Chun did not give up. The 2 gritted their teeth and once again attacked the king-level expert. Looks like you won't shed a tear until you see the coffin. The king-level elder revealed a deep killing intent. His figure flashed, and countless claws waved. Ling Tsong and Ling Chun could not see the other party's movements clearly. A few pieces of flesh were ripped out of their chests, and fresh blood flowed out. Everyone attacked together. Let's fight. Ling Yuan, as the clan leader, roared and took the lead in attacking the king-level expert. The Ling family members all attacked with their full strength. Bursts of 5-colored spiritual energy blasted towards the king-rank old man. You're just a grain of rice, and you dare to attack? The king-level expert disdainfully flew into the air. His hands turned into palms, and 2 balls of spiritual energy descended from the sky. Boom! The powerful spiritual energy almost flattened the courtyard. The Ling family members were all shaken to the ground, and they looked extremely haggard. Third Grandpa, capture those 2 women for me first. Ludo, who had retreated far away, called out to the king-level elder in the air. The elder nodded and flew towards by Yushi and Wei Dai who were lying on the ground, like an eagle swooping down on a rabbit. If you want to capture them, you'll have to get past me first. Lone Eagle could not let anything happen to the two of them. He used his wind attribute to block the two women, and, at the same time, he swept out with his long sword. The king-level elder coldly snorted, and with a single claw, he threw Lone Eagle far away. Lone Eagle crashed through the wall, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Lung Shi and Li Kuanghu also took the opportunity to block the elder, but the two of them were not a match for him and were ruthlessly thrown away. The king-level elder effortlessly restrained the two women and brought them back to Ludo's side. "Haha, thank you, third grandpa." Ludo bowed to the elder and then said to the two angry women, "Tonight, you two will serve this young master well." Just as Ludo and the others were about to capture the two women, a low voice sounded out. "They will only serve this young master." You clown, are you worthy? That you're tuning in to the Eternal Immortal Ballad YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.